السلام علیک یا چت. آدینتون بخیر، حالتون چطوره؟ خوبید؟ خوشید؟ میزانید؟ ردیفید؟ چه خبر؟ آقا خوش اومدید به سمای فاینال تورنمنت PGL بخارست. رقابتی که شاهد خواهیم بود بر وقت GMTV هستن، زانتار سویکادیا امثال هم آرورا در برابر گیمر لیجن آقای رز و امثال هم. بازی 10 دقیقه تأخیر خورده به خاطر بازی قبلیش، یه 10 دقیقه دیگه شروع میشه، ولی خب ما از الان به بعد در خدمتتون هستیم. دیلی زیادی نیست، بیشتر نشه اوکیه. سلام به روی ما تک تکتون. چت حالتون چطوره؟ ماچ به کلاتون خیلی مخلصیم. همگی خوش اومدید. سلام به روی ما همتون. میزان باشید، مشتی باشید، پرطرفدار باشید، دنگ باشید. خب بیایم اینور. بنگ نگرفت.
PPL چرا عوض شده این
عوض شده؟ این چیه دیگه؟ آره سازنده شوازش کرده فکر کنم.
باور نمی‌کنم.
اموئسیشون چاکرم. مشیه باشید. سلام علیکم. لباس اینو این چه دروغی هاجی؟ پاره پوره است اصلا.
خیلی میشه در رابطه با لباسش شروع کنیم به
حاجی انگشتر و این دستکش عجیب غریب و کمربند، هم کمربند سنتی بسته، هم از اینا چی بهش میگفتن؟
وزنه بزنه از این پارالیفتینگ.
این چه سیسیه دیگه؟ عجیبه چت. شهر عجیب. فیسو نگاه. اوه احتمالا تتوش هم تازه زده دیده نمیصرفه، گفته بذار بکنیم.
الان میشه خودت جابجا کنی من ببینم تتوشو؟
هارمنگل سندری چت. وایتالیتی. آها نکته جالبی بود چت. میخوام بازیای تورنمنت بعدی رو براتون بگم. نمیدونم، فکر کنم از اون تورنمنت هایی میره که کله سر باید بیدار شیم. اجازه بدین هیچ که از جاش تکون نخوره. چنگ دو آره چیه اون؟ فکر کنم از اون تورنمنت هایی میشه که صبح شروع میشه، صبح استارت میشه. دلم تنگ شده واسه این مدل از تورنمنت ها. اون میجره چیز خیلی حال داد به من. $1,000,000,000 لایف استایل میشه حاجی. مثلا ساعت 4 صبح بیدار میشید. بله هولی شیت حاجی.
آمریکاش خوب بود.
آمریکاش آره جالب بود تا صبح میرفت. این از صبح شروع میشه. بازی اول بچه تایلو فالکونزه ساعت 5:30 صبح. بازی ها کلا از ساعت 5:30 صبح شروع میشه تا آخرین بازی ساعت 1 ظهر شروع میشه. حالا بازی ها رو بهتون میگم. برای آیم چنگدو توی چینه، بازی ها توی چینه. تایلو فالکونز بازی اول همزمان باش فیوریا لین ویژن بازی داره، بعدش ماوز با فیز بازی داره، همزمان باش وایتالیتی با ویرتوس بازی داره، بازی بعدیش دمونگولز با هیرویک، همزمان باش جی تی و تیردی مکس بازی داره، بازی آخر پین اسپریت همزمان باش آسترالیس با ناوی بازی داره. یا علی
مشکل داره نه مریض
با این دیوایس حاجی 100 سال مشکل داره. نمیدونم ول کن برو دیگه. خب آخر خوشو میکشه تو گیم. بعد دوستان بازی از ساعت 5:30 صبح، یعنی ما حوالی مثلا 3 صبح بیدار میشیم. بیلیونر لایف استایل میریم ورزش، آب پرتقال، دوش، آب سرد، از اینایی که چیزا میکنیم میزنیم، با سر میری تو آب یخ.
با حوله اینا از اون
آره
حوله
آره آره
سفیده.
خیلی با کلاس. اد میایم استریم. PGL بچه این سطحش بالا پایین نیست، جایزش جالب بدونید که از آیم چنگ بیشتره، $250,000 بیشتر داره جایزه میده، ولی چون به میجر نزدیکه دیگه تیما تصمیم میگیرن کدوم تورنمنت رو برن دیگه. بازی 2 دقیقه دیگه است بچه. این تیما تصمیم میگیرن کدوم تورنمنت رو برن. شروعش کیه؟ سوال خوب بود. 3 نوامبر، الان 31 اکتبریم. تقریبا امروز هالووینه؟
امشب هالووین.
یعنی بریم قیافمون عجیب غریب کنیم.
آره من که میخوام بشم فرانتمن.
من چی بشم؟ من نمیدونم، باید ببینم چی دور و برم دارم میتونم شبیه کی بشم. تو میشی فرانتمن. منم اون چیزه رو دارم، البته همراه نیاوردم، من فردا میتونم بشم. ماسک اون سربازا بود، ماسک مربع و مثلث و دایره روش بود، از اونا رو دارم.
خوبه. البته برای کانتر استرایک من میشم اون لیت، اون عینکی از ایجنت عینکیه.
لباس سبزه.
آره
پانجیورینگ رو ببینیم.
پانجورینگ رو من نمیتونم ببینم.
پانجیورینگ هم پیشنهاد جالبی بود برای امشبا. پانجیورینگ Secret Lab. مارکت کرش نکرد دیدی؟ امروز چیز میشد؟ سیل آزاد میشد. چطوری مکس؟
دیروز مگه نبود؟
نمیدونم کی بود، کی آنلاک میشد.
من دیروز دیدم که خبرش اومده بودش که کانت داون زدن که ببینن چه اتفاقی کثیف، بازی کثیفی رو که میخواد تموم بشه.
نایفا دارن بالا میکشن. شاید مرسی واسانکس.
And the Blair Witch Project. How are we doing, guys?
Well done. I mean, listen, we already had a horror story earlier with the Nuke
چی؟ سلام فرهاد، چطوری؟ من یکی از فنهای قدیمی‌تم. من در یک تصادف قطع نخاع شدم. دیدار یوتیوبت خیلی خوشحالم میکنه، فقط نمیدونم چرا وقتی نوتیفیکیشن استریم تو میاد از صندلی پا میشم، رو لینک کلیک میکنم و دوباره میشینم. What?
One of these teams I think we
Are you serious, Ali?
belong here but only kind of sort of.
نوتیفیکیشن استریم من میاد، یعنی منظورت که شفاف پیدا می‌کنی؟ چی شد؟
Put this pressure on Aurora to go and close it.
نمی‌سر.
wasn't there before.
صحت این داستان رو نمیتونم تایید کنم. چطوری همینوری؟
Giant Mirage, it's not in the pool and liquid. I mean 13-1, 13-2 on the final 2 maps after winning the
من که برگام ریخت.
Really an atrocious score.
شما رو نمیدونم ولی بنده برگام ریخت. دونیتی بود.
narrowly missed out on the major by making most out of their opportunity here in Bucharest.
I mean definitely and obviously bringing in those players that we've highlighted.
یعنی من موقعی که استریم می‌کنم شفاف
betting in now, you know.
برادر جیزس کرد.
I think all bets are off for this one because I know we said that at the start of the tournament.
خصوص کلیسا باشه. چت مشکل دارید بیایید. سلام 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 همگی، خوش اومدید. مشکل داشتید بیاید چت. چت قبول دارین آقای سمت راستیه از اون خانومی که الان اومده بود خانوم تره؟ اما پرمیر چیتر زیاده. اما برو فیسید. چون حالا جدی نوشتی اون قسمت قطع نخوره؟ نه دیگه جدی ننوشتی دیگه. بیاید چت بیاید، ارزون حساب میکنم باهاتون، کمرم درد داره. بیاد راه و چایش پیش خودمه. دعا هم مینویسی هر چی بخواین، چه میدونم دعای بخت، دعای ثروت، هر چی بخواین داریم. پول هست. البته قیمتاشون با هم دیگه فرق میکنه. دخیل من حالا هنوز امامزاده رو افتتاح نکردم بیاد دخیل ببندید. افتتاح کردم میتونید بیاد دخیلم ببندید که اصلا خواسته هاتون. الان میتونید مثلا حالا یه سری چیز میزا رو بنویسید رو کاغذ، بذارید رو گوشه هایی از خانه تان تو جنوب شرقی سمت نیمکره غربی حوالی 357 درجه شمالی. شما اینو اگه بتونید تو خونه پیدا کنید، بعد یه تکست بذارید زیرش، یه هفته صبح بلنشین آب بذارید به صورتتون، بعد درس کنم به حضورتون که نیت کنید فلان و اما پولدار میشید. پوله که واریز میشه اینجوری عادی. مثلا هی بینی داره اسمس میاد مثلا 1 تومن 500 میلیون تومن فلان قد پول داره واریز میشه. ایزی. زانتارس هنوز داره با مستیمی و بانجی بازی میکنه. بابا ول کن. چوسی قدیمی مثلا موسای جدید مثلا دیلی داره فلان به امان. بابا جان تیرو بزن. دستگاه پوز داشته باشی. نه دیگه اینا که پوز نمیگشن که، اینا همه کارت دکارت مالیات داره. اینا همه مالیات داره. اصلا کاغذ ماغذ باید بسوزونید. داستان زیاده. قبرستونی باید برید سه چیزی چال کنید. زانتارس چند سالشه؟ فکر کنم 30 خورده ای. فکر کنم. دستم که یکم صاف میکنم. این دیگه کار دعانویس نیست داداش. اینو باید بری پی دی آر. این کار ما نیست. جونم انگ چه شده است؟ هلو به من 20 خوش آمدید. ارزون حساب میکنیم بابا. اگه 2 تا دعا بگیرید تخفیف ویژه داره. مشتری بیاری مثلا یه دعات فری حساب میشه. تصویرتو بری گوشه صفحه باید همینجا باشه، چون طبق یو آی PGL تصویر ما باید همینجا باشه، نمیتونیم جمعش کنیم. انک بگونم چی میخوای انک؟ بیا این بره بازار. سلام علیکم. اگه شفا میده که من بشینم ببینم تا تاش، چون جا سالم نمونده تو انک. تو که انک خودت دستت تو کاره که انک. من اگه دعا نویس باشم تو جادوگری دیگه. یه آستین برای خودت بالا بزن. مپا هم شد چی؟ اوورپس داستو ترین. آرورا برد که حس میکنم آرورا برد. چاکرم دیگه. خوش اومدی. فدا مدا جیگر طلا. صورتم کجه برام دعا بگیر خوب شم. اونم کار پی دی آره. اینا هم کار صافکاریه. اینا با ما نیست. اصالت کالا هم داره یا بیمه 100% تضمینی بدون بازگشت بدون عوارض. فکر کردید بابا ما کارمون قویه. اگر خیلی قوی تر خواستید باید برید پیش حاج آقا آرشام اسپایدر. ایشون البته بیشتر آرشام اسپایدر بلک ماجیک کار میکنه. دارک ماجیک چی بود اسمش؟ آرشام اسپایدر توی کارهای دارکه. مثلا بختو ببندی، چه میدونم یکیو بزنی زمین، چشم نظر بندازی روی یکی مثلا چشم بخوره، اینا همش کار انکه. پرقدرت هم هستا. بچه های چت میدونن بارها ما تو استریم ما دیدیم تیمای بزرگی رو میزنه زمین.
F the fans.
Yeah, you got to be stronger than
That
this.
should be
Hello.
the mentality, right? Like, I mean, you know,
Well, F everybody.
Exactly.
You got to have that.
میتونی بیاری تو اکانتت استفاده کنی. هلو اینو مینا اینای.
Someone interviewed Searson in like 2021.
بچه فامیل دعا نمیخواد، پسی میخواد. پسی شل کن. بزن حساب کار میاد دستش. البته باید حواست باشه با مامانش دور و برت نباشه. داستان میشه در این صورت. دراما خانوادگی پیش. ولی یه جا مثلا گیرش آوردی یه پسی جوندار قشنگ صدا بده بچسبه اینجا. میشنوی؟ اینجوری یه تقه بزنی بچه ادب میشه.
You know whose opinions I will never say F2.
ویدیو 0 تا 100 کانتر نداریم ولی کلاس خصوصی شو داریم.
Hang out for a change.
What do you eat for Halloween?
Me? I'm your best friend.
One day only, I guess.
Terrifying.
It's my favorite day of the year.
آرشان نیش میزنی.
Without a golf club in your hand.
اگه زیادی احساس خوشبختی میکنیم بگی نداره. این آرشام شروع کرد کارشو. همین الان اکتیو، میتونید
GamerLegion
سفارش بدید بهش و لذت ببرید.
Compare them as teams. Aurora is better. GamerLegion.
Live, we're going to see if your prediction comes to
چت
pass.
آماده
See
اید؟
you. Get away. See you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
بریم
Thank you
سر
for your
وقت
thoughts, as
گیم.
always. Here we go, Mo. Aurora trying to tap back into
بریم به خدا. در خدمت شما عزیزان هستیم. بازی سمی فاینال تورنمنت PGL مسترز بخارست. آرورا در برابر گیمر لیجن. بازنده هست و برنده به گرند فاینال صعود خواهد کرد. البته بازنده شانس اینو داره توی ثرد پلیس دیسایدر برای مقام سوم یک بار دیگه بازی بکنه. پیار موفق تو گرفتن فرست بلاد. حرکت خودش رو آغاز میکنه، سرعت بازی هم رفته بالا. واکسیک ترید میکنه روی بام سایت در پی گرفتن فرگ بعدی که باز هم پیار جواب میده. دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. بقیه بازیکن‌ها اومدن روی بام سایت بی. جاتا در نزدیکی بام سایت پوزیشن گرفته، میتونه از این پوزیشن سورپرایز هم بکنه. ویکادیا مجر فرگ‌های پیاپی. حالا ادوانتج برمیگرده در اختیار بازیکن آرورا. 3-2. پیار سعی داره باز هم فرگ بزنه که تا به اینجا کار موفق نشده تو گرفتن تریپل کیل. زیتیار فاصله‌اش زیاده با هم تیمیش و جالبه که اول زیتیار غزل خدافظی و خود پیار کواد کیل. یه لحظه خطر از بیخ گوش آرورا رد شد. نبریم.
Woxic talked about how they would start 0-6 down and then get back into a game, and it's just like
یکیچ نتیجه بازی به سود آرورا.
in the middle of their matches they're having a lot of struggles, right? They're just struggling right now.
مپ هم پیک
I think as a team,
گیمر لیژن هستش که آرورا سیتی سایدد رو
پیکیه. قبول داری؟
انتخاب کرده. این دلم واسه اوورپس تنگ شده. چاکرم مسته. اوورپس اوورپسیه.
crazy to see 4 kills from that spot.
اگر گیمر لیژن نتونه این مپ کاری بکنه تو مپ بعدی اسم میکنم به مراتب آرورا میگیره زیر چک و لغت. خیلی وحشیان اینا توی داستون. به هر حال جم تیوی گیم استایل. ویکادیا خط بوست رو نگه داشته به دنبال تاور. منجر از راه میرسه برای چک. والبنگی از بیخ گوش تاسن رد شد و دمیجی همراه نداشت. کنترل کان در دستان بازیکن گیمر لیژن. فول فورس هم هستن بازیکن تیم. C4 هم پلند کرده بودن. هیرویی که در دستان پیار قرار گرفته. بقیه بازیکن‌ها چندین پیستول و یه مکتن سوسکی. 2 نیده پیاپی. حالا حرکت خودشون رو آغاز میکنن به سمت بام سایت. ویکادیا پشت اسموک مجبور میشه پوزیشن رو عوض بکنه. چه تایمینگ تو اسموک، چقدر دقیق سوینگ کرده و رفته داخل. خود ویکادیا تریپل کیل برای این بازیکن. چه بلایی آورد سر گیمر لیژن. ویکادیا کلین ران در اختیار بازیکنان آرورا. چه کرد ویکادیا؟
That's kind of what we were hoping to see last
صدا قطع و وصل میشه. آریو سیروس علی.
We know that about them, but to see them start off this well is a welcome sight. That's awesome for Wicadia.
رفرش بکنید چات درست شه چون 1-2 1-2 1-2 عجیبه. شهر عجیب.
Lots of proactivity, lots of
این راند سوم ایکوراند گیمر لیژن. راند بعد
The formula for them is it's as simple as energy.
گان راند خواهد بود. مثل کسترا که آره هست. اون که هیچ.
Boost gets predicted by the Desert
Manager.
Eagle, but Towson's not able to do much about it. And damage back
سعی داشت
to
فرک
return.
بگیره، موفق به انجام این کار نشد. ادامه
For so long,
روند
we
بازی به
talked about
سمت
Turkish
فاونتین.
Counter-Strike, just all
لانگ
about Xantares, but here we sit starting the semifinals in Bucharest with
رز
Mutierz holding a
مسلح به
1.2 rating at the
دیگل.
event.
4 تا
Xantares
دیزرت گرفتن
1.19.
بازیکنان
A duo of
GamerLegion.
that caliber is kind of what Aurora need to bank on in order to put a gap between
صدا
them and the
اوکیه
rest of the
W.
opposition. You know, we came to this event, a lot of eyes fell on
صدا
Aurora, a
اگر
lot of eyes
اوکیه
on
که
3D
W.
Max, and a lot of eyes on Legacy just due to the
Hello,
recency
Abul.
bias of their win last week. And their continuation of
زانتارس توی
punching
بنانا
upwards.
4 بازیکن
Legacy, the only team
در
to have kept up their end of
نزدیکی
the
اون
bargain.
نفر
It's
اول رو چه
Aurora's
کار
turn.
میکنه و یه پله میاد عقب‌تر، در کنارش باکسی که حضور داره. خودم و زانتارس تریپل کیل برای این پلیر سیاه چرده. چقدر بد بدن مدونده گلبهی. کواد کیل در پی گرفتن ایز. کمی دمیج هم میزنه به رز. پا به فرار میگذاره. فرار مهدوی کیا. زانتارس پیک کلن از CS گو اومد نه CS دو.
Obviously, GamerLegion can hang and bang on overpass.
مجر در پی کنترل لانگ.
Everyone's playing to their ability.
زانتارس صدا رو گرفته و ایس.
Wow, all 5.
پنتاکیل برای اموسی زانتارس.
You wanted energy? That's I just saw. By God, I see Aurora
آرشام اسفایدر
smiling
یاد
on.
بگیر.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
یاد
It's a
گرفتی؟
welcome sign for a team that is looking for the victory. It's been, you know, a tale of kind of news in 2025. Joda unlocking a lot of potential for this squad. Kicking off this year, their very first event in Bounty was a high. A high that has been fleeting ever since.
راند چهارم نخستین گان راند گیمر لیژن مسلح شدن به 5 AK. خبر اسنایپ
A difficult
توی
travel
ترکیب
schedule.
هیچ یک دو تیم نیست. اسنایپری در کار نیست توی این راند.
We are in the final run of
بریک چقدر قشنگ باشه تایمینگی این بریک انجام شد و تاسن غزل خدافزی و خوند از راند چهارم. پیار آمار ویکادیا رو گرفته در پی گرفتن ترید که جوتا موفقتر عمل میکنه و ادوانتیج سنگینتری در اختیار بازیکن آرورا قرار میگیره.
Again, you see, like, the fact that Magic can have that much impact from within the B site, like safety, that's something that it's hard to stop that because you kind of have to just wait till it happens and there's no other time to attack him.
اسموک بام سایت نید بنانا.
Free up. It can be full passive here from Aurora. They do have 2 lower players, but they're not on this site.
جالبه توی ترکیب گیمر لیژن تا به اینجای کار فقط PR 4 تا فرک زده، بقیه همه صفر. نمیشه.
Smoke
Oh, they
Molotov,
got the
2
B push. They're going to
flashes.
rotate 1 extra up CT. This is going to be
کمتر
a lead for
از
GamerLegion.
40 ثانیه زمان.
As they get
زیتیار
closer, ZTR can add
جدا
his
از
Molotov
هم
to the
تیمیاش.
collection
یک
of
فلش
veto,
دیگه به
try to
سمت
get them
بنانا.
going, but again, like you said, that rotator is already up in this spot, so
آرورا 3 بازیکن رو روی این بام سایت قرار داده. حالا آیتم ها پرتاب میشن. باکسی کمی خطرناک بود حرکتش. زانتارس در نزدیکی اپتیموس موفق است به گرفتن فرگ. زیتیار بالاخره یه فرگ زد و امتیاز بسیار عالی که نصیب آرورا میشه. احتمال داره این راند یا راند بعدی تکتیکال تایم مود بگیره. گیمر لیژن نیاز داره به گرفتن تکتیکال تایم مود. Petro is gone with the wind.
Didn't die. Had that B flank in place as well after they cleared up
Map
information, and there was just
pick
nothing GamerLegion could do to win from that point. Also,
گیمر
Xantares'
لیژن
flash
هستش.
shot,
سیتی
how
سایدد
great is
هم
that?
هست. راند پنجم GL هنوز موفق به گرفتن امتیاز نشده. بال بنک های پپ این بار کمی دمیج به همراه داره.
As the two of them just blindly shoot through, hoping for the damage to be done, and Towson's taken a bit of it.
A lot of pressure on ZTR in this game if Aurora
اون
are gonna
ور
be full strength.
جدول
They had a
لیکوید با
couple of
سا
struggles
بازی
on
داره.
T sides at this
بعد
event
از
so
این
far.
بازی
Not all of
بازیش.
them. Some of his T sides have been good. But, you know,
سرعت بازی رو کم میکنن بازیکن آرورا. هم عجله‌ای ندارن به اون صورت. یک نید دمیج نسبتا خوبی رو به همراه داشت. باکسیک مسلح به AVP خط بنانه رو نگه داشته، نتونه شات اول لند بکنه. باز هم زانتارس اوپنینگ فرانک رو میگیره برای تیمش. باز هم زانتارس دابل کیل برای بازیکن در پی گرفتن تریپل موفق هم هست. خیلی دمیج میخوره. باکسیک در کنارش حضور داره. یک سوینگ و مجر کار رو تمام میکنه. باز هم امتیاز در رسانه برای وقت جیم تیوی. بگوید باخت. خب اون نمیدونم بس کیه. آها لگسیه فکر کنم. لگسیه با سا بازی بعدی.
Within minutes, 2 players over 10k, 4 players close to 10k. My goodness.
شیرا و دوم اصلا زیاد به عنوان یه پلیر حرفه‌ای قبول ندارم. اولوف مایستر رو با شرات مقایسه کردی؟
You can use all those. You can use extra incendiaries, extra smokes, extra ops, and make the map feel suffocating for the entire round.
راند ششم راند بعدی.
Closest they've come to winning is PR's 4K on the pistol round.
هایپکس او هم مسلح شده به AVP. 3 تا AK در اختیار بازیکن رو قرار گرفته. خیلی سریع اسموک مانستر رو هم پرتاب میکنن. تاسن سرعت رو چاشنه کار قرار داده و تو رد کرده. جو تو بالای بوست واکسیک موفق. رز خدا نگهدار. ایکالیا همینجا خوبی بهش دادن اما نتونستن کارشو تمام بکنن. بازیکنان گیمر لیجن پخش شدن توی مپ. ادوانتیج رو هم یک بار دیگه از دست دادن. رز راند بعدی بمیره. ایجنت این سری از مسابقات رو بغل خواهد کرد.
Hypex growing in form and impact as Bucharest has gone on. All those talking points out the window right now because the only thing GamerLegion need to focus on is getting a
یک بار دیگه بوست بام سایت میتونن سایپر رو حذف بکنن. برای اتفاق هم میافته. صحبت چاشنه کار قرار میده. زیتیار نتیجه به همراه نداره. دفاع سنگین آرورا از بام سایت ها داره اذیت میکنه گیمر لیجند رو. باز هم ویکادیا فرگ رو گرفت و کباب شد. در نهایت پیار سعی داره کارسازی میکنه. 25 ثانیه زمان. چه دمیجی هم بهش زد. تو ادامه کار سعی داره کارشو تموم بکنن. هر سه بازیکن اینجا حضور دارن که خود واکسیک شاتو میکوبونه تو صورتش و باز هم امتیاز در اختیار بازیکنان آرورا. بگی اون تکتیکال تایم تو دیگه دایی 13 شد. سلام محمد اسچ نمیگیره گیمر لیجن جدا تکتیکال. کوچ نداریم بگی کوچ یخ
to take it over since it's being sort of given to them, but it's really a Trojan horse.
رزو هایپکس در پی گرفتن مقام رفیع ایجنت.
There's no free lunch here for GamerLegion.
7 kills over 6 rounds, and this one with upgraded pistols and utility should be no easier for GamerLegion.
اوضاع خرابیه چت.
What a power-up we are watching from Aurora at the moment.
Gonna be a real test of ZTR's mettle, and you know he's probably got to fight against his young team getting real quiet in a situation like this. They've had fun this event, but now we're in playoffs. Could end any game.
اینجا در حال جامپ چک زدن. یک نفر رو هم اثبات میکنه. 3 بازیکن گیمر لیجن توی لانگ. حالا از اسموک استفاده میکنه موسی یا اول فصل.
You let these pistols get close to the A site, they can get that sudden pop in, and by smoking off the end of long, you have allowed for this group to try to stack up.
زانتارس موفق است تو اسموک شانس خوبش رو امتحان میکنه، جواب هم داد. 30 ثانیه زمان زانتارس کماکان روی بام سایت آیتم های پیاپی که داره رد و بدل میشه. باز هم زانتارس چه فارمی داره میکنه. اما سی ویکادیان بی نصیب نمیمونه، فشار بیشتر میکنن. مجر هم بی نصیب نموند، باکسی کارو تمام میکنه و آرورایی که باز هم امتیاز میگیره. بازی
Oh man, it's
What
awesome.
the hell?
And it's like the ideas are
نمی‌سر.
flowing. You see all the setups. You see the
جدا
team
نمی‌سر.
that was vying for tournaments at some point this year. You see it. You know, maybe it's when you can see the finish line, you get that extra burst of energy. They have made it this far into the event.
چه عجب تکتیکال تایمو تو بالاخره گرفتن. هفتی زودتر میگرفتون، 4 باید میگرفتید که هفیچ نشه. تکتیکال دیری. 5 که در اختیار بازیکن گیمر لیژن. والا اینطور که پیش میاد حتی به 2 هم به نظر مثل نرسه بلندشن برن با این اوضاع. بله رز مقام رفیع ایجنتی رو بغل میکنه. 2-0-7 فتبارک الله احسن الخالقین. رز داخل برندز. مپ سوم کی برمی داره؟ بند پیک بند پیک.
of a 13-0 with how Aurora playing, and because GamerLegion ZTR, he does sometimes freeze up on these T sides. I'm not really seeing the call that's getting closer to a round win.
اسمو که
It's a brutal map, but it's one they want to play.
رس رو باز هم زانتارس. خدای من چه تایمینگی تو اسموک. هایپکس تقریبا میتونم بگم تو این 8 راندی که گذشته اصلا کسی رو ندیده و مرده.
All the best in history, whether it's from, you know, Pure and Axel in 2021, Simple and Electronic, like these are duos, Xantares and Woxic playing together on the A side.
چند انیمیشن بایونت عوض شد دوباره. چه رس کن انیمیشن بایونت عوض شد.
I was going to try to walk this one in ahead of the utility, but they now
پیار
damage. All Joda needs to remain on high alert.
کاری از پیش نماد. بله رز بالاخره موفق میشه اولین فرگ خودش رو بگیره. منشه روی پام سایت بازیکن گیمر لیژن سعی دارن سریعتر بیان داخل. مجر یک کلینگ اسپیری رو میندازه روی بام سایت.
نمی صرفه. And he is now surpassing Wicadia. Second most amount of kills on the Aurora camp, just shy of Xantares.
Wow, he's really showing off, man. Look at this. The burst fire, the repeats, all 3 handled. They assumed at one point he'd be scared and fall back. Nope.
عشق میکنه. راند 9. نظرتون آرورا میتونه یه قهرمانی بگیره؟ فرصت خیلی خوبیه. چه نیدی چه دمیج خوردن بازیکن گیمر لیژن. یه فست پوش داریم به سمت بام سایت بی. همگی در حال حمله کردن به سمت بام سایت. مجر دابل کیل برای بازیکن ویکادیا. تریپل کیل. وایپ اوت میشن بازیکنان گیمر لیژن. ای وای. ای وای.
Gonna need some answers now, GamerLegion.
Final timeout for Ash.
درخواست آخرین تکتیکال به گیمر لیژن. ای وای به محمد حیدری تا آخر بازی دیگه تکتیکال تایموت ندارن.
3 guys on AKs.
یه فورفیت بدید بره دیگه. نمیصرف.
I got nothing to be worried about. And it's not just great aimers. It's really not.
این هوله آورده ویکادیا.
It's money.
پول هست. چند پول هست.
Cash the check, Aurora.
پول
Feels like an
هست.
impenetrable CT side coming together. We are still waiting for a second bomb plant at this point.
Joda's just chilling 5-0 still. 10 rounds in.
Just cheering alongside the boys. Having a grand old time.
یک بار دیگه یک گان راند دیگه.
All right, so they're going to go with a set play. Pocket strat after this train passes.
به سمت بام سایت بیا. آیتما به پرواز در میان. ویکادیا از آیتم خودش استفاده میکنه. جوتا هم در نزدیکی حضور داره. بازیکن گیمرلیجن سعی دارن بیان به سمت بام سایت. یک مورد دیگه هم پرتاب شد. هنوز نتونستن اقدام بکنن برای پلنت C4. 4 بازیکن آرورا روی این بام سایت حضور دارن. خیلی کار سخت و پیش رو داره گیمرلیجن. PR موفق است گرفتن اوپنینگ فرک. تاسن میاد برای کمک. زانتارس با دابل کیل جواب میده. خود تاسن اون هم با یک دابل کیل ورقو برمیگردونه. چت با یک صلوات محمدی پسند میتونیم تبریک بگیم گرفتن نخستین امتیاز رو در دستان گیمرلیجن. تا لحظاتی دیگر اگر واکسیک نتونه با HB16 کلاش بکنه. چت پول بازیکن آرورا ببینید این سمت اونور پایین آبیا. منجر 12 کی، ویکادیا 14 کی، واکسیک 13 کی، جوتا 15 کی، زانتارس 15 و 200. یعنی به صورت خیلی مستقیم میتونیم بگیم پول هشت. پول هشت. آقا کامبک برو بریم. کامبک. آرورا قرار 9 گیر شه.
2 extra kills matter so much more against GamerLegion. Either way, that's a route for them. I gotta say, love the attack. You know, they don't go.
بله به محض از دست دادن امتیاز آرورا درخواست تاکتیکال تایم اوت میکنه. آخ این تاکتیکال تایم اوت ها خیلی زیاده. تاکتیکال تایم اوت هایی که جلوی تیم حریف ایران میگیره.
On the left side of the pillar sort of started to come up, and they also avoided all the utility that came in towards Monster from Aurora.
ولی کامبکه. حالا ببینیم که انتخاب در چه میکنه با این ماجرا.
And personally, I think to get back on the board, it's always going to be a set play like that rather than a.
ببینیم برای شروع کامبک.
You know, Zanteris roams around.
ببینیم چه دریو انتخاب میکنه گیمرلیجن. به حمله به سمت بام سایت بی. آیتم هایی که خیلی سریع پرواز در اومده. چه نیدی چه دمیجی هم خوردن. پیار و تاسن چه جوابی داد آرورا. از آیتم هاشون مثل یک سد سنگین آهنی استفاده کردن. این جوری نمیشد این آیتم ها رو رد کرد. تاکتیکال تایم برای چیه؟ هم وقت استراحت فنی والیباله. نفس میگیرن، کوچ میتونه صحبت کنه، راهنمایی لازم رو میرسونه، نکاتی رو میگه به بازیکن‌ها تا کمکی باشه که بتونن امتیاز بگیرن.
We said it was a lot of mood that they would want to weaponize today, but back to it feels like business to just make sure that this doesn't turn into that 10-2 half.
یک بار دیگه به سمت بام سایت بی. هایپکس آماده است برای پرتاب فلش. حالا رو اینگیج میکنن به سوی بام سایت. تاسن موفق به کادیا بیش از یک فرگ نصیبش نشد. 3-3 میشه روند کار. 33 ثانیه زمان بیشتر باقی نمونده. منجر ببینیم میتونه کاری از توش ببره یا خیر. خطو باز میکنه منجر. C4 رفت روی بام سایت. منجر دوبل کیل برای بازیکن. C4 پلنت شد. 3-2 از منجر از دست دادن بازیکن گیمرلیجن در ازای پلنت C4. اما زانتارس هایپکس جواب میده. تک بدو میکنه کار رو 7 HP در برابر منجر و واکسیک. میتونه کارسازی بکنه یا خیر. وظیفه نجات تیمش رو بر عهده داره. وظیفه ادامه کامبک رو بر عهده داره. هایپکس مجبور میشه بیاد داخل چون خودش رو امتحان میکنه تو اسموک. منجر در حال دیفیوز کردن. واکسی کار رو تموم میکنه با کامبک ایز گان وید د وینچر.
I like that you can see GamerLegion trying to show their math and go for something that they know works. They try to dress it up a little differently.
بازی نزدیکیه. قبول داری؟
Ultimately, it's this B play that got them one. Like at this point,
بازی خیلی نزدیکه.
as many yards as they can, like as sort of
راند 12 رو شاهد هستید. آخرین راند نیمه اول مپ اول 10-1 دابل دیجیت شده آرورا تو نیمه اول.
Madger, Wicadia, Xanterez, all above 180R.
فلش شد پیار کنترل شد رو در اختیار داره. آیتم هایی که رد و بدل میکنن بازیکنان دو تیم.
A small gap there in coverage cost GamerLegion a real chance at their second round on the T side.
4 AK و یک گلیل در اختیار GamerLegion هست.
Silver lining is these more recent rounds have gotten a little more competitive. We're actually looking at a GamerLegion that aren't all sitting on 1 kill each. Just 2/5.
کمتر از 60 ثانیه زمان سرعت بازی آوردن پایین. زانتارس تو جامپ چک واکسی فکر میکنم خط بنانا رو نگه داشته باشه. سمت بی کمی فعالیت میبینیم از پیار سعی داره حواسا رو برت خودش بکنه. واکسی کماکان متمرکز هست روی خط خودش به سمت بنانا. حالا سایه رو میبینه شاتو لنز میکنه تو ادامه کار اموسی. زانتارس اینجا حضور داره. پیار موفق به چس فرگور برگردن اما 20 ثانیه میشه زمان باقی نمونده. تاسون هم موفق تو ادامه کار. واکسی که از راه میرسه موفق تر 3-2 ادوانتیج رو حفظ میکنه. 15 ثانیه زمانی رو آلردی تموم اصلا C4 هم ندارن. 12 ثانیه رز واکسی رو شکار میکنه. منجر روی بام سایت پیار ردش داره از راه میرسه. پولش بتونه چیکار کنه. کار تموم است. 4 ثانیه میشه زمان باقی نمونده و بله منجر کارو تموم میکنه و 11-1 نتیجه نزدیکی است. نتیجه خیلی نزدیک.
He played insane. I think he just did everything, to be honest. Like, all his players look comfortable. The setups were great. He had all that impact
Stay hydrated.
as well as the A side.
درسته که نتیجه نمیصرفه ولی stay
the
hydrated.
boost ups, the nades, everything over on B really controlled the map. 2 rounds to close this game out, and you know, everybody and their grandmother knows if you win 2 or 3 rounds on T side, it's wide open. But now, even with the pistol, it's just so bleak here for GamerLegion. They've kind of blown it. Now, if they make this comeback, it's like a historic once out of every 100 times level of comeback, and that's just not where you want to. That's not where you want to be.
خیلی نه اینو بزنی بذاری جو عوض شد. بابا W چت W بریم برای پیست راند دوم. آیا آرورا میتونه توی این راند بازی رو به اتمام برسونه؟ 2 راند دیگه باقی است. زیتیار کمی اگرسیو اومده بود برای گرفتن فرست بلاد. تو بازیکن GamerLegion توی لاین در پی باز کردن خطا سرعت چاشنی کار قرار داده شده. ای وای من منجر چه پوزیشنی گرفته بود. رز شکار میشه. رز پوزیشنش به نظر میرسه که بهتر باشه اما اینطور نبود. زیتیار موفقتر. زانتارس به پس گرفتن ادوانتیج 4-3 جوتا او هم تاسن رو شکار میکنه. خود جوتا دابل کیل برای بازیکن. هایپکس توی لاین تک و تنها غمگین و رسوا از همه جهات سعی دارن فشار وارد بکنن و اموسی بی نصیب نمیمونه توی پیستول راند. امتیاز در اختیار بازیکنان آرورا قرار میگیره. جیم تیوی حالا یک امتیاز دیگه میخواد تا بازی رو ببره توی مپ دوم.
They're about to crush, and this is again Madger. He was the guy left behind. They spotted ZTR. To be fair, a pretty crafty setup from the CT side. It looks like there's 1 spotting from inside bathrooms. There's really 2 on long, and Aurora don't actually know that. They only find out because those players missed their shots.
محکوم به فورس هستند. MP9 و UMP و 5-7 هایی و اسکات.
Good luck with that.
پیار خودکشی کرد چت.
Swinging the door, swinging down the stairs. How about we move this semi-final to the second map of the series? Because this one is so over. And the joke when Saw beat Aurora
کار داره
earlier
تموم
this
میشه
week
دیگه
was
تمام.
that their psychologists
اینم
that
از
left
این
the
و آمار
building.
نفر آخر رو
Turns
هم
out all
دارن
they
و
need is to have a strong start.
آماده
So
بشیم یه
many
ذره
of
جو
those
بدیم و
5-0, 6-0 beginnings to the maps had Aurora looking like a shell of
بیا
themselves.
تاسن بیا داداش میخوای چیکار کنی با اچ پی 31 آخه یا دیگه
Victory to
نوکرتم
kick off the day versus Bait in a 2-1
مجز
fashion, and not the
بره
first
سیفو برو
blowout
سیفو رو
of the
بکار
day
داداش
either for
برو سیفو رو
Aurora. They ended
بکار
that series
نمی‌صرفه.
as well with a huge lopsided scoreline. Probably thought to themselves, well, if we could make it that easy versus GamerLegion to start the semis,
فلنکر هم داره میاد جوتا تو فلنکه ای امان مینی مپ رو ببینید
Yeah, I mean, bombs.
چپ بالا مینی مپ رو بگیرید که
Yeah, you must be rotated to go look at other
ادامه
things.
نداد
Like,
چرا
okay,
تاسن داره چیکار
be a very
میکنه
fun save.
Yeah, wet floor, all right. This is a slippery slope of a result for map one. This sets up Aurora at an all-time high. It puts GamerLegion's gut in a wrenched position. How the hell do you walk away from the computer and try to find anything about this map to be a positive to set you up in the series? Ash has his work set out for him as he has to take a step outside. There is no time to defuse. 5 seconds already passed. No chance today. What unexpected and yet very welcome version of Aurora.
هر حال بازی نزدیکی بود چت خیلی حساس بود من خودم فکر نمی کردم بازی بین این دو تیم این شکلی پیش بره سی کردم بازی گلگوهر سیرجان داریم ببینیم تشتک سازی عراق نمی‌شوید
I'm reading a new headline tonight on HLTV. 100 Thieves no longer interested.
Oh, we've got jokes. Here's the problem. How do you analyze that?
You can cry or laugh, Richard.
Yeah,
I'd rather laugh.
I think, unfortunately, that, you know, it's just one of those maps. Clearly, GamerLegion, like, don't have the reps, don't have the repertoire on.
آرورا میتونه قهرمان تورنمنت بشه.
For the organization, this was the year where they made playoffs for the first time. Right, it was in Bucharest as well against then the Falcons, who trounced them on the way to lifting the trophy, and they faced Falcons 2 more times last season in the playoffs. Didn't go great, right? But this is looking more like those outings, right? That
well, also, why is it taken to the semi-final against GamerLegion for this type of energy to come out? I don't know if they've been listening to what we're saying, but
it's also, I mean, their energy is coming.
This is crazy.
I know the energy is coming because they're owning them. You know, everyone's having multi-kills.
سلام علیکم به رحمت الله و برکاته. خوش اومدی به استریم.
Things were not going amazingly well for Aurora.
I mean, Connor made the point as well on that T side for GamerLegion. He's like, I don't think I saw anyone get past the back.
No, here's a crazy thing, right? Firstly, I think it was round 3 or 4 when Zantares gets a 4K or an ace or something and he starts smiling. I'm like, that's the smile I was talking about, right? That's what a doctor ordered. But also, it's not like
and here's the
thing, okay, it's ludicrous fragging coming out from everyone on the side of Aurora, but Lawrence kept every contested connector. They had no one towards bathroom.
Easy money.
I think Woxic once pushed up towards party with the AWP. That's it. They just had this crossfire set up on the A bomb side. So also so much space being given to GamerLegion, but they didn't really do much. Also, man, when you have like 3 of your players in one kill, like 8 rounds in the game, you're
and this is again the map of overpass, right? If your default isn't working on the T side, if you can't default well, there's very little you can do to adjust, right? Absolutely. Like it's not like a map on Nuke, where you can, all right, we can't play slow default, let's do faster into secret, let's fake A-pop, go ramp, like all these different things you can try and do. The only thing that you could sort of try something towards big, which they did, worked one time, couldn't replicate that sort of success, but they were getting picked off everywhere, man. Player dying in connector, dying in water, then Woxic would get a pick over towards the A bomb site, and you can never get past the first phase of the default.
نه اونا رفتن برای تورنمنت دیگه.
On overpass, right?
Yeah. And it's also like, when you're going to be playing in this fashion, when you're not able to really kind of abuse the rotations, they were just walking into 3-player stacks at every side. And for the side of Aurora, good read coming in. man, I gotta give credit where it's due. Major was everywhere. It was getting multi-kills out of multi-kills.
سلام ستیار هون
position as well. Also really helps the one player, the Turkish Terminator. Whenever he starts off a series, he's been having super slow starts. What a way to start when you have an ace, you know, in round 3.
چت ساعت خواباتون درست کنید که آیم بعدی تو چین بازی کله زهره. بلند میشیم صورتمون رو با آب یخ میشوریم آب پرتقال میخوریم سحری میزنیم میریم بیرون ورزش میکنیم میایم خود شلوار تن میکنیم میریم سر کار $1,000,000 لایف استایل جا
you should be beating them. I mean, you're Aurora. They don't have the reps. They don't have playoff reps. So, I mean, listen.
Well, let's put it this way: if they get to the final and lose to whoever is on the other side, I mean, that would be just another huge blow to this roster, right? Because now it's not like, all right, you're losing to. First, it was losing to Vitality or losing to Mouse and I don't know who, Team Spirit. Now it's losing to the Mongols, to Furia, to Navi. But if you end up losing a best of 5 to Legacy or so, now you're going so far down, you know, to who you're failing to beat. Where how you're going to have any confidence moving forward?
Yeah, I really don't know how you do. I mean, especially when, and this is the value proposition of Aurora. You have 2 incredible riflers popping off in the form of Xantares and Wycadia, right?
For sure.
I mean, they just took over that game and
made
it easy for them, but they weren't looking this crisp in previous series.
Absolutely not. Look, Wycadia, yes, right?
And the Navi.
He was the only shining light. But look at some of the plays he's going for. That's sheer confidence, right? The second round is a force by just pushing into the smokes, just being so mobile and just playing like you're the better player, you're the better team. And for Xantares, man, I just wanted him to start a series looking good, right? And finally we get to see that. And I don't see him slowing down or petering off in the series at least.
You want to know what's crazy, Yanko?
Well,
right, so Madja in that series, 2.68 rating.
Sick, yeah.
All right, new
on the map.
New HLTV rating update coming out. Well, there's too much a round swing.
Nero, make it so.
I think the problem for GamerLegion is as well, you know, this was their map pick, one of the things. So now you're going into Dust 2. And actually, the problematic thing is you're starting on the CT side. Yeah. Because you're going to go up against Aurora, who's feeling it at the moment. They're going to be dictating the pace.
Valorant و CS رو با هم مقایسه کن. توش مقایسه میخوان مگه اینو.
Supposed to stop that, right? Like, and Dust 2, they've been incorporating it lately into their map pool more, but it's not, you know, looking great at the moment. It still needs a ton of work. We saw in their second game of this tournament against Spain, they had a 10-2 CT side that they couldn't win a single round on T side on that decider. So
نه فردا زودی سوم نوامبر.
Why it's a struggle to be optimistic, you know, about.
آره خیلی وقت با حضور واندرفول نمیصرفه.
It's also the fact that when we were discussing this kind of non-existent map.
چیزی نه من چی رو مقایسه کنم.
We said, you know, train, Dust 2, distributed 2 maps are kind of comfortable on.
کارتونی این ریالیستیکه.
Super good and solid despite some of the troubles
ability based
thus far. And now, as Yango pointed out, he's starting on the T sides, and Taras got an AK-47 going for him.
ریالیستیک تماشیش مقایسش.
I just can't see how GamerLegion can mentally recover from this.
I think this is where if you're Ash, you really need to.
اون فانتزی این ریالیستیک
تمام. Game have some set rounds for your players, even on the CT side, right? Like, whatever the score is, because you always have set, whether you're 2-0 up and they buy, 3-0 up and they buy, losing 0-2, losing 0-3, whatever it is, but have something, if you say, if they're playing default, we're going to do this, like we're going to fight for mid, delayed, from short, from mid, and just give them something where they don't have to take initiative on their own, but you're telling them what to do, and just pray that you get off to a good start and that works, because they need something like that to start feeling confident again, and then they can start making plays on their own. But right now, where's the confidence going to come from in the mid-round to call, hey, let's do this aggressive play? Everyone's going to be playing not to lose because, you know, you're one map away from being eliminated.
And it's also like PR, like he seemed to be the only one who's able to get anything done on that map, despite it being very little. Like you can't.
He ended up with 8 kills.
Yeah, and I mean that's the best player right there. Yeah. Right? So you can't have Rez, you can't have Tossin, who've had some pretty good maps, pretty good series thus far. You can't have these people get off to a very slow start. Right? I mean, it's a mental game.
We'll talk about just in a second, but I do just want to point out as well. We had that moment where it was just a close up on Rez, I think, during a timeout, and he thought he was back in NIP. Yeah. was horrible. He was just trauma.
I mean,
I mean, he's still in the playoffs, right? It's a win.
Yeah, but I mean, put it this way: when it's cool, you know, you've made it to the first playoff, had your first playoff win. That's all great, right? You know, you are making that forward progress. But when you're getting battered like that, it doesn't matter what you've achieved prior to it. That just feels terrible.
Absolutely, but you know, he's the veteran presence, you know, on this lineup.
روکی واسه فیز از سیمپل بهتره.
To lean on in these games and in these moments. So,
مچ‌تره. هلو
obviously
ایبکس.
had an atrocious first map like
مچ که شروع میشه چند دقیقه دیگه.
GamerLegion did, but I'm interested to see
هلو بلک
that
وولف.
he tried to go for more plays early on us to sort of lead by example and try to restore some of the belief from his teammates.
So
in the
Blair,
win.
I'll
چاکرتم صبحان فدات بشم من.
He said what he wants Ash to do is kind of come up with some aggressive CT set plays that you're going to make. So if game situation is X, no matter what we do Y, and that way you remove a bit of the
این رفت تو 100 thieves دیدین؟ امروز رفت. حسین اهوازی.
Is there anything particularly you would
آره با همون شیوه چیز درست شد.
to push back against this
باتری صفر شد فلان مهمان زدیم یک دو ساعت پیش درست کالیبره شد
Also, you're gonna have like 3 timeouts overall. You might have a few set plays you might initially have.
الان بازی سمی فاینال این تایتل کامل توضیح داده این بازی چیه. روکی بهتر از سیمپلر از لحاظ AVP توی فیز کنن بله.
Try and force Aurora to kind of struggle a little bit to get that control.
ما ترکیبش بیشتر آشناه. خیلی وقت داره باشون بازی میکنه.
So situational that you have to tell them to do something no matter what. Well, they might do it when
you should do it.
When actually it's the one.
بعد باشم نیما نزنین حرفا مشتی. خاکتم بمولا.
Yeah, I get it well.
سیمپل پرایم که چت اون سری هم من گفتم سیمپل پرایم و اصلا با هیچ کسی نمیشه مقایسه کرد. سیمپل دوران پرایمش خیلی وحشتناک بود. هیچ پلیر نزدیکش هم نشده. خیلی دیوانه است پرایم سیمپل.
Play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
با فیبر مخابرات آرمین Четыре кавы, блядь, давай. مواظب خودت باش یول پلو.
Hello everyone.
سلام متین چطوری؟
PGL Masters Bucharest, and today we're going to be going around finding out where players' nicknames come from. Do they have a meaning? What is that meaning?
سمت شب گوش بالا مینی مپه نیما.
My nickname, to be honest, we had to create some login for the LAN that I played with my friend. And I didn't want to play, I just want to
تورنمنت ها بچه سیستمایی که پیاده میکنن برای ما استریمر و گزارشگرات قانون داره بهمون میگن آقا مثلا شما کامراتو باید بذاری اینجا. حالا من جای دیگه نمیتونم بذارم اونور بذارم دیتای گیم میاد مینی مپ هست اینجا چیزی نمیاد.
And then what the fuck is this? You flipped it. Yeah, and then he said it's a bit weird, you know? And then I would just flip it and that's it.
تک به تک شرطی آسان هستی. سلام خوش اومدید. ترکیب ناوی، واندرفول، بیتس، ایما، الکسی بی، کاظم، مکازی. سلام پیمان. قربونت برم حسین جون، چاکل زد.
It was like that, but there is no meaning. It's just a name that I wanted to casters read my name like when I do
سمت راست بالاتر از این ببرم میشه کیل فید.
but there was no potential yet.
UI کانتر رو نمیشناسید.
I'm in the stage, I'm in the tournaments and it is happening like
HUD رو باید بشناسید. بازی شروع شه متوجه میشید چرا تصویر من اینجاست. پیمانه کوه زادی.
That's brilliant, actually. I wish I had a very good answer, but the reality is just that I don't remember where I got the blame from, but I was called blame. I think it was because I like to rhyme it with like blame, fame, game. Like I had a lot of like those in my nickname back when I played even like Condition Zero and stuff for fun. But I remember I took the F from Trace F, who was playing 1.6 because I thought he was a cool guy. And yeah, I think I was called blame B maybe at one point because my surname is Bremer. So blame B, but then I think I saw that he was called Trace F, and I thought I'll take the F, and then it just became blame F. And then funny enough, I actually ended up, he joined the Astralis as a coach. I ended up playing with him, even though.
بعد اینم مسابقه داریم امشب فقط همینه. بعدش یه بازی دیگه است.
When I was really small, like 12 years old or something, 11, I had my name like Regal, like I was watching like basically Real Madrid, and I just put Regal, and then it was in a funky way written down, like like how kids do, like one big letter, one small letter, some numbers and shit like that. And then I had one friend of mine who was getting one of the like face it or whatever, and he read my name as Regali, and then I'm like, okay, this is it.
I like to watch so much CodeZero. He was my idol when I was more young, and for me he was the best player. And I want to copy his name like in my way, and Code and Snow have something, and yeah, it comes from CodeZero. Yeah, it's a good nickname for me.
A wake-up call, a rude awakening, label it whatever you want. GamerLegion just got slapped upside the head by Aurora to start this semifinals, and there's a big question mark as to whether they're ever going to get into the competition here to close out their day.
چت آماده باشید بریم برای مپ دوم داستو. امیدوارم در بازی قشنگ‌تر شه.
They have harnessed that energy yet again here in this best of 3.
You just couldn't ask for anything more. Madger has his, I saw Trap
post, best
career map by a country mile. The round swing, I think it was 18%. Numbers we've never seen before.
3, 2,
Unreal.
1, let's go! درودی دیگر در خدمت شما عزیزان هستیم. آرورا گیمر لیژن مپ دوم داستو. مپ اول که 13-1 اوورپس به سود آرورا به پایان رسید. که پیک گیمر لیژن همون حالا مپ دوم هایپکس کمی اگریسیو به کتواک نتونست کاری از پیش ببره. باز هم شانس خودش رو امتحان میکنه، نتیجه به همراه نداره. چندین بازیکن در پی رد کردن خطا به سمت بامزای زیتیار موفق است روی گرفتن فرست بلاد. تو ادامه کار باز هم زیتیار موفق تریپل کیل. زیتیار خوب داره کارسازی میکنه. پیار از راه رسید برای کمک. داریم راند میبینیم. بله زیتیار کواد کیل. یه دونه اینو بزنیم به افتخارش دیگه بابا. چی به دست رسید جلکو؟
All the way through to the site. If they had taken out ZTR in the back, it would have been so hard for his teammates to walk backwards up CT spawn and fight from that.
راند دوم آرورا فولیکو
They're on par with their overpass.
باکسینگ. وای چه شاتی رو زد تو صورت هایپکس. اخ 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 گردنش قطع شد آجی.
In the world.
Damn.
Hypex thought he could buy a scout this round. That's funny.
از خط نگه داشت. پشت وای من رز هم نتونست کارسازی بکنه. حالا موفق توی گرفتن ترید 4 به 4.
Even though Acadia is looking in that direction as well, so
مبارکه اومدن پیسی جدید مبارکه.
Oh, that's two spotted.
چی شد دارشون؟
Do you surpass the setup? Yeah, do you surpass it or do you come clear it? And it looks like they're going to go with the latter.
چقدر هم سرعت رو کم کردن. جاسور از راه میرسه، میتونه رز رو سورپرایز بکنه و کارش رو تمام بکنه یا نه. چقدر به موقع رز فرار کرد. خدای من. 3 بازیکن داخل آپر تانل. رز روی بام سایت. نفر 4م هم داره از راه میرسه. یعنی میتونه کار از پیش ببره یا نه. از فلش خوش استفاده میکنه. خطا باعث شده به سوی بام سایت. فشار سنگین. یک فلش عالی از ویکادیا. جوتا کار رز رو تمام میکنه. کنترل بام سایت در اختیار بازیکنان آرورا قرار میگیره. خیلی الان سخت شده رفتن به سوی بام سایت. یک بوست عالی و به موقع 3 به 3 میکنن روند کاروزی تیار کماکان در پی فرصت. نفر سوم پیار از راه رسیده. مجد یک تایمینگ میتونه به سودش باشه. نتونست کارسو بکنه. جوتا ویکادیا و تمام 1-1 نتیجه بازی برابر. ایمان رز چه گازی زد رو بام سایت بی. چه گازی زد رو بام سایت بی.
That's one for the highlight reel. What an unbelievable shot. Like he's
جای وایتالیتی رو چرا قرار باشه یکی بگیره اصلا.
Crossing high when you're aiming low through the wall as well. And it's just pure efficiency in this post plan. Even though they get that boost, which was pretty cool to try, it's not enough.
1-1 نتیجه بازی برابر. یک بار دیگه واکسیک و اسکات و رزی که اسیر این اسکات شد.
Aurora, a sight for sore eyes to see them back in this kind of a level.
Looks like Rez is just off it a little bit too. He looks kind of uncomfortable. Doesn't seem to be in with the timings.
حالا بازیکنان گیمر لیژن هستن که
3CT setup here.
فول فورس زانتارس اوپنینگ فرگ گرفت. چقدر بد پوزیشن گرفت ZTR. اصلا هم تیمش نتونستن کاور بدن ترید کنن. خیلی پوزیشنش جلو بود. مجر ادامه کار ویکادیا. فرک های پیاپی. کنترل کامل بام سایت در اختیار آرورا. تکلیزه لند میشه.
It is going to be playing off of the back foot yet again at the start of this third half of play.
هلو فرهان گولد.
With the pistol round win. Acadia already
آها معلوم نیست باید دید. فعلا که هیچ تیمی اونجوری نیست.
Feeling of victory.
ویکادیا هم موفق.
Aurora can think about at the moment.
نفر آخر تاسن تنک به 5 در پی سیو کردن پیستول آرمور خودش. تا ثانیه های دیگر امتیاز دوم رو خواهیم دید در اختیار آرورا.
Nature of the scoreline, they were just untouchable. And here we go. Gonna start working the same formula. 5 up. Scout can be traded away if Woxic doesn't want to hold on to it, but Aurora's limits right now, no bounds.
I just don't. I'm not sure if they're going to be stopped anymore. You know, right off the bat on overpass round 2, you could see, you could just instantly see the future of the half. How bad it was going to get. How overwhelming their presence feels right now.
راند چهارم ایکوراند گیمر لیژن زانتارس سرعتی به سمت وسط. چه نیدی خورد رزوای من. حالا بازیکنان گیمر لیژن حمله میکنن برای گرفتن فرگ. موفقم هستن. واکسیک که کسی فرگ رو برمیگرد. نیاز به کاور سنگین تری دارن. خود واکسیک دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. چه جواب خوبی هم دارن. ادوانتج رو حفظ کردن بازیکنان گیمر لیژن. مجد آخه مجر یکی از قوی ترین فلنکرهای حال حاضر CS دائم تو فلنکه.
If he grabs this M4, Joda's dead.
He sees it. Oh. Okay.
Oh
my gosh. That's just so risky for some reason.
Picks it up with 0 bullets.
تک به تک. مجر در برابر رز.
All right, well, this could be a free B plant if he
رز
wants to.
حرکت
Rez is
میکنه به
actually
سمت
going the
A.
wrong way.
مهجر رفت به سمت B.
Going away is actually going to cost a
بازرش رو
little bit of
زیاد میکنه با رز رد HP.
No matter what, it's still a better place for GamerLegion. The fact that it can do
300
some damage
فکر کنم جا داشته باشه خیلی بیشتر FPS بگیره. دل کنه
like this to convince yourself that you're not entirely out of it, but
he's got interesting grenades for this, but
no
like
armor, no kit.
yeah, it might go like K sharp and hope
با
that he's
سریعتر
backside.
عمل بکنه.
It
رز
might, you know, need to
اونقدرها زمان نداره. اگر این نید و مولی رو درست استفاده کنه که اصلا استفاده نمیکنه. دیفالت داره میاد بیرون. خود مجر کارشو تمام میکنه. باز هم امتیازی که در اختیار آرورا قرار میگیره. در پی یک قدمی گرفتن راند ایکو بودند که مجر از راه رسید توی فلنک. میره برای گان راند. نخستین گان راند بازی توی راند پنجم. 4 امپور ایوان و IVP در اختیار بازیکنان گیمر لیجن. تاثیر داره آجال کار. تاثیر داره. CS مثل بقیه گیما نیست.
You can kill them. They're not invincible. And now you've got guns to try to get this CT side back under control.
Worst part about all this for ZTR is just having to call all these ecos. You keep losing. And now it's another relatively thin buy here for GamerLegion.
اسمو که وسط رفرش میشه.
Because it's like no kids, half
3 بازیکن گیمر لیجن
looks decent, but
در نزدیکی بام سایت A.
you know, they're 2 deaths away from just saving in this situation.
ZTR 3 بازیکن توی لاین در مقابل او. کنترل شورت رو هم از دست دادن. زانتارس و جوتا. یه زانتارس پیک داریم برای زیتیار یا نه؟ اسپات شد. زیتیار اجازه بده اسنایپر از راه برسه جالبه که خود زانتارس فرق کار گرفت. دوبل کی برای اموسه زانتارس. پیا روی بام سایت فشار رو بیشتر میکنن. سعی داره فرق بگیره. واکسی به سرعت تیلیت میکنه. ادوانتج رو از دست دادند داخل اسمو. یک فلش دیگه. اسنایپر همونجا حضور داره. رز فایت کلوز رنج. واکسینگ و مجر موفق تر. ران تموم شد بک. سلام جمیلیان و کوپولیان و چیتی هستنی. خوب هستنی. خوش هستنی. چه خبر؟ پرایم نیکو پرایم زانتارس. چت مقایسه هایی که میکنید خیلی ناقصه. بابا نیکو کجا زانتارس کجا مردی. نیکو افسانه است. چطوری میریج؟ نیکو لجند است. یارو توی لول دیگه ایه. بیکادیا فقط یک فرق نصیبش شد. تریت توسط زیتیار. تو ادامه کار مجر اسپری هم پری. اسموک منگه های پیاپی توسط مجر و زانتارس. همه شات هم لند شد. 4-2. ای که خالی. بی هم که خالی. شورت هم که خالی. همه جا خالیه که نمیسرد. آهسته و پیوسته بنوش چای خجسته.
Lean killing machines.
Yes, sir. Flightless birds in the way that their year never really took off.
Wow.
آکسیک چه فلش سوپر ایمپکتی بود توسط تازن پرتاب شده بود اون فلش.
Well, you got to remember, you know, you got to remember.
حتی منم اینجا فلش شدم.
Aurora showing that they can play top shelf CS.
وای زیر اون پست فلشه که کامنت زده بود. اما من مشهدم اینجا هم فلش شد. خیلی خوب بود. دوست داشتم اون کامنتو. الو سم.
That's what I always say.
پرایم من یا نیکو؟ او نیکو سگ تو آجال کن. این دو دوست.
How about that liquid match?
All jokes aside, honestly, it's kind of Aurora keeping up their
سلام اهورا.
At this event, because 3D Max didn't. You know, going off of like who can get to grand finals, obviously. We just had that 3D Max Legacy Finals, and we were thinking
یعنی یه 13-1 دیگه داریم چت.
Didn't step it up to the plate. Well, they have stepped up to the plate, and then currently knocked the semifinals.
تکنیکال
Now, they're a team
پازل.
that's powered up at, you know, sort of alongside GamerLegion, beating their recent other games, and well, yeah, saw come into this again. They could have just been a punching bag. People are tweeting how bad their performances were because they lost.
برمیگردیم به بازی راند هفتم 5-1.
It looks like you might have lost to just a very legit run. This is them getting better and better.
راند دوم گیمر لیجن توی مپ دوم اسموک سنتی ایکس باکس.
Back to the game at hand.
به پرو آمنلی
Wait a second.
یه پوش اگریسیو چاکل زمرز یه فرگ زد و
That's a team nade that bounces back in Joda's face.
چه نید بعدی هم پرتاب شد. ویکادیا دیسریسپکت بیار در مقابل او. ویکادیا هایپکس هرچند موفق شد یک ترید هم بگیره، از مولی خودش استفاده میکنه. سه بازیکن چقدر فاصله هاشون زیاده از هم، هر کی یه جا پوزیشن گرفته. آقا دارن حرکت میکنن به سمت بام سایت ای. سعی دارن
Kind of interesting because it would be actually favorable for them.
مواظب موومنت خودشون باشن. ویکادیا یه قدم دیگه بر می‌داشت. هایپکس فکر می‌کنم اسپاتش کرده بود. فلشی بود. فلش فقط هایپکس و فرستاد مرحله بعدی. چیکار می‌کنید بچه‌های گیمر لیجن؟ شمشک نوشهر. بله تاسن رو ببینید. بابا تیر بزن. واو.
Aurora go up 6-1. Quad kills across the board for this Aurora squad at the moment.
I think no more nades this round.
که مجر رو دیدم فاز این والیبالیستا کش زده رو دستشو. مدیکال کیک زده.
چش شلوار. آقا استریم بیشتر بذار. مسکو خیلی طرفدار داره. با روسا میشینیم استریماتو میبینیم. بابا دبلیو بابا.
بگو ما اینجا روسی هم حرف میزنیم.
آره با ما تو روسی هم حرف میزنیم. گیمر لیجن کلا با تایموت که غریبه. دست پیشم خیلی طول کشید تا تایموت بگیرن. نمیدونم چرا نمیزنن تاکتیکالاشونو.
Maybe he can have some kind of heroic moment, but it just doesn't feel like anybody on GamerLegion's got it in them right now. You know, there was an actual question about being able to come back from that overpass, smashing.
ویکادیا در پی حرکت به سمت بامسای در همین حین موفق شد اوپنینگ فرگ رو هم بگیره. از ند خودش استفاده میکنه توی سیتی اسپان. کمی دمیج میزنه به هایپکس. چهار تایی رفتن سیو.
Sometimes it's a team that's cloudy, you know, they don't have ideas, but this is like an overwhelming force that you just don't have an option but to lose.
لیدر لیرکر رایده بودم تا حالا.
آجی لانگ سیتی میدن لانگ. مجر دائم لانگو پوش میده آجی. عجیبه. قیمت استیکر هولو ناوی چنده؟ google.com. چند تایموت دارن؟ 3 تا. حاج به کابه سلام برسون. کابه امیر کپل سلام میرسونه. گفته که بگو امیر گفت اسکین اسکیل نمیاره.
قبول داری؟
من که
از قدیم گفتن اسکین مهمتر از اسکیله.
والا من که اسکین اسکیل نمیاره. چون باورتون نشه نظر من کاملا برعکسه. به نظر من جدی اسکین اسکیل میاره. الان بچه ها میگن یعنی چی مگه تو بازی تاثیر داره؟
منم واقعا همینطوریم. مثلا AK ولکان دستت باشه فاز وان تپ میگیری
به خدا
مثلا با دیفالت.
ببین بحث چیز دیگه منتالیه، یعنی منتال تو خیلی تقویت میکنه اسکین، حس قدرت و اعتماد به نفس بهت میده یه جورایی.
آقا تو تصور کن هر روز با پراید بری سر کار یا مثلا با BMW M8 بری سر کار.
اینکه پراید خودش رو در مقابل BMW دید به اصطلاح اسم میکنم که ارزش سهام سایپای 30-40% رفت بالا حاجی.
حالا این امیر کوپال اینو میگه به خاطر اینکه اون شب من داشتم یه اتکی به پرستو میدادم، امیر کوپال پرید وسط اتکر رو به خودش گرفت.
سویساید میشن رفتی ها جمعی؟
این تاون مستر پرزیدنت اینطوری دایو زد جلو.
ببین خب مسلما رو مکانیک بازی تاثیر نداره، رو مکانیک بازی کاری نمیکنه ولی از نظر روانی بوستت میکنه.
حالا اینا به کنار فری دیدی مارکت همه آیتما گرون شد.
امروز تریدبل شدن آیتما؟
دیروز تریدبل شد همون کارامیت تارگتوس تو 700 تا شد 1200.
چرا؟ مگه تعداد نایفا زیاد نشد؟ چه دروغیه؟ چی داره میشه تو مارکت؟
زیاد شده ولی همه دارن گرون میفروشن. اون رو داره دف میکنه این تو شورت داره.
آجی ران دو دیدین چه؟
این داره سیو میکنه اون داره دف میکنه. چیکار دارم با گیم لیجن؟
کی گفت آجی امیر کوپل؟ کی گفت؟
long by himself versus an op and a rifler on site.
کوپل کجا اومده؟ توییچ یا یوتیوب؟
توییچ.
Agreement was like we're only going to go for exits and everybody else held to that idea and didn't think PR would keep going with success. But if Towson pushes into that cat
not
stairs,
exits though.
last player's dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's like he sent the
نوشته کاوه با من بود با پری نبود.
pigeons. They did that.
Wow.
سلام ما جواد چطوری جیگر خوش اومدیم.
Aurora have flown the coop.
سلام پارسونا.
No putting them into that box of disappointment that they have offered us one too many times this year. It is nothing but round wins after round wins so far on Dust 2.
My goodness.
Another blowout in this semi-final.
چه یه اوپنینگ فرگ دیدیم بچه‌ها ادامه روند بازی به سمت بام سایت ای زیتیا رو یکی بگیره چت خدای من، پیا رو یکی بگیره چت خدای من، چی داره میشه چت خدای من.
Trying to prevent them from putting down this bomb. Doesn't look like they'll be able to stop it. And now you have to ask, is a double op retake going to come to fruition for GamerLegion?
چطوری میخواین ما دابل آپ برید دیگه 3 به 3؟
Joda takes this deep elbow spot, dodging flashes and Woxic gets his kill. So now the edge very much Aurora yet again. And Hypex just lost within these smoke grenades.
9-1.
Doesn't really have a plan. 2 ops just wandering right now. It's not even him getting out at this point.
Desperate act to depart. Joda to guarantee his save.
جوتا زورش رو زد.
Run it fast because Madger is on the hunt.
They've just siphoned all of the confidence, everything that GamerLegion have built to believe that they could take this match, to have convinced me that they could actually take this match is zapped. It's been sucked from their life force.
in GamerLegion
that GSP quote again. Having confidence, but
چطوری having
all this money in your bank account, no bank card. You know, like that's where GamerLegion are at
این مرد
right now.
حالا
We know they
دقت
play better
نکرده
than
بودم
this,
به
but they're fundamentally destroyed.
محمد جوادی دیگه آجمجه‌ای دیگه ای بابا. چت تاکتیکال تایمون اولیشو کی گرفتن؟ که الان دومیشو گرفتن.
This is where Ash has to come in. It's where ZTR has to be, the IGL to step up. Like that's the bottom line. You don't get to win tournaments unless you can play from behind, even the most dire circumstances. And as much as we criticized Aurora and sort of, you know, poked fun at them
بزنید دیگه این بازی دامسن اصلا کامبک نشه خیلی حسی کنم سنگین ترین بریم بازی
they have shown an average consistency despite their sort of tiredness that's really impressive.
پرتغالیا تاسن اصلا حتی نتونست رد شه مردی. نایس مولی بای دی وی. رانده 11 بازی رو شاید هستید. تاسن رید اچ رو بام سایت بی فرک هم زد. ادامه کار بازم تاسن دابل کیل. چه اتفاقی داره میفته؟ گیم لیجن کامبک. اما زانتارس یک از سرکار رو برمیگردونه. واکسی که موفق. آیپکس سکوتن هایپکس غمگین و رسوا. آیپکس عاشق شب ها سیس راندونی. یه دونه از اینا میذاریم به افتخار گیمر لیجن. چه راندیو دادن. بله اورا ساعت 5:30 صبح در خدمت هستیم. با امید از خدا.
And that's not to take anything away from Aurora. They're at the dentist right now. Like they just want it to end. This is a root canal.
And a rude awakening.
آیم تو چینه دیگه. بازی ساعت 5:30 صبح لایو میشه.
چنگدو چینه؟
آره.
چرا بگم مغولستانه؟
فکر کنم چینه.
شاکس رفته اونجا. استوریا شاکس داشتم این رفته بود با مغولا پلی داده. فکر کنم استندین مغولا میخواد بیاد.
نه گفتن کنترلز رو میارن که جای سنزور.
پس شاید رفتم مثلا چیز
کنترلز. شاید هم نمیدونم. البته این خبری که من شنیدم برای میجر بود. هرچند من نمیدونم توی آیم هم میخوام بیارنش یا نه.
Xantaros knows where the last guy is. Just go for it, man.
This would be for the ace. But he's going to join forces, make sure that Aurora do not give any wiggle room to GamerLegion. A top box plan.
Xantaros double ace.
And Towson, I would not want to be him in this moment. It is
الان جوتا نقشه آرشام اسپایدر رو داشت. درسته؟
Xantaros not even in it for the highlights, man. Here for the win. You know, gave him the excuse of overpass. CT side losing there. You know, sure, we didn't get to see theirs.
آرشام به جایی رسیده فکر کنم مثلا ایچه بلاد اسپورت از تو کیس در بیاره اونقدر بهش لذت نمیده که مثلا کیل 5 بدزده. نظر ایس کنی بهش لذت میده.
ای خدا. همه تو یوتیوب ان سوسو. استریم تو یوتیوب لایو در اصل. یوتیوب توییچه.
I mean, those last two maps with Saw and Liquid were competing for it, but at least they won something there.
Everybody wants to be a part of Counter-Strike history.
Talk of the devil and he shall appear. Arsham پیدا شد.
Speaking of the devil.
And on a day when they were feeling high coming out of that quarter, first semifinals for this team.
Yeah.
آرشام اسپایدر رو بیارید تو چت رابرت.
And life comes at you fast.
صاحبم زنگ بیارید.
صاحبه.
We've kind of just got one whole map of CS so far.
چی شد؟
Not even a whole map of CS:GO.
خب بیستوران دوم چت.
Find out how much worse.
It's a do or die. How is that even possible?
With a stomp like this, match overall match rating is going to be.
بگیرید پیستوران بگیرید خدا وکیلی نه پیستوران.
I can't wait to see the stats page if they end this 13-1 again.
Yeah, math guy's going to be creaming himself after this.
Oh, numbers.
ایتیار اسموک یک فلش 2 نفر پریدن توی سیتی. مجر دابل کیل باکسیک سانتارس جوتا السلام علیکم به رحمت الله و برکاته الله یا سلمون علی النبی. 20 راند یکی بگیره چت. اینو جواد چطوری؟ خیلی ایزیان جدی اصلا باورم نمیشه. این ضعیف‌ترین پیستوراند تاریخ کانتر استرایک بوده.
You know, nature of the beast, bro. It's the brutality of competition when things don't go your way. A loss is one thing. A loss this bad leaves permanent damage. It's going to be a tough evening in the prac room tonight for GamerLegion if they can't even get a few more rounds going. This is probably going to be the most lopsided loss of all 5 of these players' careers.
That's actually wild.
Rez included.
Ash is really going to be the king without a crown, huh?
Man, and it comes out of nowhere because they were powering up as this event went on.
البته نه رز جلو آسترالیس یه بار 16-1 باخته.
Him and Towson are in the top 6 rated players for Bucharest, making names for themselves. And then Aurora decide to come spoil this party. Total, utter domination and nothing but. As long as this semifinal has gone on, Aurora have been in the driver's seat. Nothing but speed on the way to a this is setting themselves apart from the rest of the
Yeah, just absolute nightmare fuel there for GamerLegion, but less so for Aurora. I mean, their most convincing performance here. I mean, obviously, right?
I mean,
or ever. Yeah, maybe ever.
13-1, 13-1. That's like Godzilla versus Paw Patrol or something. Like Jesus. There's nothing they can do there.
Best of تیری دوران
گرفت. I think they won the pistol and then they get immediately reset and then you can see the light just slowly fade away from their eyes, Richard.
That's right.
What?
That's their one round was the pistol.
بازی سا احتمالاً آره دیگه احتمالاً
They won a few more after that.
I mean,
that was domination.
Men's 13-0, you know.
Yeah, look, I think obviously there's not going to be a lot of perspective at this moment in time on you know how GamerLegion have still made forward progress at this tournament. They have had some horrible moments overall. You know, they've had some big chokes. You know, where they've been like 10-2, 10-1 up, things like this. But ultimately, this still represents an evolution of the team, and with all of the you probably don't feel so bad in the day.
I mean, yeah, but Rich, I wouldn't spend too much on GamerLegion, right?
کاور آجمیریان کپالیان خیلی مخلصیمیان فدا بشمیان مرسل چت قلب اسپم تا خودم شروع کنم قلب اسپم من اینج برای چت میام تا همه پلتفرما میره. مرسی برای 10 میلیون تومن دونیت. کاوه اومد؟ کاوه تو اومدی؟ بیا چقدر به موقع اومدی چه علالزاده ای. آجمیریان و کپالیان یه دونیت سنگین زده گفته که به کاوه بگو اسکیل میاره حاج حسودی نکنه به اسکیل. این جمله 10 میلیون خرجش بود کاوه.
خب به امیر کپل بگو اون موقعی که من امفور هول میگرفتم و میدادم نایف میکردم
خب میشنوی خب
میشنوه. آره اون موقعی که من کارا رو میکردم کاش نگه میداشتم آیتمامو نمیفروختم.
او یه جوری گفتی منم گفتی
نه بابا امیر کپل دوست دارم نمیاد بهش اتک بدم.
سخن بزرگان میخوای بگی آجمیریان کپالیان دستت پر برکت باشه انشالله تنت سلامت باشه خنده بر لبانت باشه ماچ به کلت باشه میزان باشی مشتی باشی و پرطرفدار دبلیو سنگین. مرسی برای 10 میلیون تومان دونیت خیلی مخلصیم. دمت گرم.
که never let them know the hands that finger you.
چی؟ چی؟
اقلا گفتن never let them know don't bite the hands that finger you. نه چیز feed you.
don't bite چی؟
میگه نمک خوردی، نمک ها نوش جونت، نمک دان رو چرا کردی تو کوچه.
یه لحظه چت بیار. الان
Like I told you, yesterday, if we can show this face of Aurora, that I think this level of play that we showed the first months of the year, I think we can beat every team in the world. And today it's a good example when all my players are confident and everything goes smooth and we have the energy. It's really good, and yeah.
And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that because obviously you've been no stranger to this. You were talking to me even back on Media Day and saying we know when we're at our best, when we're playing good CS, it requires the tactical side, but also the individuals to rise up. Obviously, yesterday when we spoke, a lot more lower. It wasn't in the same place. How did you correct that then in terms of outside the server? Or was it more so, like you say, just getting everyone on the same page again to kind of trust their gut, play individual CS and stick to the system? I saw you yourself as well, very energetic today. You were showing off the guns, Maja.
Yeah, brother. Like we have a lot of talk since this tournament. Every day was very difficult. We should not forget that today is a win with confidence, but we also play really bad CS in this tournament. I'm aware of that, and we have to keep working for that. And today was a good day for us. Good confidence, good play, etc. So yeah, we have to be like today for tomorrow, and hopefully we can leave the trophy. Yeah.
We'll touch on that a little bit then as well. Then, of course, you say, the sort of hands on the trophy, obviously, going into that. The other game that's going on, Legacy versus Saw. Is there any sort of quick summary of that one? Any thoughts on an opponent you prefer to play? Or is at this point, it's just reset, take it as whatever best of three you get, that's the start and end of the tournament for Aurora?
I think between SAO and Legacy, you mean? Like who was going to win? I think both of teams are really strong at this moment. Legacy just won a tournament recently, and SAO beat us here. And I think they play good chess when I play against them. So doesn't matter. I think SAO Legacy, but like I told you, if we play like we play today, and if my boys are confident like this, and we have a good energy like this, I think we can win this tournament. And yeah. That's all I can say.
It makes sense, yeah. Of course, lastly, before I let you go, Maj, then obviously to relax off the back of that one and calm down a little bit, is there anything you want to say, obviously, to the fans watching at home, friends, family that have been watching the journey of Aurora?
Yeah, guys, for every fan, I will say in English for now, in Turkish, thank you, everyone. You're supporting a lot of, in the tough time, you're supporting us, and we try to show you good Counter-Strike, and we focus on our game, and hopefully we can do the next, the same things tomorrow.
You want to do it directly in Turkish as well? Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because my kids are not in school at this moment. They're watching. Defne, Aslan, Ceren, size seviyorum sizin için. I told them that I love you.
It's always beautiful. Smile on his face today. Lovely talking to Maja. Let's get back over to Richard and the panel.
Yeah, thanks, Jackie. So, Matt, from Sadja to majorly happy. I'll workshop that.
He's not mad for sure, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Yeah,
that's the happiest I've seen him in months. But
yeah, well, I mean, look, let's put that into a context. He's obviously on the precipice of actually doing something they haven't done yet, which is winning a trophy. You're in a final. It's a best of 5.
Yes.
The opponents that you're going to play, theoretically, are 2 teams you should be able to beat, but one has beaten you at this tournament, so you've got the tape to fix the issues with how they beat you. And it couldn't be more favourite.
And the other is coming off of a best of 5 final win of their own.
Yeah,
so I think it will be interesting either way. But yeah, I think it goes without saying Aurora should be the favorite, especially after how they've played, against GamerLegion.
It's also like, the one complaint we had was like, for example, the T-sides and whatnot, but like, look at a Duster T-side, the cohesion was spectacular. They were just abusing all the mistakes, not even the mistakes GamerLegion were making, they're just abusing them overall across the map. So this every tick box required being checked. And Maj also having perhaps, I think, objectively the best map he's ever had in his career as well, so yeah.
I mean, well, we can highlight the stats. It's just kind of...
That's across 2 maps, by the way. Like,
yeah,
popped
I mean,
off.
it's kind of crazy because, you know, look, I usually, when he's at the top of the scoreboard or doing crazy things, it's because he's occupying the space of players that have failed and then not doing the things. That really wasn't the case kind of today. I mean, like, everybody did everything they were supposed to be doing, and he just seemed energized and more engaged than I've sort of seen him for a while. Like, he stepped up.
Yeah, things were going great for them individually. He had great moments on overpass especially. But man, it's just great to be Jota in this series, right? It's like team project, got an A, didn't do anything, right? He had 13 kills over 2 maps.
Yeah.
And they were just, you know, stopping 13-1, 13-1.
I mean, if you can't see anyone, what are you going to do, right?
No, only kill what's on your screen.
Fault of his own, but that tells you how good of a day like Aurora has had, you know, 3 players over 100 ADR for the series with KDX, Xantares, and Major just had their way with GamerLegion in this one.
It's also a crazy day because I think Yumi just put out a stat as well, taking a look at it. The teams who have lost to maps today across all the games we've had, they've averaged 5 rounds. It's been very lopsided wins overall by the favorites. Like, well, not Liquid, but yeah, everyone else.
We just don't talk about that. We don't go to Ravenholm. Anyway, we'll take a quick break. We've got an interview with Mutierz coming up now. Obviously, Saw have been the big surprise of this competition so far. So we're going to get a temperature check with them. They're going to be taking on Legacy. We're obviously going to be breaking that down. I think we can all agree, though, Saw probably are the real surprise of this tournament, you know?
I think absolutely. I mean, if you're looking at positive surprises, right, absolutely. They've been punching well above their weight, it feels like. And for me, the player has been Aragon, right? Coming into this event, he's one of the lowest rated players. And he's right now up there alongside Agile. So again, Mutierz working wonders with people most people have never heard of.
Yeah, well, we can get a bit of insight into what he's been doing with Saw in this interview we recorded earlier today.
Jackie here, fresh off the back of the Saw victory over Liquid, joined by the wonderful man himself, Mutierz. Mate, that was a hell of a victory. 3 maps, you close it down 13-1 in the last game. The entire team were truly staying as warriors today. Talk to me about it, bro.
I don't know, it feels amazing to play like that. After the first map, we just go out and I'm just saying, okay, we couldn't do anything, so it was all about reset and come to our map. And I don't know, I think that Train, it's a map that it's going very well for us. And in Inferno, we knew that it would be 50-50, but we controlled everything. So yeah, I mean, it's those type of games that you just feel that everything is going okay.
And it seemed that way because obviously watching yourself play, even in some very key clutch rounds, right, there was moments where it felt like the whole team kind of just rose up. It felt like you were awake today, you're hitting all of your shots. Did it feel like, as much as it was obviously the tactical side of Saw's Counter-Strike, it was just individuals giving even more today, ready for playoffs?
Yeah, for sure. I think that when the problem of our team is when we are getting destroyed, that's when people become more quiet and stuff like that. But when we are this way, it's kind of hard to stop us. And I don't know, we can be a retake or whatever. We are just calm and we are just playing. So that's what I ask them. It's just don't think too much. Just play your game, do what you feel, and that's what they did. So I'm extremely happy.
Okay, so it's one of those games where it's more you just sort of have the freedom of like, trust your gut, go off the leash. If you want to make a play, now's the time to do it in that series.
Yeah, for sure. And after that first game, it's really hard to come to the map. And if I just say, okay, let's be very strict and don't do anything. So I think that people just needed to feel a little bit the game. And when they felt, they just destroyed. So I'm really happy.
Yeah, I can imagine. Obviously, we've got the game going on in front of us over here, right? Pain versus Legacy, 3rd map. Yeah. That could be your side of the bracket, upcoming semi-finals. Yeah. What's your kind of thoughts on what's ahead of you? You even thinking about that, or more just fresh off the win, you know, reset?
No, I don't really. We didn't think about anything, so we didn't want to think too much about the opponent. Of course, we adjust just little things, and I don't know. They are just 2 great teams, so who we're gonna face, it's going to be a very hard game for us. But like I said, we are fighting a lot, so I hope that we do a good game.
Yeah, I hope to see it, man. It's going to be awesome to watch. The boys have been playing some great CS today. Best of luck in the following game.
Thank you so much.
Let's get back over to the panel.
So yeah, great to hear from one of the veterans there. Obviously, Mutierz for me, I remember him back, way back, playing for Kick.
I played against him.
Oh, did you really?
That's how far back he goes.
That's
against him and Roman, who was up until recently also on SAW. But yeah, he's been around for so long. Managed to make a major finally last year, I believe, for the first time. But yeah, I mean, just still there, still going, still grinding, still finding ways to play good CS with new players constantly from Portugal.
I've always been fascinated by the Portuguese scene, Blair, because it always feels like it doesn't have the population benefits of, say, somewhere like Brazil or whatever it might be, and yet steadily they have produced Counter-Strike teams that are always there or thereabouts, competitive internationally, going all the way back to Kick, but there's been several names down the years in every iteration of Counter-Strike.
I mean, in the early days, it was only Fox, right? Like the one. I mean, that's what
PGL TV legend.
Hello again. But yeah, absolutely. I feel like the most impressive thing for Mutierz as just a leader is you're looking at the SAW lineup who were kind of making waves last year, right? When they had Roman in the team, they had Jokes, Alice Dosse. You thought, all right, this team could really start to do things, and then they have to bench a player, one of them leaves, and then you're kind of wondering, is it really going to pan out? They had a couple of players coming in as well. That didn't work out. But all of a sudden, you have Agile getting activated, looking so good this season. And then, of course, the new pieces in the form of Aragon and Crazy. And I won't lie, I was looking at some of the stats and some of the results, and Aragon was it was struggling quite a bit. And somehow, this event has kind of seemed to found himself, so to speak, and finding so much impact.
Just not an online player, just a guy who's on LAN, maybe. But yeah, I mean, that was the heartbreak last year. So just started making results.
9th place overall at the tournament, by the way.
Yeah, and from that point on, they lose like
Legacy
players. You see that it was, but there was something behind the scenes that was going on, right? That you couldn't put your figure onto, and you felt like, damn, there's no way they can rebuild back from this. And the start of the year wasn't great, but slowly but surely, they're getting back into the swing of things. Narrowly missed out on the major with that loss to 9 over at Philadelphia. Yeah, that was heartbreaking, but, making the most out of their opportunity.
Well, I mean, you couldn't make more of what they did to Liquid. I mean, just crazy result in retrospect. Didn't just beat them, dominated them on.
It's also, I like the mentality, right? You don't make it to the major, and understandably be so disappointed as well. And yet they come into this one. They had a rough start to start things up, but they still managed to kick ass. And yeah, that Liquid beating, it was something.
So talk about the veto.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think they should veto Train probably and leave Overpass through, because for the side of SAW, they like to pick either Nuke or Train, right? And then it's just about picking what you left in. And we see the Train ban come through. Mirage is the permaban for SAW. I don't think they need to gamble and let anything else through, right? And then for the side of Legacy, here it gets a bit interesting because it's been all over the place for them lately. And in this tournament, right? I mean, Inferno is what they decide to go for. And then, as I said, probably something like Nuke or an Ancient for the side of SAW, depending on where they feel more comfortable at.
All right, Nuke coming in. Also, the interesting thing for SAW is the only time so far this event where they've won their map pick was against
Inferno map اول Nuke map دوم.
Apart from that, they picked Nuke multiple times, Ancient as well to start things off of the tournament. They've lost each and every one of their first picks, so that is a worrying thing. But then again, I mean, that Liquid win was spectacular here. But yeah, that's also the thing with playing against Legacy, right? This 7-map pool they have, that's something they can always try and abuse and take away your best map.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Ancient map آخر دیسایدر. Inferno که Ancient.
They aren't the strongest yet, but the thing I like about them is
این بازی نمیدونم پیش بینیش چجوری میره جلو.
Hello Sohail. They always seem to find a groove. It's like a period in the game where they string a bunch of rounds together and you go, okay, they might close this one out, and then they either do or they don't. But there's always a moment where you feel moving forward, they could be in this. They could win this.
It's also because I feel like a lot of the players on this Legacy side are so mercurial, right? You can have someone like Sadzin, I think, is a perfect example where
mercurial is a word.
Yeah. It's feast or famine, and if it's feast, he's just gonna, just eat you alive.
I think both of the teams will be happy with the veto, though. SAW get Nuke and Ancient. Legacy don't have to play Overpass or Train in this one. And what's interesting, actually, is, I mean, there's been no time for these teams to prepare. Like that was a very, very quick semi-final, right?
That's the thing. Those can sometimes work against.
The Legacy game went long against Spain. I mean, what, they had 2 hours, even if that. So I think this series, a lot of it will come down to not anti-stratting, not preparation. It will just be focusing on yourself and seeing who has the fundamentals and the protocols down better.
Well, I'll stay with Yanko for a moment. You know, this is the map, Yanko, that they really emerged on the scene. Remember, beat Vitality to end that streak. I know it's a best of 1, but whatever. You know, and so what is it they do well on the T side of Inferno?
I think it's just, as you see, having Dumao and Lux in those positions towards Banana, being able to find openings and establish control. But outside of that, it's just having a lot of also fast.
سلام آریا، سلام مهدی، خوش اومدید بچه.
Like to go for that 3B opening, either to just drop nades to make sure you get that control of Banana. And Legacy just has so many plays fast towards A where you're actually taking a legit risk going for that opening because you might find yourself in a 2v5 over on the A bomb site early on.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like, speaking of Lux, right, I think it's been really having some really cool moments in this tournament as well. Like, you know, you might have Sadzin have been going a little bit quiet. You have Domal obviously just being a rock overall, right? But so many impact moments in the IGL as well. I think that's a cool thing about this team. There's no, like, one weak player. Everyone seems to be delivering when they need to.
And this is actually a huge game for Saw in terms of the VRS. If they're able to win this, I mean, they move up, I think, 3 or 4 spots up in the rankings, right? A lot more on the line for them than for Legacy.
Well, we're going to see if they can seize that opportunity. The game is live. Take it away, Mohan and Connor.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, sir. Big implications for Saw. I like that Yanko
برای بازی دوم چت به نام خدا در خدمت شما عزیزان هستیم. لگسی در برابر سا، برزیلیا در برابر پرتغالیا. برنده این بازی هم صعود میکنه به گرند فاینال. فردا ساعت 2:30 ظهر در برابر آرورا بازی خواهد کرد. اینفرنو مپ اول لتو در نزدیکی وسط سرعت رو چاشنی کار قرار دادن، به سرعت حرکت میکنه به سمت بام سایت در پی گرفتن فرست بلاد. موفق میشه این کار رو انجام بده و فرست بلاد رو در اختیار تیمش قرار بده. کنترل بام سایت رو ازش از دست دادن. کریزی هم از راه میرسه. چقدر قشنگ زد لاکس رو. دوما روی بام سایت زیر فشار سنگین. استوری هم بی نصیب نیونه. لتو بالاخره یک از فرک‌ها رو برمیگردونه تو ادامه کار. سعی داره باز هم فرک بگیره. نیسیم تنها باقی مونده روی بام سایت زیر فشار سنگین. کارشو تموم میکنن و بازیکنان سا موفق تو گرفتن پیستول راوندز. نه بند نمیکنه CG.
And even though they went that quickly, and it looked pretty scary, especially as they were trying to come out of the balcony, all of the CTs were flanking and pushing and finding small opportunities to get a shot in after this B flank took place. Right here, beautiful shot from Crazy. Like, you gotta love the activity. Fighting fire with fire. I don't know, that's technically not what that phrase means, but it still makes sense.
Think about it. They'll have a second.
چی راند دوم لگسی تاکتیکال تایموت گرفت.
That's going to be able to handle the aggressive Legacy stance as it goes on. You know, you just said fight fire with fire, and we know Legacy will just keep that tempo up.
Yeah, I just think that Legacy is just not a gimmick for them. Like, it's just who they are all the way down to the core. It's how they wake up out of bed. You know, they probably start yelling at their cereal in the morning. Like, that's just
چی راند دو لگسی تاکتیکال تایموت گرفت.
Putting up a face, so it's just they move fast and they're really good at it. I don't think the thing is, like, you keep up with them or deal with it in different ways, and you know, just like Astralis showed SK, you can
سلام علی چطوری؟ چه خبر دایی جان چیلی؟
You're not going to change them. It's just going to be
این راند دوم ایکو هم هستن پیستول آرمور بای. اوکی تاکتیکال عجیبی بود.
I'm not sure I'm ready to believe Saw can win this series yet. I know they are looking better and better, but
استوری زیر آیتم‌های سنگین، فلش‌های پیاپی. استوری توی اسموک بالاخره لاکس شکارش میکنه. کریزی از راه میرسه. عگیل هم موفق. رانده نسبتا ساده ای بود برای پرتغالیا. هلو روم جوکرم هومت.
the smoke push. Yeah. So I mean, I just said that, you know, I thought GamerLegion were going to come out Juggernaut style, go through Aurora because their energy wasn't great. Saw if they surprise us, I mean, I will be surprised still, even though this is a 2-0 start, it's feeling really good for Saw. I'm going to need more evidence. I think Legacy for me right now are standing out as a team that maybe could win 2 tournaments back-to-back. If Saw win this, the VRS points jumping up 3 spots, even if they don't win the finals, they've completed a Cinderella run.
ستوری استوری اوه دوبل کیل تریپل کیل استوری چه کرد نابود کرد لگسی رو توی میدل آخ 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 تکتیکال تایماتتون این بود
costs them 3 players all dying with no frags.
سوری کماکان خط نگه داشته کواد کیل برای بازیکن در پی گرفتن ایس میوتریس هم از راه رسیده استوری ایس برای این بازیکن چه شلاقی زد
You know, it's for Story, it's for Saw, it's the 3-0 start, it's versus head armored opponents here. This is impressive. This is looking really interesting now.
Perfect nade, pops open the smoke, gives him a shooting gallery. Dumao, who probably maybe didn't realize just how much of vision he was giving over.
پوزیشنش برای زدن زدزین رو یکی بگیره وای
Well, that's Spanish, but you get the gist of it.
Interesting. راند بعدی آراگورن اگریسیو این بار آراگورن یک تریپل دیگه برای این بازیکن چه کیلینگ اسپیریایی داره راه میفته اقصا نقاط مپ توی این بازی هی وای من رد اچ پی بود فقط دست گذاشت رو تیر 2 نفر دیگر رو هم به کام مرگ کشوند آراگورن چقدر آشنا این از آراگورن اسم این کاراکتر توی لورد آف د رینگز نبود چه؟
Upset sauce. Well, I say upset like Aurora shouldn't have won.
این هم از نیسیم لاتو
They had slowly chipped away at our confidence in their ability. And today was a very, very quick reminder as to Aurora's ceiling.
You said that was an hour and 15 minutes.
An hour, yeah. When the game ended, I went back, checked on the YouTube VOD. It was an hour and 15 minutes from the first round of Overpass, including desk segments in between.
Crazy. That's
an hour and 15 has to be the fastest best of 3 on land this year, no doubt in my mind. Maybe ever, dude. That
it could be.
That was a playoffs game.
That was possible.
And it felt like an opening Swiss stage to me.
Swiss cheese.
شنیدین چی گفتش که بازی قبلی سریع ترین استافتیری سال بوده.
Deagle headshot on somebody, then yeah, maybe bomb goes down, you make some cash, but Aragorn gonna give it a few seconds and make sure all 5 stand strong.
نماسا یا خان برای آراگورن کواد کیل امتیاز 4 برای سا.
They'll be coming back with their second here in round 5.
سلام فرهاد.
Very convincing start for Saw. The kind of start
پادشاه گاندور بعد از نانیس حدسم درست
بود. We've seen the makings of this. Like this was them versus Aurora as well. Saw back on Nuke. They kind of when Aurora discussed their slow starts at this event, it was at the hands of Saw really. That was the real prime example.
Yeah, it was like you can't lose to Saw. That's sort of how it felt at first.
You know, and even that third map, when it got competitive out of the gate, Saw still had the recovery. So Saw have shown us that if you give them this runway at the very start of maps, they are going to test you for the entire run. I don't doubt that Legacy will power up into this T side, but you've got a lot of economy now to try to slowly chip away at.
I mean, Liquid just got turned to mush by Saw. That was...
راند بعدی برزیلیا رو شاهد هستید برعکس آبادان 5 JK در اختیار
Diego brought up, they got the 2 maps they're looking for. Really makes you think.
آرگون کمی اگریسیو دوما نتونست کاری از پیش ببره خدای من نزدیک بود تریپلش بکنه یک بار دیگه آرگون دابل کیل
That's fantastic timing.
چه فلشی هم از راه رسید برای آراگون. 45 ثانیه زمان تغییر مسیر بازی به سمت میدل. انگل موفق لاتو ترید میکنه. یک فلش دیگه برای لانگ. میوتریس کمی اومده عقب‌تر.
He'll get some info for his pit player. And yeah, like Lotto's looking in library for him.
He knows he's somewhere, and he could still consider Moto.
داخل لایبرری میوتریس موفق‌تر. باز هم خود میوتریس با اینفو هم تیمیش برای تمام میکنه. باز هم امتیاز در رسان سا. چت
It's such a sweet reposition. It's such a small detail, but like, you know, yeah.
میگن فیسید ایرانی ها رو بم میکنه. من نشیدم چنین چیزیو. هرچند سورپرایز هم نمیشم اگر همچین اتفاقی بیفته واقعا.
Old but not tired. We've seen Saw also, you know, go through some of the craziest losses in history with Mutierz on the lineup, and I don't mean like they got stomped. I mean Deus Ex Machina level crazy timings. Jame getting them out of a major, them trying to qualify to the major for the first time. That was just, it has been brutal. And the fact that he's been here, you know, scar tissue and all, still gaming, just new lineups.
Dream, yeah, baby. Just refuses to give up on the dream.
راند ششم بازی لگسی پیستول آرمور بای در حال حرکت. 3 بازیکن به سمت اگیر از مولی خودش استفاده کرد. چه جامپی رو گرد کرد. لاکس تو ادامه کار. کریزی روی بام سایت اسموک کمی کار رو سخت کرده برای بازیکن. نفر بعد از راه میرسه. باز هم کریزی موفق تو گرفتن فرک های پیاپی. کریزی تریپل کیل. بالاخره دوم از راه میرسه. کارش رو تمام میکنه اما آراگون اجازه ادامه کار رو بهش نمیده.
This would be a huge event as well. We talk about, you know, just it's something that we kind of neglect a lot in the conversations of Counter-Strike's events, because when they're being won by the same teams over and over, prize pool becomes this conversation in a back burner sense. You tell Saw that they have a chance at $200,000 for the players, $200,000 for the club share.
Yeah,
it's a $1.25 million.
گانراند سوم لگسی.
Absolutely.
Sheesh.
And it's lovely that it means a lot in BRS and dollars.
You know, you seize the opportunity, an event without the top dogs at it.
دمیج خوبی و این بار زدن. میوتریس موفق شد اوپنینگ فرگ رو بگیره و
Years of hard work for a guy like Mutierz being put on the line because he knows that these chances, they don't come every day of your career.
And
just when legacies start to become familiar with the feeling of victory, this tough pill of a 6-0 Saw start on Legacy's map pick, no less, has become a reality. Low health in the 4v4. Still a couple smokes, still a couple mollies. They can go in for this full-blown B execute. Stories off is going to be leaning back towards Coffin, waiting for a target.
Smoke City.
And wait for Crazy to start dumping his belt of utility in a
میخواست استوری بلاکش کنه که اصلا اسموک سورپرایزش کرد. یک اسموک دیگه برای جلوگیری از حمله، اما دیسپکت میان داخل آراگون. وای من کریزی تموم شد رون. چقدر قشنگ. وای جذاب داره بازی میکنه سا. پرفورمنسش تو میجر افتاد. میجر هم قشنگ بازی میکرد.
I don't know, but it's not what Legacy wanted to see.
Ripping it apart with that smoke grenade. Just the right tools put in place by Saw.
راند هشتم 7 هیچ. باز هم بای هستن بازیکن لگسی به زیر فشار سنگین. استوری اگریسیو با اعتماد به نفس موفق است توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. دوبل کیل برای این اسنایپر پرتغالی.
Maybe Story would go on the
اون طرف
retreat,
میان
but it stuck
آرورا.
around just enough to make that one happen. Now there is a chance Nissan pops out from balcony.
سعی دارن تایمینگی هم کارسازی بکنن، موفق نیستن. باز هم استوری و کریزی این بار با یک دابل کیل و یک تریپل کیل امتیاز هشتم رو به سود سا به ارمغان میارن. چه بلایی داره میاد. درخواست آخرین تکتیکال تایم اوت برای
We got a bomb plan out of Legacy.
That would be in the pistol. Near identical situation to what GamerLegion faced Aurora on overpass.
Story's hitting.
So is Crazy as well. And Crazy in their previous games, there was times where I was like, yeah, he is crazy.
I think, you know, with the slower games, Crazy a little newer as well.
Sure.
You know, maybe is not cut out for that just yet, but like in these maybe faster paced environments.
یک پیستول آرمور بای دیگه راند نهم.
He's actually enjoying it a lot.
I would be too. 11-2 at the moment.
9 rounds in, Mutierz is 3-2.
Yeah, it's all good. He's molding guys like Story, Crazy, and Aragorn into the beasts that we see before us.
حمله به سمت بام سایت هر 5 بازیکن. آیتم هایی که پرتاب شده سر فشار بیشتر بکنن روی بام سایت. کریزی در انتظار حال خطو باز میکنه. ترید انجام میشه. دوما سنتین موفق هستن توی گرفتن فرک های پیاپی. 3-2 میشه روند کار. حالا فرصت هست برای لگسی تا بتونه نخستین امتیازش رو بگیرم. آرا گل سخت میکنه دوباره. پس از مولی خودش استفاده بکنه. یک نید دیگه روی بام سایت. وای خدای من نید 2 سانت اشتباه پرتاب شد و بالاخره مولی سازین رو شکار میکنه. آمار نیسیم رو هم دارن. فشار رو بیشتر میکنن و تمام. یک بار دیگه سا موفق توی ریتیج.
Getting into that a little too soon, walking out of the library smoke, but no, they get the pit player. Headshot in little pit. And there's just no way to stabilize and play together in that post plant. It's even faster than overpass. This might be faster than Dust too.
I've never
9-0.
You know, I could stomach one of those maps. I could hang on for a second. I am almost at a loss for words that we're getting another map like this in the semifinals. And like a team like Legacy usually, you know, they
راند دهم بازی رو شاهد هستید.
You can see Legacy doing this, and then we just talk about, oh well, yeah, they're the better team, and you know they maybe have odds of winning this event, and they're looking so strong lately and consistent. And 9-0 versus Legacy.
It is expectations today blown out of the water. A GamerLegion power up that went up in smoke. And some Legacy aggression that is getting utterly stuffed. 10 rounds.
بالای بوست سازین.
Still yet to lose one. That last round was the
چیزی نصیبش نشد. برگردن عقب.
And even then the retake looks smooth as butter.
سوری آمار یک بازیکن رو گرفته توی وسط. 50 ثانیه زمان بیشتر باقی نیست.
Looks like the baton has been passed on Legacy's Inferno.
Good jump by Lotto getting over
چه عجب. یه اوپنینگ خیلی خوب. 2 بازیکن دیگه خطا رد کردن به سمت لانگ. اگیل هم موفق عمل میکنه. کریزی رسیده به سمت بام سایت. باز هم اگیل موفق تر. کریزی تک به 3 لاکس. 25 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده. تایم هم نداره. چطوری میخوای الان C4 رو بلند کنی؟
I don't know. I mean, like you need a round, right? It's
He'll walk out from the balcony. There's eyes on it right here from Crazy.
لند شد اما والبنگ نتونست کریزی رو حذف بکنه از این راند و امتیاز دهمی که در اختیار سا قرار میگیره. حداقلش این بود که AVP سیف شد.
It was shocking to see Saw beat up on Liquid so badly. Like, but now I'm looking at a team that has just about the same amount of kills as they did.
What a run that we are actually watching Saw go on. Best of 3 victories consecutive over Ninjas and
ادامه بازی تو راند 11
and now potentially Legacy. So what's an Aurora rematch for a team like Saw right now? We knew that somebody was coming to Bucharest and was going to seize the opportunity. And we had a short list of front runners.
میتونن سورپرایز بکنن یا نگین. اسمش به نفع ترورا پرتاب شد. تو موفق است تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک تو ادامه کار. کریزی زیر فشار سنگینی قرار گرفتن و بالاخره موفق شه بازم فرانک بزنه. یک بریک 4-4 سرزین میاد تو کورنر برای پلنت C4. کریزی هنوز زنده است. به نظر میرسه که بالاخره ببینیم یک امتیاز در اختیار بازیکن لگسی. خود رتو موفق دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. یک نید دیگه به سمت شورت. کراسفایر خوبی هم پیاده کردن. یک دابل کیل هم برای لاک. کریزی برمیگرده عقب و بالاخره امتیاز رو خواهیم دید در اختیار لگسی.
Transmission here. Some semblance of life out of Legacy. Finally kicks off with this shoulder spot going awkwardly for Agile.
راند 12 آخرین راند نیمه اول مپ اول. سانسی با AVP.
They wanted to commit, but
مولی یه ذره نقشه هاشونو نقشه بر آب کرد. سموکلانگ به نظر میرسه که باز هم بام سایت A رو بخوان هدف قرار بدن. یک پاپ فلش به موقع دوشداد نیستی. موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. ساتزین کارسازی میکنه. حالا ادوانتیج در اختیار برزیلیا قرار گرفته. فشار سنگینی وارد خواهد شد به سمت بام سایت A. کریزی تنهاست روی بام سایت. نیاز به کمک داره. بقیه هم تیمی‌ها سریعتر باید از راه برسن. 40 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده. چه فلشی. لاکس کارش رو تموم میکنه. میوتریس خیلی طول کشید تا بیاد برای کمک به هم تیمیش. میوتریس در نزدیکی بام سایت. هنوز C4 پلنت نکردن. میوتریس یکی دیگه از فرکا رو برمیگردونه در ازای از دست دادن آراگون. یک نید 3 امتیازی. 7 HP. میوتریس آمارش رو دارن زیر فشار سنگین. خیلی سریع هم دو رفت برای پلنت C4. تک به 3 میوتریس. امتیاز دوم رو به احتمال زیاد خواهیم دید. یه ذره دیگه هم دمش بهش میزنن. توی اسموک شانس هاش رو امتحان میکنه. جواب هم میگیره. میوتریس گانو عوض میکنه و لاکسا رو تموم میکنه و 10-2 نتیجه بازی توی نیمه اول مپ اول بسوده.
In like 5 minutes.
پرتغالیا به پایان میرسه.
Zero successful B takes this game out of Legacy.
این همون گیم ساعت 8:30. Sounds of Death.
I mean, Saw don't get to end the half laughing.
شایان مرسی برای 20 تا بیت. شایان ZZX اوه مرسی برای 20 تا بیت.
How much does it really matter?
I'd say for a team like Legacy, actually quite a bit.
Like
نه قبلش هم یه 30 تا زده بودی. مرسی برای 30 تا بیت. کلا توتالی مرسی برای 50 تا بیت.
I could say this. It would have to be a choke now.
چرا نوتیفیکیشنش نمیاد؟ مرسی برای 30 تا بیت دیگه. مرسی برای 15 تا بیت دیگه شایان. بابا پاک نمیدونم چرا نوتیفیکیشنش نمیاد دست کنم صفحه. سچ غمگینم.
We also know for Legacy, like they've been picking Inferno lately, but it's just not the same map anymore.
جیگرتون. بریم برای پیس راند دوم. تو اگریسیو. یک فلش عالی. چندین بازیکن در کنار هم در پی باز کردن خطا دوم و نیسی موفق تر عمل میکنن. خود دوم دابل کیل برای بازیکن در پی پس گرفتن ادوانتج. آراگون فشار سنگینی داره تحمل میکنه. یک نیده دیگه سوین میکنه. آراگون موفق میشه در اگه دیگه هم بزن اما سدزین فرار کرد. تیم داخل سیکن سدزین رفت توی سیتی اسپان. بیاد برای کمک به هم تیمیش. لاکس ریباند. اوه یک نید یک بریک تبدیل به فرک هم شد. لاکس ریباند سایت. آیا چک میشه یا خیر؟ آراگون تریپل کیل و نیسیم وظیفه کلاش رو بر عهده داره با دوالیز داره نزدیک میشه به بام سایت. موتیرز و آراگون هر دو بازیکن 7 HP. نگه داشته بود داره رد میکنه به دنبال شکار نفر اول هست. موفق تو انجام این کار نیستیم. حالا تک به تک کیت هم نداره. آراگون پشت ایو باکس خطشو برگردون. با پرفورمنس فوق‌العاده آراگون موفق میشه پیسوران رو برگردونه در اختیار خودش.
یه نتیجه به ما میگی؟
He's disrespecting Legacy because he's earned the place that they put themselves in. They just know they're going to win.
So
what a round to fight back against that mid.
مرسی برای 200 تا بیت دیگه. مرسی برای 20 تا 20 تا 40 تا 45 تا بیت دیگه. بابا شایان البته قربونت برم. مرسی فدا جیگر تو برم. نمیدونم چرا این بیت رو صفحه نمیاد. دورت بگردم ولی متشکرم. دمت گرم.
فکر کنم ما بریم تو استریم المنت چی رو آن بکنیم.
آنه قبلا میزدن
چرا باگ بود.
خب آره
باغ آفری هالووینت مبارک.
ماما شتره
Nice frag out of Legacy at least. We're gonna have to grasp the straws
چه نیدی زیر پرپچه پرتغالی افتاد. زیر دوردایی رفتن دیگه. رفتن فورس.
I think they're a little antsy because they didn't expect so much utility.
Really good utility coming out of Legacy, setting themselves up.
خوب از دوم میوتریز غزل خداحافظی و خون نوکش کردن و حالا البته تیم کیل هم زدن. 3-3 شد روند بازی. کریزی این برای اسمو کنم یا اون برای بالاخره تصمیمشو گرفت. آخیش یک نیده دیگه. اسموکی که اسنیکی میکی میکنه قضیه رو اومده داخل توی بنانا. موفق استوری 2-2 میکنه روند کار رو. نیستیم داخل اسموک توی پول. سنزین رسته بام سایت در حال کلیر کردن. حالا باید برم برای دیفیوز. چه کار سختی. 2 تا پیستول در برای 2 تا رایفل. نفر اول شکار شد و خود استوری تریپل کیل و مپ پوینتی که در اختیار سا
even more difficult when if they played standard spots, it would have been a fine post plant still. But they didn't give him any chance. They moved off the site in a safe way around that smoke. off to CT spawn is just impossible to read, really. And yeah, we're watching back these amazing grenades that came through.
هم فعلی می‌دونی اگه سا خیلی هیولا بشه بهشون چی میگن؟
چینسا
نه
هکسا ریچ
ساقول
ساقول
Can't believe that reposition.
Scout UMP Mag 7
Lotto scratching
MP9 and a
اینجا که دیگه بزنم رسید ولی خیلی دارک
It's a mixed bag.
فامیلی میپذیره
Saw in total.
استریم میپذیره
دارکه
They'll do Mao jump.
بلش
میدونی میگم بس
بگو ببینیم چیه بند نشیم
The kind of game where he dies jumping, right?
نمیدونم
نمیسر دوما مک 7 اوفی آراگورن
Frag grenade set up.
نابود
It's
شد
an easy kill for Dumao, but that's going to scare them back over towards the A site.
Oh.
And it doesn't look to me like Saw are going to waste any
کامل
time
روتیت
with it.
کردن به سمت بام سایت ای ساتین با اسکات خط نگه داشته تگ و زد یک نید عالی حالا ایمپکت اسکات میتونه به مراتب سنگین تر هم باشه آپگرید به ایکی آیتما همه تو در و دیواره چرا همه بازیکنهای لگسی هم از راه رسیدن 3 به 5 فرصت دارن تا امتیاز سوم رو بگیرن بازیکنان لگسی در عکس آبادان اهواز مسجد سلیمان
Trying to keep a death grip on every single round.
سموک مدو
Squeeze it dry. I don't know if there's time to actually go back, but the bomb is
جدا خوب آجنجه چطوری سایبورگ هلو رفتن زید بله لگسی موفق تو گرفتن امتیاز سوم خواهد بود تا 10 ثانیه
Yeah, let it go. You know, okay, let Legacy get a third one. You have given yourself 10 map points, and I like that Saw take this opportunity so seriously. You could have burst back through with that sprint over to the A site, but once the scout and the damage comes out, let it go.
They picked up one Galil off of that because they saved 3 of those AKs. So that's all that Legacy will get. They'll buy up, upgrade some of their value village bargain basics buy here, and they'll still have a scout. They'll still have an MP9. But Saw still have the edge.
اوه سا تازه اولین تکتیکال تایمات خودشو گرفت
And attack pause with it. Save 3 AKs, hit the attack pause, and then put a little cherry on top here of Inferno. What a convincing way to do it. The power behind this 3-player core right now in Story, Crazy, and Aragorn. Awesome to see a guy like Crazy kind of come into his own versus opposition like Legacy. I think you were right about that. You know, it's kind of his style to be playing this sort of fast
راند 16 کماکان سا یک امتیاز دیگه میخواد تا این مپ رو به سود خودش به پایان برسونه جلوی پیک لگسی هم اساسا این مپ شانس هاش رو امتحان میکنه اسکات اگریسیو نتیجه همراه نداره سایلنت بوست آها این برم تاور زدن بازی کنن لگسی موفق هم هستن توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ
Does he want to repressure this? They've smoked the end of halls. There is a small arch gap. It's being watched with a scout here from Sadzin on Moto.
سنسین از مولی خودش استفاده میکنه تا سرعت بازیکن‌ها رو کم بکنه یک اسموک هم چاشنی کار قرار داد فعلا کنترل لاین در اختیار لگسی قرار گرفته HLTV.org
Wow, this actually might be the golden move. The CTs cannot get out of here. And they haven't pushed. They're going to have to go for a lane
حواسشون به سمت سیتی اسپان نیست. حالا متوجه شدن صدا پاها رو گرفتن. میوتریس رو از راه میرسه. لکسو با MP9 هیرو پلی کریزی بیش از یک فرگ نصیبش نشد. اگر دوباره میزده شاید اتفاقاتی میافتاد، اما دوما قشنگ کار کرد.
The smoke is perfect.
صدا پا اسیرشون کرد.
Was that a CT that's okay? Yeah, and it was like popped at the perfect time where the MP9 could actually get those 2 kills. You could see they were watching it. That was still a great call from Saw again because they were controlling top banana with 1 guy.
I think that's the one downside through CT spawn is that you gave him just that extra second of warning so that he could throw down his smoke and get into the corner on tree.
It was kind of low time.
But enough of a warning sign gives Legacy's
defenders چیزی که اصلا ول کرد بازیو. اجازه بدید من یه لحظه استراحت کنم چه خبره.
Make that unlikely hold just slightly easier for himself.
سلام فوتون.
Is looking fantastic though from
اسمش چرا سیس لگ میزنه.
Inspirited calling in.
Cyrus HLTV.org
Even the fact that these mid to late round situations are close or they really hard limit what Legacy even get out of it if they want to save like it. Looking at the first half, Legacy did
HLTV.org
Fallen style.
HLTV.org HLTV.org
Legacy have a chance to rebound, but
HLTV.org
Sadson gonna get run down by the blocks. Just don't lose on this round.
HLTV.org
It's just only Glocks for They get close to that site, they suddenly pop out. Just Glocks.
هیولاها منظورته؟
Still that pit player is
پاتریک تو بابستنجی به هیولا میگفت
There should have never been any sort of test.
HLTV.org
Your teammates just died to Glocks, brother.
That's chaotic. They forgot about Pit for a second. They were up
اگه الان کسی تو چت
He didn't
نفهمیده
expose himself in that second.
کجا باید بره دیگه
It might have actually been.
کاری از دست ما بر نمیاد.
ABK هلوی فرور کی بیچاره برزیلیا.
Still 7 rounds to close out map 1 if you are Saw.
گانراند بعدی سا تموم کنی بازی کثیفو.
Here for Saw. We'll see what kind of moves Legacy start making. We know that Legacy, you saw it in the pistol, happy to take fights on their turrets. No margin of error left over. That is when you could start to play as a shell of yourself. These risks down
چه نیدایی هم نوش جان کردن آراگورن و میوتریس هر بازیکن 7 HP.
Another HE kill actually. They've just softened up Mutierz. Aragorn
Saddam
have
7
another
Blaze.
setup for that half wall position.
تلفن 22 تا
Avoided now. Well, taken 2, avoided 2.
چت بوی کامبک میده بازی سنگین.
But it's the same spot where they split CT last time, and they know that Legacy don't actually have information. They're getting pushed off the falls.
Oh! Sweet God and baby Jesus! Holy mother of God! Sadzin! چه شارونی رو لعنت کرد.
Instead, Dumouse pulled back. And they aren't splitting, but they're still going big.
God damn!
Trying to find a way onto site. They have just enough util to block off that CT cross, just enough to try to give a challenge over to Lotto. You know Dumouse going to come running to the assist, though.
20 ثانیه 3 به 5 که دوتاشون هف اچ پی ان. یک نید ادامه کار. لتو دابل کیل. دوما هم از راه رسید. 12 6.
Slowly but surely being pieced together round by round.
Slowly but surely. Go, die.
And again, if you take a snapshot of the map,
یعنی اگه این بازی کامبک ببازن
op collateral happens on Arch. Even after that,
Oh.
Shaw found a way to make the right split happen. They almost had a 3v1 on site. They had Juma on a rotate spot. They had Speedway. None of the CTs on the A site had bracket control or Arch. Didn't have information.
آهنگ اول استریم اکسکلوسیوه.
Through the fire they will fight.
اگریسیو.
In the face of pistols, Saw just hide behind their corners, waiting for that opening move Legacy like to make. They survived it with minimal damage.
قایم میشد.
میگه عجیل.
هم میگن عجیل هم میگن عگیل.
You're dead on in that.
اگه AGILE باشه میشه اجایل. میشه مثلا چابک فرس.
20 big where they would stay on B with two. They would use all their lineup grenades to put all the
اجیلیتی
pressure
نیست
on. They
مگه
did
اصلا.
a good job of
آجیل
landing them.
خوشگاه. خب
But it's all unconfirmed
اجیلیتیه ولی
damage,
مثلا
right? You get those
چیز
hits,
آها
you don't
فاعلش
have numbers,
میشه
you don't
اجایل.
have rotation speed. You don't have anyone to come and support
آخه
you.
ای
The flash
نداره
from CT
تش.
spawn. It must be these two
ای نداره
players.
خب
نه.
So far it's worked for Legacy just enough to keep them in the game, but blinded in the process.
حمله به سمت بامساید. فلشا رو بگیر همه دستا رو سر. آراگون میتریز موفق تو گرفتن بامساید. بله اگر بتونن نیکوراندو بگیرن که بله ها. آداره پاپ فلشه. چرچ. این از آراگون. یک نید دیگه. دابل نید. میوتریس ناکامان. استوری همینطور. فرک های پیاپی ریتیک موفقیت آمیز خواهد بود. بله چه ریتیک کوبنده. عجب نیدایی دادن. عجب نیدایی دادن.
Wow, man, they actually made that look so good. The double HEs, and again, it's nades. This time, it's the retake nades coming over for the A site. That has just been the most important part of the utility for Legacy, using those extremely effectively, and they ran through that retake. It was fine spots by Saw. They don't have the best guns ever to hold. It was a sort of a round where they're half buying, waiting for this rifle. It's another close call. The worrying part again is, if they're going to stage all these situations where they have to retake, I promise eventually something will go wrong. But they are also looking for opening
گاندراند بعدی سا 4 AK AVP در دستان ستوری.
Legacy that Saw are very prepared for. They understand damn well that they will
موفق هم هست توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. Duma is gone with the wind. نوکرتم او جلو. بعدا بشم به مولا کش.
Even more pressure added to Legacy now. 4 versus 5 is where they're going to have to pull this one off from, and you're not dealing with a Saw that's just
بالاخره سا میتونه کار رو تموم بکنه.
Gun round for Saw to close out. After 5 rounds
4 به 5 ادوانتیج دارن. نسیم کمی اگریسیو به دنبال گرفتن ترید هست.
Not after losing the second pistol and letting Saw convert.
آمار وسط تو دور چرا لاکس روتیت کرد.
Winning on these rotations. Okay, it's come to the time now. Nissam's hung out in halls long enough. He's told his teammates, okay, you got to be worried about B.
Flash to the pit and the util comes over top.
حرکت آغاز میشه به سمت بام سایت بی. لاکس موفق میشه یه دابل کیل بزنه. حمله میکنه داخل اسموک. اگل کریزی دو فرگ پیاپی سدزین جواب میده توی اسموک. توی ادامه کار نیستیم. ناکامان ای امان. و حالا سدزین تو مهات تک بده در برای کریزی و اگل. آیتم های پیاپی. چه دمیجی زد این آیتم ها. چه دمیجی زد. زدی ضربتی نوش کن. آمد یا مرا فراموش کن. 13-7 نتیجه بازی توی مپ اول به سود سا به پایان میرسه. GG is a call from Saw.
And yes, Connor, we're continuing the Halloween theme. Saw said to Legacy, do you want to play a game? And they said no.
چند بیاربی یه استراحت کوتاه میکنیم برمیگردیم خدمتتون بعد شروع مپ دوم داست 2 دیگه نوک
It's important to get
Be right
those,
back.
get some more rounds under your belt, get settled in. But realistically, this was only going to go the way it saw because they gave themselves so much runway for takeoff.
What a statement opening of the first half right for the side of Saw. We could see how good the individuals were just taking the fight to the side of Legacy. And I got to give credit where it's due, man. Crazy was, well, kind of crazy in that game. He's one of the lowest rated players for the entire tournament. We saw Aragon's really stepped up, but Crazy was just a rock on that A-bomb side alongside Agile.
They definitely seemed ready for the style that Legacy was going to bring on their T side, right? Players stepped up multiple times in those early gun rounds, just multi-kill after multi-kill. And if there's anything, you know, that you can sort of talk about Legacy, something that they're missing on T side, is they tend to fight fire with fire. You know, if you're aggressive, they're going to be aggressive right back at you. And they're not that good at just slowing it down right when their opponents are on a roll and letting them just playing slow, letting them expand some of their utility, and then in the mid round starting to retake some of that map control, starting to figure out what the defense is actually like. That's not something they're good at, and was difficult for them to adjust in this one.
Yeah, and that explosive style has been one of their hallmarks. It's got them some big scalps on this map, but obviously this is the problem with success, Blair. They've had this deep run at the Asia Championships. They won that. There's so much tape on how they play Inferno, and it's like I'm sure even though Saw couldn't have necessarily foreseen they were going to play Legacy by now in this tournament, they have a pretty good idea about what they were going to get.
Sure, they had very good answers to Yanko, for example, pointed out, before this match started, how Legacy like to go for some of these fast A plays, for example, and I think Saw handled that very well. But even outside of that, I love the aggression that was being showcased by Saw, especially towards that mid-brackets area. Story with the AWP, he was getting opening kills after opening kills. Going towards the B-bomb side. You're looking everywhere all over the map, and it's just highlight moments coming out from all the individual players. And also, Crazy and Agile, they were being tested towards the A-bomb side time and time again. A lot of these poppy rounds, very fast-paced from Legacy, and they handled it with aplomb.
Yeah, and these numbers are great. Exactly what you would want out of somebody, kind of putting up that strong CT side, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's important, when they did try to do something towards Banana or towards B Legacy, they were shut down. I mean, they had only a couple of opportunities in that first half, but even in a 4v4 situation, right, Saw had some good reads. They sent the third player over to the B bomb side. That's where Legacy tried to end the round. They're able to just clean up. So, yeah, it was pretty much a masterclass in that first half from Saw.
Well, we can start highlighting some of those rounds, right? You picked out a couple for us, Coach.
Yeah, we talked in the pregame about the fast A rounds. First gun round, what does Legacy do? Pop through the mid-smoke. And look what Story does. Just triple kill, shutting it down completely. And then on top of that, cherry on top, he gets the final 2 kills as well from this long position. So that's the first gun round, and you just get an ace. There were only 2 players on A, by the way. One was enough, just Story. You go a couple of rounds later, Legacy again tried to go back to that fast A play a little bit different. This time Story has the AWP, gets 2 quick kills, right? Legacy just staying with it really hard to adjust at that point in a 3v5. They try to push through, get completely shut down by Story and Crazy. It's, 2 gun rounds where 2 players have completely stopped you in your tracks. When you tried to hit that A-bomb.
It's also like a lot of the rounds you could see from Legacy where just these kind of like 5-man group ups coming in, not really kind of pressuring the other extremity of the map. So even if, let's say, they get a couple of kills, the rotations were just there immediately, not really allowing the Legacy players to get into more comfortable post-man positions as well. But yeah, overall, I just love how all the individuals just popped off there for the side of Saw, continuing what happened in the Liquid game.
Yeah, and we've got some interesting things we can look at here as it relates to Crazy. We were joking about it at the start of the tournament. I will say, I still would have chose a better name if I was him, but that's fine. If you do this, you can have a crappy name, I guess, because he played so well in and around this site, and these are the types of kills that you have to make, particularly if your AWP is going to play forward and go for those mid picks. He's taking a risk, so you've got to be solid. You've got to be that foundational aspect behind him. And you can just see here, Blair, like just a fantastic spread of kills.
And also, like, you know, playing from the A bomb side, you kind of rotate player alongside Agile. Like, you know, his important thing is to try to stay alive for as long as possible, try to buy time, and try to, even if the T's get the bomb side, try to, you know, just get control of pit or get control of app. So just be alive, basically, enabling the retake. He did one even better. He was just getting multi-kills after multi-kills. And even in positions where he should 100% have been traded out, we saw, for example, you look at the where he's getting all his kills towards Moto Box, you know, for the oldies on the side. He should be getting traded out instantly, but some incredible spray control, some really good aim coming out from the young gun.
Well, I mean, that's the difference, isn't it? Those positions he's playing there, you know, you have to be good for one kill on the CT, but if you're able to multi-frag, you pretty much just win the round on that basis alone.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was the issue for Legacy. You know, they came into the game sort of slow. They couldn't get some of those trade kills. Luckily for them, they were able to string rounds together in the second half, and some of them were clean, right? You saw some multi-kills from Lato, Duma, Nissim starting to show up, and they were never realistically going to come back into Inferno, but they're not without their chances on Nuke, right? Still in this series, they've had to also play so much Counter-Strike in the last couple of weeks, right? On one side, their playbook is getting depleted, but on the other side, you had so many reps recently that you can always sort of figure it out. And we saw their CT side just now against Pain. Nuke was the decider. They were able to have a really strong CT side to close it out and win that series.
We've got about 2.5 minutes before break, so let's set up Nuke a little bit. Obviously, it's Saw's pick. We know that they do like to play this map, but you already highlighted it in the pregame.
They've lost, like, I think 4 or 5 like 4 or 5 times they played, right? So far, it's a map they want to go for all the time. And here's where I'm going to be touching. Obviously, they're going to be starting the T side over here. I think the T side, you know, getting off to winning the pistol, getting a few reps going is going to be really useful. But when you switch on the CT side later on in that half, Crazy has been someone who,
hello chat, what's up?
He's been struggling on his Nuke losses. You look at
how
the numbers
you do?
of all
Salam,
the
Amu Farshad, چطوری
Amu? We even saw a
Amu?
lot of the action coming out from Legacy against that Pain on that particular matchup. So I'm going to continue keeping my eye on him, because if he's able to replicate what he showed here in Inferno, it could potentially be
yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. I will just say, though, obviously, we know Legacy are no slouches. We've seen them pick up wins on Nuke, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think all maps outside of Overpass Train, you Mirage to some extent, you have a good feeling about them. They've just played it in the quarterfinal as well against Pain. And what's interesting about Legacy a bit on Nuke on their CT side is Duma and Lato play the A bomb.
چه خبر عمو فرشاد؟
Their best players, Lux is outside, Nissim on ramp, and Sad's in that rotation role as the opper, and Duma does play outside on the T side. So that's a bit of a switch up that they have there. But yeah, I don't think, you know, they're going to be, obviously you lose your map pick, it's not great, but I think they know that they can come back on this map.
It's happened to them a bunch of times as well over both the tournaments. We've seen them
Nuke.
back to back. So
Nuke ساب بزنه فردای ساب ببینیم با
strength to come back in these series.
Aurora.
Just to, you know, just remind everyone of the point made earlier, right? Like for the side of Saw, they have lost.
ولی پول خوبی گیره این تیم اومد.
Apart from just Liquid a couple of hours prior, so it could happen.
Final thought from you, Yanko, before break?
I think Legacy will bounce back. I think we will get a close series. I think they were slow to get into it, right? Probably didn't have time.
چه استارت سمت چپ بالا تایمر زده بچه‌ها 6 دقیقه و 40 ثانیه.
All right, we'll see if you're right. Our quest for a competitive semi-final continues. We're going to see if we get it after this break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
آره علی.
Play your role. 1x bad.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Oh. The move of the Anch. Quality اومد رو 19.
اون زمان که مثلا گیم نیستم الان مووت میدادن بالا در مورد صحبت میکردن بعد مووت میدادن پایین منتظر بودی خبر بیاد که خب داداش خوشحال شدیم از همکاری باهات
یادش خیر. تیم استیکای بعد باخت. مشخص. دومینیک الان تجربه پی سی. حالا لای لای لا لا لای لای.
استوی تو که دیدین که اسکمری از اون در اومده؟
بله.
نه
XQC رو
هم XQC هم میاتو هم خیلی بنده خداهای دیگه ای رو اسکم کرده. یه نفر درگن لور بهش شده، یارو تو مارکت فروختش پولش رو برداشته رفته گمبل کرد.
بها
چرا باید اسکم کنه؟ مگه به این پول احتیاج داره؟
قمارباز چیزه، معتاد
قمارباز ده و ده دو تا شیش یه هفتاد گرفتن به بازی سرنوشتو یه عاشق یه چیچیه یه سیاه قمارباز
ده و ده دو تا نو یه هفتو یه هشتو گرفتن به بازی سرنوشتو
when I got my computer, I was like 18 years old. I got my first computer, and then after like 1 year,
استریمرهای فردا مثل لوک لوکه معلوم این چی از توش در میاد. یه وقت تو سی اس میزنیم میریم تو
LAN tournament in my like hometown.
Full of surprises.
So, yeah, I went there actually with the
Full of
friend
surprises.
because I was afraid that somebody would steal my skins.
Okay.
So I went there with the friends so he could like guard me.
One of the first is we play Academy.
So many cool chat.
It was one of the first like bigger professional.
گرفتند به بازی سرنوشت را.
Memorable for me and also maybe blast groups when I was playing.
خب اما فراد پرایم آشام اسپایدر یا پرایم احمد صبح؟
I would say like next level.
احمد لعنتی کجاه؟ وف میزنه نه؟
It's not Istanbul.
احمد ترک کرد آشام.
We got invited because we won a tournament in Brazil and it was.
احمد ترک
اسم میذاشت دیگه نمیذاره.
And I was new and I could see everybody.
بابا ده شب چیز میگرد، ده شب استارت میگرد تا 2 صبح.
I was watching
همه خواب بودن.
the same way and then it was very nice and very.
سلام کاکی، چطوری کاکتوس؟ خوش اومدی.
چی؟ سلام کی؟
Was amazing because my first experience online it was international and was amazing because I was in China and all the things that I experienced there was amazing because I don't know, China is another world and everything there is different, is amazing. And I don't know, it was amazing, everything. And I remember to see the break rooms and was one beside another one and have like some glass. And if you touch some button there, the glass, I don't know what happened, but yeah, it was so crazy and that was the whole shit.
For me, it's probably Copenhagen Games because that was my first LAN.
یه ویدیو جدا واسه راه اندازی فیسیت درست کن.
And I think it was for me was special because I played a lot of online.
راه
I didn't even know about
اندازی
how big Counter-Strike was and stuff. So I kind of like even discussing with my parents, like I'm gonna go to this tournament, it's gonna be really fun and stuff. And they even came to watch me and stuff. I'm not sure how many parents go and watch their, 22-year-old son go to Copenhagen Games, but they came to watch me and it was very fun and we did some good upsets. Great Danes back then. We beat like LDLC, for example, which was at that time 10 times better than us. So I would say Copenhagen Games was just fun. Also, just first time I met the online people I've been seeing online and stuff. I met them in LAN. Put some faces on people and stuff. Yeah, so I would say for me it was Copenhagen Games, very fun experience and also just experiencing kind of like the fatigue and stuff.
میکنم میگفت یه عاشق یه
and I had to play again at 10 in the morning and of course they just told me, I was like, how am I supposed to get home, sleep and come back and they said that's just how it is.
یه سرباز اون وسطیه چی بوده به نظرت؟ یه عاشق، یه سارق، یه شاهد، یه بالغ،
سوار بر قایقه،
یه فاعل. جیم تیوی بازیش مراقه شد 26-2.
ببین اینطوری که میگفت یه آسه، یه شاهد، یه سرباز، قمارباز،
10 و 10
9 و 10 9 و 9 یه 8 رو گرفتن به بازی داشت با استریت فلاش داره دیگه. اینا کردن کجا سرنوشت گرفته بود.
سلام. به نظرت نایف ها دامپ میشن یا مارکت؟
یا مارکت چی معلوم نیست.
والا آره هیچکی نمیدونه الان چه خبره.
گرونتر شد. قرار بود پنجشنبه تا الان کرش کنه دوباره گرونتر.
این ولف تا اون مارکت کپش رو 2 برابر نکنه ول نمیکنه.
آخه ببین من گفتم بازم میگم مارکت کپ چیزی ولف نمیره.
نه میدونم. عددشو میخواد داریم میکنه باید روشی مارکت کپ رو میاره بالا که برسه دست خودش.
یه میخواست یه شوکی به برادران شرق بده. ببین نگاه کن آخر کار منم که همه چیو کنترل میکنم. فکر نکن میتونید آیتمای منو.
If they want to win this semi here on Nuke, well, they picked it again, and they've got to end their loss streak that they have on land right here. Legacy will be a tough team to beat on it. Saw can absolutely
مبلغ 87,500 دلار تا به الان برای این دو تیم گارانتی شده.
They had this like very very long win streak on it. I don't believe that everyone's just suddenly figured them out. They're waiting to target them on land.
10 و 10 9 و 9 یه 8 تو گرفتن به بازی سرنوشت تو.
Saw get better within days, like even today. They're playing sick. They're playing good fundamental stuff. Mid rounds are so cool. Even every round on that comeback for Legacy, Saw had a chance to win, no matter what, whether it was Glocks, half buys.
این به مدل چی بلونده چیه؟ دو رنگ میشه مو چی بهش میگن؟ مش هایلایت. این هایلایت الان بیشتر فرگ مووی درست کرده رو سرش مردی. خب میریم برای مپ دوم لگسی سا نوک پیک سا. لگسی سیتی رو برای شروع انتخاب کرده. سرعت کمی چاشنه کار قرار داده شده بود که ادامه ندادند. دوما با دوالیز رفتن پایین. یکی رفت پایین. کریزی یه فرک هم گرفت. خود کریزی دابل کیل.
Crazy got another kill upstairs. They're thinking about changing up.
Recommit A?
Mutierz thinking about rejoining.
This is actually not right.
این چه حرکت زشت و زننده‌ای بود آخه مردی.
Yeah, they were going to commit upstairs, but now Lotto stops up.
لاتو ادامه کار سعی داره باز هم فرق بزنه. لاتو موفق هم هست. تریپل کیل کشتار ستایی. کریزی C4 پلن کرد رو بی. این دو رو چک نکردی داداش.
Sad's going to start that defuse.
Bomb has been defused.
And he's going to have to push out through the double doors.
نفر اول شکار میکنه و آی 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 دستش نرسید به دیفیوزر. اگر میزد
They were following, they were changing their strat because Crazy got those 2 kills upper. That does seem like a good reason to go back upstairs, but they just didn't realize how many of the Legacy players just rotate so quickly and were there, ready to just plant that position. And Lotto put himself in the middle of all. It's an excellent round for him. So key that he follows his kill down.
It's so hard to communicate what you're seeing
when you think that your teammate's about to walk into an open site through hut.
فول فورس بازیکن سا. آخیش میتونی سعی داشت حتی راحت بکنه داخل سیکرت که موفق نبود. بازیکن لگسی هم داشتن مولی ونتو بغل میکردن. یه وقت حیف نش دهمه جی بخوریم. هیرویکه در اصلا کریزی نیستیم. قرار رو برقرار ترجیح. دو بازیکن رو داره لگسی روی بام سایت بی. آجمی رو بازو چطوری؟ 60 ثانیه زمان.
Rotate down. Some teams get frozen. It's because it's hard to rotate back up, and that's where Legacy are
اگه
at
پشت
right now.
اسکویک.
Oh my god.
اوه سدزین دیلیته تو ادامه کار دوما MP9 کلوز رنج بیش از یک فرگ نصیبش نشد.
Another sick mid-round out of Saw.
Oh boy.
لاکس داخل بنز.
Fantastic out of Legacy.
And that's going to keep on rolling.
اتو به موقع خطو باز میکنه. فرک های پیاپی ریتیک موفقیت آمیز برای لگسی و امتیاز دوم در اختیار این تیم.
Nice with majority.
Remaining Legacy
they've been really good
players.
on retakes. I've been so impressed with Legacy's utility. It's kind of wild, like the quality of game we just had, even though it was so one-sided at first. You know, it's like they really, I don't know. That first half it was lopsided. The second half you really saw Legacy like actually play well and still get outdone. This whole day impossible to predict.
Saw with the tag pause to fine tune before they come through with the first gun round.
سا تک پازای زودی میگیره.
Gun round for Galil, Mac 10.
بازم فورس C4 پرنت کردن فورس کردن.
Why is Maozasa such a fun name?
Giving the camera thumbs up. 2 rounds
بازشو
into the second
گرفته.
map and
استوری اینستاش در اومد.
gives confidence, I
4K
suppose.
later, yeah.
Little 4K in the pistol.
Hasn't died yet.
They've just forgotten about what was going down on Inferno. I mean, at least unlike GamerLegion, Legacy can say that they were coming back into Inferno.
اسم کوچشون موز اولش موزاسا.
Most important round is the one coming up.
I think it's Hulk Hogan who you're thinking of.
موز.
Really, did he go?
داداش موفاسا پیره که پچه دره.
Yeah, probably.
Brother.
آخ 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 اسموک.
Hole in one, brother.
اسموک اوتساید.
Well, that's some guaranteed info on this fake cross.
این دیگه اسموک نیستش که گپ داشته باشه. گپیه که اسموک داره.
Yeah, you should have, brother.
اکزیکیوت ای نیسیم C4 رو زد اصلا نیسیم پرواکتیو C4 دینا شد کاور هم از راه رسید سعی دارن فایر پاور رو سنگین تر بکنن و بعد السلام علیکم برحمت الله و اسموک های اوتسایدشون به هر حال خیلی تاثیرگذار بود توی این ران بازیکن‌های سا برای بچه پرتغال
اکزیکیوت ایشون
So
they're kind of like
fall flat.
They're like Pikmin.
That was a failure.
They can like pick each other up and
اسموک اوتساید فیل شد. اکزیکیوت ای هم فیل شد. پوش پایینشون هم فیل شد. کلا هر کاری کردن فیل شد. Well played.
Are there other ones? I don't even know.
Of what?
Like they have other names.
فورسشون هم فیل شد.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. No, Olimar's the guy.
دوباره فورس کردن آجی.
The guy.
نه چیزه افبایه.
Oh, I thought they just threw each other.
No.
I gotta play the games I talk about.
Yeah.
زدزین اچویدی جدن به نظر من زیاد جالب نیست. دیتایی که میده خیلی توهمه.
من بگردی دنبال زنی الان چی داره فلش داره
Odds are they're still stacked up behind the smoke and
red
box. And you may know what they're up to, but it's another story to stop
لاتو
it.
دیلیت شد. لاکس از راستی دیسریسپکت خواهند کرد. اوروگل مستقیم رفت برای فایت با وینت پلیر. چطور ممکنه همچین چیزی؟ هنوز نیستیم روی بام سایت هست. خدای من چی داره میشه تو این ران میوتریس و گیل؟ یعنی ایکو رانده قضیه ایکو سرزینم HP نداره بله ایکو
I mean this is kind of wild. Is he gonna try to go for it?
ایکو نخستین امتیاز رو خواهند گرفت بازیکنان سا
Doesn't want to even make the play, huh? Has 20 seconds to try to slide down that vent. Could have taken a look at decon, could have taken a look at the exit, but doesn't believe in the 19 health 1v2 clutch. So he's out of here. And that, folks, is Saw's first. Not in a gun round, but rather just a stack up outside of the red box and a follow through down secret.
It's just, yeah. Tech9, I think that was another $500 pistol one-shot headshot situation.
3-1 راند خیلی خوبی بود واسهشون. ایکوران رو گرفتن، پولشون چه شارژی شد. C4 هم پلنت کردن. ایما 6K تزریق شد تو حسابشون. اوف.
And you can see they had half a mind to try to
سدزین
go
و
back upstairs. They got those kills.
استوری اسنایپرهای راند پنجم هستند. بریم ببینیم چه خواهند کرد.
Lotto's got the
زیرو فرگ هم نداریم.
auto shotty in play.
اوه آتو شاتگانو بگی چت. چقدرم گوگو ای مانستر هستن. ای گوگوله.
مشکلم بود آجی.
آره. کیوت سدزین وای شارون زد دوباره سدزین. خود دومی شارونش هرچند که این بار نتونست نفر دوم رو دیلیت بکنه ولی خب تیر به هر دو بازیکن برخورد کرد. نرو همین چطوری؟ 4-4 ادوانتیج در اختیار لگسی است.
Don't you just want to watch him walk into this noob tube?
A little bit.
Sported originally by Hiko, followed by Simple.
You see him back in the logs. چقدر بد بازی کردن لاکس و نیستیم. کنترل رمپ و بامسایتوی از دست رفت. چطوری آخه با؟
What do you make of the CT players in transition like that getting caught by Saw's pack?
I don't want to say unlucky, but I want to say they were looking for this.
اسکینش چرا اسم میکنم مانستر اوورپس
ramp to take that fight, right? This is a rare situation.
استوریو حاجی وای خط استوریو وای
Scouring the field now to try to close out and finish off that last M4, but
خیلی گیر باید باشی اونجا خط بذاری.
Yeah, it's it's a bit of timing there because it is them walking up to ramp to try to fight it. So there's a moment where the T's have a small advantage on the fight. If CT's there just think it's going to be a ramp take, like in the next couple of seconds, you could take more of the RApTOR angle, which is a bit more depressed, and let them come out a little bit. Then you'd have a huge advantage on the fight. But instead, he was lined up with Turnpike. Yes. So he got cleared incidentally. And it's not because that's the fight he wanted. It's just because he was about to swing on it. So it's a bit of timing. It's a great sort of punish here for Saw.
کجایی که داره بارون میاد همینطوری.
Faster than expected. And that's sort of normally the recipe for legacy wins.
صفا باشه خوش اومدی.
That's why I think in the first round of this match, you said let's fight fire with fire.
چرا آجمی رو آخ اسیر شدی.
Saw taking a page out of Legacy's book. I say burn the books. Let's play some Counter-Strike.
Fuliko.
Agile is going to clip Nissim. And so that one M4
اوپنینگ فرنگ هم از دست دادن. شانس خوبی داره سا تا امتیاز رو 3-3 برابر بکنه توی اسکوربورد.
Once the guns have all just kind of crept across the map, which is the case now. Outer control very much here for Saw.
استیکرهای انسوین AKA چقدر تمیز نشسته بود. واو. بهترین انتخاب حس میکنم همین استیکرها باشه برای اینه که چقدر تمیز. فیتا.
Saw actually are also going back down lower. They're prescient, man.
Oh!
Makes things interesting. Now suddenly
boom!
Another rifle.
But look, there's
Legacy.
no one lower. They actually again pick the right side to go to. They need to get into vent, have control side, plant the bomb, and post plant.
That's that vent control they're fighting for. Sadson gonna have to use his utility just to stay alive. Lux unfortunately for the Legacy camp takes a bullet upside the head. We've got coverage from the bomb because again, nobody made it downstairs for the Legacy
bomb has been planted.
That M4 inside of the vent got away with something, but pressured back up into A, and that's just going to be the evacuation plan put in place by Legacy to save these two golds.
It's just keeps blowing my mind every
کانادایی.
day. Seeing how good, you know, like the tier 2 is. Like, this is indistinguishable from the rotations of a tier 1 team, from, you know, the quality of the aim and everything. When you see how well they're controlling the map, they're making moves without any like literal information. They have, you know, they throw a nade.
کامبک تکمیل شد توسط سا. هر چی بیشتر امتیاز بگیرن به مراتب کارشون راحت تر خواهد بود توی سیتی سایدت.
I mean, it makes sense for someone like Mutierz who's been around for so long.
یعنی
But sometimes
وین.
that experience doesn't actually benefit.
یعنی
you.
باری
You know,
جلا.
sometimes
یعنی ای
you
والله.
might be left in CS:GO. You might take a
یعنی
long
حلال
time to
رسول.
evolve your game, and that's just not been the case.
بازی
for him.
بعد این نه دیگه. این بازی برندش فردا ساعت 2:30 ظهر با آرورا بازی میکنه توی گرند فاینال. بارون اومد و یادم داد جدا خدا رو شکر ما شمال رفتیم یه بارون دیدیم. لاتو تو اسموک اسپری اند پری موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ.
Legacy dropping smokes out of spawn here as well, trying to
a little light.
stop this aggression, but Sauce just see as the
رونده بازی و سمت رامپ ساتزین پس میگیره ادوانتیج رو. ساتزین 3-4 میکنه رونده کار رو. میتریس جدا شده از همتیمیاش. پشت بام سای لارو همون لطو بگیر اسم کنم بهتره. اینم از میوتریس استوری تک به ستی.
Could he leave?
2 bullets, 2 players.
تک بیدو کرده. روند راند رو اگه بری توی ایونت جالب میشه. نتونست کویک اسکوپو لند بکنه. داشت جذاب میشد قضیه.
Holy smokes, that was close.
والا دور بر ما که اصلا کلا به جز شمال من ندیدم جای دیگه بارون بیاد کل کشور.
It was a huge ask of him.
رو ایمت کار کن VP.
Instead, Legacy get back into that lead. It's only the 1 round gap. We know Saw's T side is truly alive. But Legacy able to get downstairs, and with that defense in the back of the site, just continuing to win rifle duels to keep Saw at bay.
ساتزین پتا اوتساید رو نگه داشته.
It's nice to at least have one competitive map in these 2 semifinals.
فعلا خبری از کراس اوتساید نیست.
Go out and try to find that first kill. They couldn't do it versus Saw. They're having a lot more success on Nuke.
ساتزین تیر از بغل گوشش رد شد.
Best when they live longer. Like they don't rely on getting a first kill and then putting tons of pressure. They're taking map control 5v5 very effectively. Oh, but again, that's another opener for Legacy.
موفق است توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. 4-5 ادوانتیج در اختیار برعکس آبادان. خوبی رو نگه داشته.
On the main approach, but they smoke main, so well, Mutierz think about this position.
You'll miss it. Oh,
gets around. Lux holding the other side of it. More flashbangs coming over. Lux may activate towards the red flag. He's gonna put this back to Mutierz, and he still hasn't been found out. Mutierz could catch off Nissim.
میوتریز عجب موقعیتی از دست دادیم مردی. آخ 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 نمیصرفید. میوتریز چه مپ قبلی هم نزد این مپ هم نمیزنه.
What's the move here? Low health
فقط داره کال میده مردی.
20 seconds and I feel like they're just going to eject out to CT spawn now. Yeah, you'll go for the save at this point. So well done with the positioning inside of Garage.
Yeah.
Doesn't end up getting caught by that Mutierz creep out through the smoke, and then very importantly as well, Nissim winning his duel.
They're not feeling their trades.
هم بند شده نمیره تو وریفای نکرد. باید وریفای کنه دیگه. هیچ وریفای کن.
That's all that's needed to keep the advantage. Also, it's again, it's a story of opening kills.
ارومیه ان شاءالله به طلبه.
It's often agile right now.
خوش به حالت سیسی.
I think that's Sort of ruining the late round chances of Saw when
ایشالله
they're trying to be really
همینطوری
creative, where they
ایشالله
actually
مبارکت
thrive.
باشه پیشا پیش.
It's the game plan that Legacy wanted. Again, back on Inferno. Lots of ideas on the CT side to get opening kills, but none came to fruition. Things have changed.
راند نهم بازی اختلاف دوباره میرسه به 2 امتیاز. کماکان باید اصلا سرعت رو هم تاشنه کار قرار داده. آراگور نتونست اوپنینگ فرگ رو بگیره. یک باری که 4-5 به سود لگسی.
You got damage on 3 legacy members, but they stood that aggressive test out of the gate.
کجا رو وال بنگ زد؟
Still room for Crazy to try to pounce.
Ooh.
As Doomhouse switches between holding Hut and holding off on Squeaky, there's a
4-4
boiling.
Oh, okay.
لاکس هم رد HP.
Up here listening.
شاید سا شانس داشته باشه که
He falls back for the real reposition. Crazy still yet to move. Concerned that he slides onto the door. You can see the angle Crazy's holding, looking upwards.
They still got the secret sort of split
دارم میانو سمت سدزینی که با اسنایپ خست نگه داشته. 55 ثانیه زمان.
Hasn't got a good fight here, right? Just for one.
Trying to bait out Sadzin's shot.
فلشه خیلی خوب. سدزین نتونست شاتشو لعب بکنه. آمار اسنایپر رو دارن. فرار میکنه به سمت بام سایت. تایمینگ خیلی مهم بود برای دوما. به موقع چک کرد پوش هات رو.
I think Lux finally
25 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده. 3-4 پیرنشون چیه بازیکنان سا؟ اگه هم نتونست کاری از پیش ببره. استوری در پی شکار خط بام سایت رو نگه داشته. خود سدزین موفق. سدزین تریپل کیل و امتیاز 6 در اختیاره برعکس آبادان. قیسی دیجه ایران بالا تا الان نداشته.
I don't think Mutierz realized that he was unspotted and actually could have walked that flat.
دلیل بنت هم اگه بند شده دلیل بند رو ببینید چرا بند شده. کلا وریفای نکنی نمیذاره بازی کنه.
But as they do so, Legacy are the ones to have the advantage. Wow, that's a great no scope from Sadzin.
I think there's also an unfortunate one there for backside A in Crazy's case. He had waited so long for Doomau to make the mistake, but just gets caught right off the threat of a backside player.
یه لحظه خطرناک. اما دوما شرایط رو دوباره تحت کنترل خودش در میاره. اوتساید لاکس او هم توی فایت خودش موفق. دوما در میبنده که سوز نیاد.
Chance to build up money, a 4-round gap. And best case 5 rounds for Saw.
این هم از استوری. 2-5 فرصت عالی برای لگسی. کریزی هم نتونست کاری از پیش ببره. سدزین دید نفر آخر یا خیر. انیوی نیسیم کارسازی میکنه. امتیاز 7 رو در اختیار برزیلیا قرار میده. دوباره خوب برگشتن به بازی. برزیلیا دوباره خوب برگشتن به بازی.
Last map obviously wasn't a spectacle, but at least they put up some kind of a comeback that showed they were ready to fight. Now they're here to play for sure.
درخواست دومین تکتیکال تایم اوت برای سا. اینجوریست فقط یه دونه فرگ زده. همه فایر پاورشون برخلاف مپ قبلی خیلی اومده پایین.
I think comfortable with the reasons they lost and they really believe that they can fix them.
که از تریتمنت در میان نایفینا امروز دیروز در اون. اگه نایفایی که روز اول آپدیت معلوم گرفتن منظورته دیروز پیدبل شدن همشون.
Will that Saw gravestone really read? Just never won Nuke.
It's gotta be daunting. You come into this event thinking you have something stable to work on, a pillar of your success.
Yeah, like you have a free map.
Something that you're actually proud of.
And the craziest part is just winning the series anyway, every single time.
You know, there was pride in their Nuke. They brought it home to show their parents. who then just crumpled it up and threw it in the trash. As Nuke has not put a dent in their opposition.
سبزین اگریسیو یک بار دیگه اوپنینگ فرگ رو میگیره برای لگسی. تو ادامه کار نیستیم هم موفق. اگیل با یک دوبل کیل جواب داد. 3-3 میکنه روند کار رو. سرعت هم حرکت میکنه به سمت بام سایت بی. دقیقه زمان ساتین یک بار دیگه اگریسیو این بار خط اسکویکی رو داره میره جلو. اگیل موفق شد لتو رو هم شکار بکنه. خط درستی نگه داشته. کریزی بو کشید کریزی.
It kind of shows you like Agile's impact, right? Because he started off 3 and 6. He was a lot of the first deaths as he was getting spammed outside when he was starting and
لاکس آمارش رو دارن. از نید خودش استفاده میکنه. از شانس خودش رو امتحان بکنه. اومد برای پری فایر هات بالای هات البته. گردنشو قطع کرد. چه کرد اگیل؟ کواد کیل. کواد کیل بعد از آیم بلست رایوال.
Never would have expected still 2 players inside of Hut holding for his squeaky walk up.
Brought back a scoreline in a massive way. He's now the only player positive on the scoreboard for Saw.
چه بد زده لاتو رو. راند 12 آخرین راند نیمه اول مپ دوم 7-4. آیتم هایی که با سرعت به پرواز در آمده. سنسین باز هم موفق. چند راند انتری زده برای لگسی. میوتریس فرصت خوبی داشت که توی اسموک بیاد و فرگ از دست رفته رو به یک دابل کیل برگردونه. لاکس
with the speed of which he turns around, he knows Lux is in secret, but this is weird.
He just did a fast peek. Was this is being watched now? No.
آمار یک بازیکن رو دارن میوتریس.
I mean, no, Mutierz knows Lux is there. He heard him running. But Mutierz, because Mutierz also ran, does he think Lux heard him as well?
They're gonna break some glass.
Oh man, this one is, there's all kinds of messy. Who knows what and who knows what the other ones know? Maybe who? Breaks the window and Sadza doesn't react to that either because they covered it.
صدا بلاک شد. صدا بلاک شد. صدای شکستن ویندو پایین رو نگرفتن. میوتریس داره از راه میرسه. میوتریس بالاخره استوری کارسازی کرد. خدای من میوتریس ظرف اسید و بغل کن برادر من عزیز من.
And they will move back upstairs because Dumao and Lux come sprinting down to control that. God, that was messy.
خوش اومدی رضا.
They're upstairs. Could be a key retake. This one's going to be hard.
Yeah, trying to fight.
3-4 نید در ازای نید.
Lux
خوبی زدن به اگیل. لوکس کامل پوش داد که میوتریس بالاخره موفق شد فرگ بزنه. راند آخر هم هست. این دو بازیکن باید اقدام بکنن. یک فلش عالی. دوما موفق میشه استوری رو شکار بکنه. زیاد زمان ندارن. کریزی چطور لنز میکنه اگیل کار تموم کنه. 7-5 نتیجه بازی با 2 امتیاز اختلاف به سود برزیلیا توی نیمه اول مپ دوم به پایان میرسه. این راند دوم سا سیتی ساید لگسی تی ساید.
Trying to vie with Sadson for the top spot here on Nuke. So who's got it in them? Saw opt not to get a kit for the pistol round. We'll see if a retake is
Sorry, توی گاراژ.
That's not what you're hoping to smoke. Surely
it's supposed
to be the waterfall.
P250 سعی داره.
Can't wrap off of that.
فرنگ دیگه کلوز رنج استوری دوبل کیل.
Two headshots. Oh my god, this one is as clean
چه
as they
بلایی
get.
سر لگسی اومد. نیستیم تنها باقی موند. تا سریع این اتفاق افتاد آمارش رو هم دارن فشار بیشتر میکنن. آراگون دابل کیل استوری دابل کیل. ایسوران در اختیار سا. اسیموف منطق محرومه. آندرد تیز نمیدونم شاید میخواد دوباره برگرده دیگه.
Long range USPs, one shot apiece.
چرا مهدی دیگه CS نداری؟ نمیدونم آج ابلیس فدات شم جدا الان ایده ای ندارم. فقط میدونم الان آیتم قرمز بخری داری روی تقریبا بالاترین قیمت میخری. زیاد نمیصرف. یک امتیاز اختلاف لگسی فول فورس. اسیم آماده پرتاب فلش. آراگورن تو اسموک اگه روی بام ساید دوتا هدشات تر و تمیز برای این بازیکن. 0 اگه پیاپی به سود سا. ادامه روند بازی به سمت رمپ کریزی. ریسک نمیکنه حالا خط رو باز میکنه. یک دابل کیل هم برای این بازیکن. 7 نتیجه بازی برابر و کامبک دوباره تکمیل شد. قربونت برم محمد امین الهی فدات بشم من عشق منی جیگر تو برم. خیلی مخلصی. مرسی که هستی.
That might be a world's first.
Not to mention the nature of the blowouts across the series.
این راندو ایکو هستن برزیلی ها. فست پوش اسکویکی میوتریس و اگیل موفق تو گرفتن 2 فرگ پیاپی با آسم اگیل. دابل کیل. زئوس گرفته دستش. دوما.
That's when you know the other team's confident.
سنتین چستی بیکی اومد بیرون اسموک. اگیل تریپل کیل چه فارمی داره میکنه اگیل. کماکان دوما مسلح به زئوس. این برق کسی رو میگیری یا نه؟
It feel real good to finally just put it over the line to earn yourself a grand finals versus Aurora tomorrow. With a map pick that you want to be proud of. Agile's going to make sure that yet again 5 players stand tall. That is tons of money in the coffers for Saw as they establish the lead 8-7.
Can you believe what we're watching right now? And yeah, it is just 2 very successful ecos following that pistol, but like the money is high. Again, haven't had to rebuy or upgrade 2 M4s. They're just going to be on par with Legacy.
8-7 یک امتیاز ادوانتج میره برای گان راند لگسی. راند مهمیه برای این تیم. از دست بدن سا میتونه تا دابل دیجیت پرواز کنه.
The one thing is even though they keep losing the Nuke, like just for the fights,
they
get so much practice and comfort on the angles, you know, just so many reps. That's what we've seen for Saw in their recent games, these last few months. Nothing but Nuke.
تانل اسمو که هلو زدن. اینترستینگ. اوتسایدر رو خیلی متمرکز میشن. حالا آیتم ها پرتاب میشن. اگیل اومده روی بام سایت. چه فلش به موقعی اما هنوز زنده است اگیل. آراگون موفق میشه فلک هم بزنه. دوما برای تو جواب میدن. خدای من لوتو و حالا استوری تک به تک در برابر لاکس.
He knows that Story's up in heaven still. That op well positioned. Bomb will need to be picked up. And Story considering this outer play.
40 ثانیه زمان C4 هم در اختیار لاکس قرار داره.
Or he's going to go 2 layers deep and just come back
به تک بسیار حساسی، تایمینگ بسیار مهم برای این دو بازیکن. حالا آمار همدیگر رو دارن. لاکس میره برای پلنت C4. ای وای من برگم چه فرار مهدوی کیایی کرد با اسکوپ، اما لاکس به موقع خطو بازی کنه 8 نتیجه برابر. چه فراری کرد. الله اکبر.
I mean, yeah, he could have just straight up died, but
کدوم تیم قوی تره؟
coming back into that corner like he
المان
recovered. That's all
سای خود
that we
قوی
need to say.
تره.
And Lux has actually put together a few clutches at this event. He's been very solid in 1v1 situations. I really want to see that spray transfer though. That was from the floor to heaven, wasn't it?
Yeah, Lotto definitely opening it up when Saw were able to put some kind of a hold together. And shout out Agile, because eating that flashbang, he waited so long to turn away from the ramp, trying to dodge all of the flashes in that upper attack, but he just stares at it in the sequence of flashes that popped. Still able to post a hold. Story cuts through half of that 1 versus 2. But Lux is slippery in the clutch. And this game tied up. So good early answer here for Legacy. But again, we talked about all the money that was being made by Saw, the nature of keeping 5 players alive back-to-back. Not have SMGs, these M4s from the get-go. That'll be put to the test here in round 17.
آغاز شده سرعتی سمت اوتساید. سعدزین شنگ زد واقعا کریزی رو. میوتریس پشت بلو، کاور از راه رسید. آراگورن همونجا حضور داره. حالا ادوانتج بر میگرده در اختیار بازیکنان سا. 3-4. هلو ارشک چطوری؟
Two walking on the floor. Agile, he takes this one out. Doom out breaks this glass, but doesn't matter anymore.
C4 در اختیار دارن. لاتو بیش از یک ترک نصیبش نشد و استوری کار رو تموم کنه. امتیاز 9 در اختیار سا.
Yeah, a one-off round win, a full rifle where there's so many saved. The first kill, Sadzin got it. He's got a pretty handsome scoreline right now, but answered back by 2. And then this play.
اسمو توی پینه. توی پین بازی میکنه.
Keep moving, keep shooting, and don't miss.
نمیدونم TN4 فردت شم. دشمن چند و شرش. کریزی چندین بازیکن در مقابل زیر فشار سنگینی قرار گرفته. سدزین موفق‌تر عمل میکنه برای گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. تو تی سایدت هم داره اوپنینگ فرگ میزنه برای تیمش. تو ادامه کار استوری و آراگورن 3-3 میکنن روند کار رو. C4 C4 نیست. وای من C4 اصلا در اختیارشون قرار نداره. رسیدن به بامسای تیمی بدون C4. میوتریز رد کرد. اینمی رو چه اتفاقی داره میافته؟ استوری موفق میشه ادوانتج رو برگردونه. هنوز کار تموم نشده. باز هم استوری چه دمجی میزنه به لاتو. مگه اینکه لاکس بتونه کاری ازش بره. آمار C4 رو دارن. استوری سعی داشت با پیستول خودش بازی بکنه در پی ریکاوری کردن C4.
Oh, it's right there. I thought it was behind the box. Or did they just pick it up and lose it again? Whatever the hell is happening.
قدم کارشون سخت شد. توی اسموک شانس خودشون رو امتحان میکنن. هنوز موفق به برداشتن C4 نشدن. 2-2 میوتریس و اگیل در برابر لاتو و لاکس. یک اسموک دیگه هم چاشنی کار قرار داده میشه. تو اسموک بارها شانس خودشون رو امتحان میکنن. چه شرایط اسفناکیه توی این راند. کمتر از 20 ثانیه زمان باقی بوده. لاکس داره میاد داخل اسموک. 15 ثانیه میتونه هر دو بازیکن رو شکار بکنه. C4 ریکاور نشده. جاشون عوض شد. نفر اول رو میزنه تو ادامه کار. تک به تک لاکس چه راندی برگشت در اختیار برزیلیا. باورم نمیشه این راندو سا از دست داد. چطوری جدی؟
We're gonna need access to both team speaks and translators.
چه تایمینگی رفت تو اسموک.
You just go. They switch places, look behind them, and then don't leave.
Yikes.
کماکان هر دو تیم فول بای.
And the game goes on. No pause off of that. No, nobody wants to collect themselves. Don't need a chance to think things through. We just go right back to the action with
استوری و سدزین خطر دیگر رو نگه داشتن تا اسنایپرها.
It's
such a big chance for Legacy. Look at the money for Saw.
Missed shot.
Too fast.
Story is locked into garage.
نتونست شاتشو لند بکنه سدزین.
Hit by the flashbang. It's going to call assists out from Aragorn and that
help player. Inferno بود 13 ساز زد.
Also try to hold anything at bay. Deep smoke grenades are going to deny those assists. And so you know Story's locked in garage. You know any potential support can't help out. This is a golden ticket for secret control.
سیکرت پا رو هم گرفتن. قطعا نیستیم خطرناک. آراگورن موفق‌تر تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. دوما از راه رسیده. مولی ایونت میتونه کمی کمک بکنه. میوتریس نتونست کاری از پیش ببره. کریزی خیلی فاصلش زیاده برای گرفتن فرانک و سدزینی که داره سمت اوت با اسنایپ خودش بازی میکنه. نتونست شاتو لند بکنه. 4-3. دوما دوباره سرویسه میکنه روند بازی رو. لاکس یک خط عالی نگه داشته که فرک هم براش به همراه داره. احتمال اینکه امتیاز دهم رو ببینیم. بله امتیاز دهم رو خواهیم دید در استان لگسی. بازی قشنگی شد. خداییش بازی قشنگی شد. ادامش.
I need more processing speed right now. What a situation.
ادوانتج تو اسکوربورد برمیگرده در اختیار لگسی.
Kept the op out of play in big garage. Took it downstairs slowly. Yeah, that's what we just saw. Right there. They were splitting atoms to make this round happen. To follow up the masterclass on ramp. Somehow Legacy have taken a lead back in this game. Through tens of thousands of dollars. On a stack CT side with momentum.
یک امتیاز اختلاف. بازم باین 3 تا MP9 AK و AVP در اختیار بازیکن سا. خیلی ریسک بزرگی کردن که این راندو بایی کردن. خیلی ریسک بزرگی کردن. بازی سرعتی به سمت بام سایت آرگون و اگیل تو ادامه کار. باز هم آراگون. وای چه فرصتی از دست رفت. 10 نتیجه بازی برابر.
3 MP9s that could have been an upper stack. They were having so much success outside. They were probably meant to treat this like an anti-force of some sort. This is what Saw were dreaming of when they bought these 3 MP9s.
It's the exact kind of round they needed to get us all tied up. And if you're Legacy, you throw that one against the wall, and when it doesn't stick, how do you pull yourself
کماکان هر دو تیم فول بای.
of the gut-wrenching feeling that is smashing into MP9s.
بازی عجیبی شده. اسم کنه اوتساید لاکس. به زحمت میرسونه خودش رو به سیکرت. ستوری شاتو لند میکنه. موفق است رو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک در پی فرار. یه لحظه گیر کرد توی ویندو.
They're looking for anything that they can find. Lado got tagged down earlier. Now the kills are coming. They are getting picked off just like Legacy did to them on their CT side. 3 players nuts to butts.
دوباره برگشتن لابی.
For a late round hit. No
هر 3 بازیکن در کنار هم.
And they realize this is going to be too obvious. But how are they going to make something interesting happen? They have no flashes.
یه اشتباه عگیل.
Hops into the lap of Nissam.
آراگورن کماکان پشت بام سایت.
tension off of that last frag. A
لاتو
slight bit of belief creeps into the heads of
کامل تغییر
Legacy.
پوزیشن داده و
This bomb so susceptible to getting
سمت
stopped.
مین داره میاد جلو آراگورن الان پوزیشن بسیار مهمی رو در اختیار داره. شات اول لند میکنه تو ادامه کار. تو موفق تر توی ترید 20 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده. C4 دراب شده توی مین. نیسیم میاد برای ریکاور کردن C4. میوتریز صداشو شنیده. نیسیم باید بره برای پلنت. داره این کار رو هم انجام میده. دو متمرکز شده روی خط هیون و کریزی کار رو تموم میکنه و امتیاز 11 در اختیار سا قرار میگیره. هرچند خیلی گرون تموم شد. C4 رو پلنت شد.
Material advantage in play. It's a nice round out of Saw. It gets scary towards the end, but it's so critical that Legacy found a way to put
یه
that
ذره
together
دیر
because
مد
look
نروس.
at the
الان
money.
دیگه توی تریداپ امکان داره ضرر کنی. دیگه داری میری تو فاز گمبل.
It's series point coming up.
دیگه اصلا نمی‌صرفه.
And they
اما
have to
ایتما
decide
شدن
if they're going to go
80
for
دلار.
pro. Surely this is a play for overtime.
5 تا بذاریم 400.
نه میگه قبل آپدیت خریده بوده.
$3,500 on Nissim's the best case.
افروشی سود معقول‌تریه دیگه. اگه میخوای
There's just no other.
100% سود کنی باید
They're going to have a
بفروش.
good buy next round.
اگه میخوای ریسک کنی میتونی بزنی تو تریداپ.
They've got to take it on the chin.
بزن بده امرالد میده داده. کیفش 22.
گوش نده
Heart
برخوایی.
starting to pound if you're Saw because you are actually doing this.
یزید المومن.
الان فرهاد این فرشته چپ و راستیم که روشون ها میکنن.
So many individual duels as the replay shows. Legacy had a chance to fight back into that one, but
این میوتریس یه ذره غذا بهش بدین آجی.
They'll tiptoe their way through this one. Give themselves a smoke and a couple flashes.
راند 22 بالاخره یکو کرده بازیکنان لگسی. این راند دیگه پول نداشتن واقعا.
Not to let Legacy tie up again at 11. Let the CTs get through that.
سرعت بازی بسیار پایین با صبر و حوصله دارن بازی کنن. برزیلیا دوما رسیده به سیکرت.
Yeah. Up downstairs, but how comfortable does it want to get? They know that they've left this open slightly.
And the flashes have already been thrown. Crazy starts to leave. Now there is no ramp control at all.
Wait, that door got open, but I don't think they...
وای اصلا آمار دوما رو ندارن. صدای سینگل دور هم نشیدن که باز شده. دوما الان میتونه اسنایپر رو شکار بکنه و حمله کنن به سمت بامسایت. چه جایی هم پوزیشن گرفته. استوری ای وای من برای لگانشو ندید. هنوز نمیدونن که استوری کجا پوزیشن گرفته. دوما و استوری رو ببینید. وای پوزیشن این دو بازیکن رو نگاه کنید. حالا خطا باز میشه. سورپرایز از راه رسید بالاخره. تو ادامه کار سعی داره فرگ بزنه. کریزی نتونست این کار رو انجام بده. دو بازیکن به سرعت روتیت کردن به سمت بام سایتی. آراگور از راه رسیده. فشار بیشتر بکنه. خود آراگور موفق. همینطور میوتریز فرق های پیاپی. باز هم دوما دابل کیل برای این بازیکن رسید روی بام سایت. 15 ثانیه بیشتر زمان باقی نمونده. یک ام فور هم ریکاور کرد. کریزی سعی داره فرق بزنه. نتونست این کار رو انجام بده. میوتریز میاد کارو تموم میکنه و نیسیم هم نتونست کاری از پیش ببره و این هم از مچ پوینت در اختیار بازیکنان سا.
Looking at that box, it could have been a lot worse. Juma at least going 1-for-1 on the trade there made things interesting. Maybe at that moment with that much space they wish they had just invested, but this is what they were waiting for. 3 AKs, 2 Galils, full grenades.
12-10.
He opened single door and nobody reacted.
راند 23
squeaky, so I'm not sure.
Either way it leads
لگسی باید دو امتیاز رو پشت سر هم بگیره تا بازی بتونه بکشونه به اوورتایم.
24 if they can pull this one off.
ستوری قطع خوبی نگه داشته بود. موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرانک. 4-5 در ابتدای راند 23. ندیدش. لاکس خودشو رسونده پشت بلو.
And yet they sat in the shadows as our expectations fell on so many other
پوش
teams.
خودش ادامه میده. باز هم استوری.
What could be the end of
دابل کیل برای بازیکن لاکس. پوزیشنش میتونه گیم چنجر باشه. میوتریس از راه رسیده و خطش رو نگه داشته. لاکس موفق تر از آیتم‌های خودش استفاده میکنه. خودش رو اسموک کرد. فاک سوری تریپل کیل برای این بازیکن. خط درستی هم نگه داشته. میاد داخل. موفق هم هست. سوری خدای من چه فشاری رو داره تحمل میکنه لاکس. بالاخره کارش رو تمام کرد. به حالا تک به تک کریزی در برابر لاکس. C4 در اختیار بازیکن به سرعت میره رو بام سایت بی. میره برای پلنت C4. کریزی هم حرکت خودش رو آغاز کرده. 20 ثانیه زمان. C4 پلنت شد و حالا کریزی باید سریعتر عمل بکنه. در رو باز کرده. تایمینگ بسیار مهم برای هر دو بازیکن و لاکس راندو برمیگردونه. خدای من چت عجب بازی قشنگی شاهد هستی. اختلاف رسه به 1 امتیاز وارد راند 24م بازی میشیم.
3v4 situation and he pulls this out. What a leader.
درخواست سومین تکتیکال تایم اوت برای سا.
Saw go to the timeout.
مبارک
legacy where they were broke just a minute ago. Lose 4 players.
آخرین راند نیمه دوم مپ دوم. 1 امتیاز تا پایان به سود سا. 1 امتیاز تا اوورتایم.
Aragorn on an MP9.
با ایشون نظر ضعیف هم شد. آراگورن MP9 وارد بازی کرده. لگسی خبری حساب نیست. 3K 2 گلیل. استوری همه کار کرد که بگیرن راند و آخرش هم اتفاق نیفتاد. 20 تا فرگ زده استوری برای تیمش. میریم برای شروع راند 24م.
Util dropped out of the gate. Can you replicate that round, Story?
Story.
What is left to piece together? Because we've seen him
control outside Lux.
left inside of Grog.
کمی اومده جلو اسپات شد توسط استوری اما سریع پوزیشن خودش رو عوض کرد. اسموک های اوتساید رو رفرش میکنن. 4 بازیکن در کنار هم دارن میرن تو اسموک. چند تا تیر خوردن. تو ادامه کار نتونست میوتریس کار سازی بکنه. هیچکس رو بام سایت بی نیست. لگسی چه فرصتی داره برای گرفتن راند. محل از مولی خودش استفاده میکنه. حرکت کردن به سمت بام سایت. سینگل دور و دابل دور نیستیم. در حال لرک داخل تروفی. بازیکن سا هیچ ایده ای ندارن که اصلا کنترل بام سایت بی در اختیار تیم لگسی قرار گرفته. شانس رفتن بازی تو اوورتایم بسیار زیاد هست. حالا باید برن برای ریتیک 5-5. نیستیم کماکان جدا از هم تیمیاش داره بازی میکنه. میوتریس از فلش‌های خودش استفاده میکنه. کار سخت پیشی دارن بازیکن سا. دوما خط رفت رو نگه داشته. چه شاتی هم زد. میوتریس به خوبی جواب میده. ادوانتج رو برمیگردونه خود میوتریس. دابل کیل برای بازیکن سپر میکنه روند کار رو. اما زمان به ضررشون داره سپری میشه. نیسی موفق. خود لاکس جواب میده. آراگورن ترید میشه توسط نیسیم. 2-2 شده روند رو. باید برن برای دیفیوز. بمبیز دیفیوزینگ. خدای من دینا شد. بازی رفت تو اوورتایم. Boom! We go overtime map 2. Boom! Overtime is a go.
Series of absolutely tumultuous rounds back to back, and it ends in Legacy's favor.
اوه کی فکرشو میکرد این بازی اینقدر جذاب شه.
He helped out with that Molotov that dropped into the vent that really delayed any kind of a rotate.
Do you have?
نخستین راند اوورتایم 12-12 نتیجه بازی برابر.
It has been so many overtimes for Saw in this event.
ستوری چه فلشی چه قدم به موقع دوما رفت پشت رد.
Now there's only one looking at the cross.
4 بازیکن
One on ramp. A lot of attention outside. They're trying to pay attention here. This flash is going to go down.
فلش اول کریزی نتونست کاری از پیش ببره. تو ادامه کار آیتم های پیاپی فشار سنگینی وارد میکنن. استوری نمیتونه خطشو نگه داره، مجبور میشه تغییر پوزیشن بده. آراگورن از راه رسیده. وای من آراگورن چیکار کردی اصلا؟ معلوم بود مردی. تو ادامه کار لاکسا موفق است به ترید. فرصت مهیاسا.
Main player gets found out as Mutierz is actually taking a challenge back towards site. Bomb is on Lux, over towards control doors. Story kills Doom out outer. And now Lux is playing with the doors as he tries to get into this site.
سریعتر بیاد برای پلنت C4. این کار رو حالا داره انجام میدم. یه تریس اینجا حضور داره. استوری با USB خط تو باز کرد. چرا آخه این کارا رو میکنن؟ فشار خیلی سنگینه رو سا. فشار خیلی سنگینه رو سا. اصلا شرایط روحی جالبی ندارن.
What's definitely true is the more crazy the round, the more likely Legacy are to win it, no matter what the advantage is.
مستقیما روی فایر پاورشون تأثیری گذاشته. آراگورن می‌خواست در رو ببنده که مثلا کسی نفهمه اومده روی بام سایت. یه ذره دیر این فکر به ذهنش خطور کرد.
And credit to Legacy, they're finding a way, new ways to get downstairs that are tricking them.
Man, with the way that ramp was taken so quickly, when Crazy doesn't get anything, when the Opera on the rotate smoked off like that, I mean, Aragorn's got to know, you don't have time to go back for that door.
That was unbelievable, yeah.
You do not have time for that.
No.
He almost didn't have time to even get to the Astralis corner if that was the plan, let alone double back for 3 seconds. And it'd be different if you get caught off by timing because they took ramp quietly. But dude, your 2 teammates know they can't fight 10 seconds ago.
Yep. No, this game doesn't happen when you're doing all the right things.
Okay, sure. yeah.
Hello Grey Hat. سلام حمید اسپنسر، خوش اومدید بچه‌ها. میریم برای راند دوم اوورتایم. آیتم های پیاپی. تو اسموک آراگورن تو اسموک موفق میشه فرگ بزنه. نزدیک بود. لاکس رو هم شکار بکنه اتفاق نیفتاد. لاکس به 10 رسید به سینگل دور.
And this has just been such a problem for the CTs. Again, they've let this go and haven't moved. How can that be?
دوباره متوجه حضور لاکس نشدن که خطا رد کرده داخل ونت و بام سایت بی. میتونه یه فری فرگ بزنه برای تیمش. خدای من. بله آماره کریزی رو داره. کریزی هیچ ایده ای نداره که لاکس کجاست. حالا شاتو لنز میکنه. به سرعت حمله میکنن به سمت بام سایت بی. میوتریس او هم داره این کار رو انجام میده که برگرده برای ریتیک. لاکس خط خوبی نگه داشته. رد اچ پی موفق میشه دابل کیل بزنه حالا برای تیمش. اگیل هم کاری از پیش نبرد. 2-4 همه چیز مهیاس. این هم از آراگورن. امتیاز 14 هم را خواهیم دید در اختیار لگسی.
Yeah, look at the smiles on their faces, man.
They got to be covering that audio with something.
Yeah, I don't know. But even the fact that he dropped vent, like they didn't rotate when he dropped vent. They tagged him getting into the vent. The players have crossed outside on their dime as they're getting tagged on the cross. It is very clear that Legacy are going lower. And nobody's doing anything
about it. اوورتایم 14-12 سا هنوز موفق به گرفتن امتیاز نشده.
Teams don't know how to adjust to that and you can fool them. Saw had a 9 nuke streak. They're just choking.
Still failing to win this map at Bucharest Masters specifically. They've tried it plenty of times, and today felt like it was going to be the solution to springboard them into grand finals.
And Legacy can taste it, man. They see that. You know, it's got to be one of the comms last round. They're falling apart. This is our chance.
Got 2 MP9s to deal with.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh. Smoke just bounced back. At least you still have the 2 on the diagonal cross, but
missed that breakout site.
They gotta try something different too. All they're doing is playing on the inside of those smokes, spamming across them instead of trying to play secret. They played big garage. That hasn't mattered because no one's wrapping into hell. And then there ends up always being this pressure on ramp. Now here, they're gonna overstaff it.
حالا 3 بازیکن اومدن داخل تروفی. کریزی کلوز رنج خط نگه داشته آمارش رو داره. لتو موفق هم هست توی فایت. 2 بازیکن دیگه هنوز حضور دارن برای گرفتن کنترل. میوتریس دابل کیل. ستوری چه ریسکی، چه اشتباهی دارن برمیگردن به سمت بام سایت. اگه کاری از روش نمیبری نیستیم. از روش رد شد میوتریس. باش بیه 31 تک به 3. امتیاز 15 هم و مچ پوینت اتان زیاد در اختیار لگسی قرار خواهد گرفت. اتفاق میفته. مپ پوینت در اختیارشون هست. 1 امتیازی میخوان تا بازی رو بکشونن به مپ سوم.
Even if it goes to this next map, I mean, making this comeback would already be ridiculous. But the amount of tragedies that they have had to suffer in these last 15 minutes, they are going to be fully embittered. I don't understand when there's like a ram stack like that. You're trying to invite players in and you're constantly trying to stuff your face.
15-12 لگسی روی یک قدمی کشوندن بازی به انشنت مپ سوم.
Just make sure to chill because he realizes they're going to be a little desperate, but there are frags happening on multiple parts of the map in a lot of these rounds.
لاکس این بار روند بازیش تغییر داده و اومده خط سیکرت رو از داخل نگه داشته. یا ابوالفضل چه نیدی هم نوشه جان کرد. 1 مولی هم چاشنی کار قرار داده شد.
Outside clearly belongs to Saw at the moment, barring Dumau inside the garage. But that op is now on the hunt. Sadzin with the perfect clipping
چه پوزیشنی. دوما دابل کیل. چک نمیشه پوزیشن دوما. همه چیز مهیاست که بریم برای مپ سوم. دوما کلوزرنج فایت. میوتریس موفق است تو اجرای 2-4. هنوز کار سخت پیش رو دارن. سادزین خط رو باز میکنه و کارسازی میکنه. دابل کیل برای سنایپر برزیلی ها تو ادامه کار. اگیل تک به 4 نفر اول شکار میکنه. تک به 35 ثانیه زمان. سادزین تریپل کیل برای بازیکن و بازی که به اوورتایم کشیده میشه. راضی هم ازشون. ببین چه چوکی زد سا. اونم چه راندی. ران 12. آخا چت میریم برای استراحت کوتاه. برگردم خدمتتون تو دقایق دیگر برای شروع مپ سوم دیسایدر انشنت. بی رایت بک.
Right up until this point, they can taste that they're in the finals. They're so close to it, and they let it slip away, and they let it slip away, and it is mistakes, and it is errors. It is their fault. Credit to Legacy, but Sorv let this one go, and now you have to go and play a 3rd map. I don't know how. I don't know if they got the mental.
It's sometimes like I feel there are many games we see where people are, oh, this team choked it, but it's not really a choke. You got outplayed, or things not quite going your way. This was a textbook definition of a choke. The pressure getting to them. They knew they had this one in the bag. They won rounds they shouldn't be winning earlier on, and then just unforced errors, like egregious errors, just unforgivable. And also, I did say, unfortunately, Crazy, he has been a bit of a liability towards Ramp and all the new games they played. And considering how he performed in Inferno, expecting something like that didn't happen. But yeah, this was a choke of epic proportions. I don't want to see this round again. Like, this hurts.
I mean, this is where you really know it's going to go wrong. This moment here, all you have to do is run away, You know, I know it's all cool with the benefit of hindsight, but that's an elementary thing. You've got to
well, that's where the choke comes in. That's where the pressure comes in. If you being unaware of the situation.
That's your ambulance being called for the choke.
The lack of situational awareness, the communication breakdowns that we have seen. You know, Agil, once he gets that kill, just run away. You know, just run into the B bomb site. He doesn't have time to plant. Even if he did, he would have to sort of sit on the plant immediately. It's an easy 1v1 for you to clutch out. But yeah, so many situations towards the end where you can see them, either they're not communicating or they're communicating but not doing anything about it. You know, like they understand, all right, I mean, they could have gone secret, they could be going B right now, and you're just not doing anything about it.
Yeah, and we didn't see it there in the highlight package, but I think the final round of regulation as well, you know, I guess it's Mutierz is maybe called to read. Nobody rotates to the lower bomb sites, and they're all there. And we were like counting. We were like here in the studio going, is somebody going to move? Is somebody going to move? Move now?
You might have a read in that round.
Crazy.
Surely you can be like, yeah, sure, it's going to be a fake, guys. It's actually going to be a, you know, a ramp push or an upper push. But at least said somebody, like one guy, at least to kind of act as an early warning system or something.
The problem isn't just that they didn't send anybody B. It's they didn't push lobby or do anything really to react.
What we're talking about.
Yeah, but then it's a 5v5 retake. You're like, all right, it's over. Now Mutierz gets 2 kills out of nowhere.
Kills. But remember, they only have one kit, Yanko, as well. So if the kit gets displaced, you've got another nightmare problem.
But Nissim on the lurk, that was huge. If he goes down, the round probably crumbles completely. He was actually able to find 3 kills in this round in the end, even the 4th at the very end. So that was huge from him. And this was the one round it felt like that Legacy managed to win by outplaying Saw outplayed themselves, however you want to put it, but they were in an advantageous situation throughout the round. A lot of those rounds prior to that one were just Lux clutching, really, like Lux delivering clutch after clutch after clutch to keep his team in it, to keep them alive, to buy time for the team to sort of wake up and for them to figure it out to be able to win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it really did look like we were going to get the 2-0. And, you know, without, again, singling anybody out, I think you've correctly identified, you know, the younger, more inexperienced players. This is the difference about playoffs.
Because the round that we saw that Bled doesn't want to see again, right? That
we can play it. I don't care.
That's a half by. That's an equal from the side of Legacy, right? And Crazy is playing behind the box on ramping. He doesn't get a single kill, right, with the spray down. He's just going to go down here, and it's only because Nissim dies here with the C4, right, going to pick up the gun, is that this round isn't cleaner for Legacy. And now this whole conundrum. Does Saw realize that they've dropped it or not? They keep challenging.
Even this story, he gets a first kill, right? He gets a tag as well. Why are you challenging? You know where the bomb is. You know your teammates are coming in from ramp at that moment. You know, you're dry peeking out. They know exactly where you are.
But here's the thing: did he actually know where the bomb was?
Yes, yes, in the middle of ramp. The middle of ramp.
I was like listening to the cast, and it was like. It's just so uncharacteristic, particularly how stories played.
He even jumped on his head, so just run. Yeah. You realize you jumped on his head. He's shooting in the smoke. Just run away completely. Like, just pull your knife out, run away, leave Mutierz, you know, to his death or whatever it may be. The round is pretty much won at that point in time. So yeah, very heartbreaking for Saw.
It's also, even in overtime, we saw it happen once, another 3v5 situation which shouldn't have been won by the side of Legacy, where he dinks, I think it was Lux coming out from Squeaky in the smoke, one of the players upper, I think it was Agile or Aragon, whoever it was. He gets the dink. There is information, guys. He could have gone down towards vent, towards lower. No one bothers checking it. No one's rotating. And then you have the upper story towards ramp just gets taken out at P250 from below. Like, how are you not aware? Are you not conveying information? Why are you not reacting to it? But there was a complete collapse somewhere there for the team.
I mean, I'll also say, I mean, just in general, to quote the Great Machine, that game was a shit show. I mean, like it was, it was like let's not go too crazy analyzing it either way, because it just felt like people were just running around like headless chickens a lot.
I mean, towards the very end, it was right in the first half. So you know, Legacy was able to find a good amount of openings on their CT side. It was a bit of a difficulty side for Mutierz to call around. But the main thing now is, you know, when you look about the next map, whether they'll be able to reset.
Yeah, and we've got this here as well. This is like there's
so many rounds.
Or the round.
Yeah, they're 5.
This is the clutch. Yeah. Huge play though from Lux coming out here, and felt like Story had done
4v2.
Gets a 4K.
2v1.
Yeah. just so many opportunities.
He played it super well though, overall. But yeah, there we go. No, it's just like I don't want to pin it on anyone because obviously, sure, it can be like a couple of individual misplays and whatnot. It's just the fact that near the end of that map, it's just like they were not talking to each other, or they're just like, this is like Nuke 101. When you don't have any information, you need to react and try and spread your players out. Final round of regulation, just gambling that it is 100% going to be upper is just crazy.
Yeah,
without the K.
I don't even know why. I don't even know why they.
I don't think it was a conscious gamble or anything. I think someone just either didn't rotate or they were just kind of stuck. No one made the call to do something. I don't think it was like, yeah, let's just leave B. Who cares?
Paralysis.
Well, look, I mean, the good news is we finally got a competitive semi-final.
Yeah.
And I want to say, I mean, that's what I was talking about earlier with Legacy. I think in most maps, they'll just have a run where it's like, I don't know if it's like the relentless aggression that they use to turn the screw, or if they can just have...
Honestly, they're just persevered.
Yeah.
They were just hanging in there. They were hanging by a thread, but they were hanging in there. We said thanks to Lux for the most part with a couple of those clutches, and they just kept chipping away. It's so on the other side. It's not, I don't know, vitality. Like, they're going to make some mistakes sooner or later, right? So you just have to hang in there for long enough, and they were able to stay alive, and now they have all the advantage going into Ancient just psychologically. This is where this young team of SAW gets really tested, right? Like, you just had it. You were in the final. You were, breaking top 15 in the VRS. You were 32nd when this event started. So now you just have to find a way to focus on the Counter-Strike, focus on the map, and try to get back into it.
And it's also like, a map where they kind of got battered by Liquid earlier today, right? Even though it's very convincing with the end of the day, it was 13-4 for the side of Liquid. And for the side of Legacy, if you look at the numbers, it's like, 40% win rate. But you look at the recent maps they played, they lost only once. And apart from that, they played like this 4 times across CAC and this event. And they've won convincingly, I think, 4 out of 5 times. So definitely, momentum-wise, mentality-wise, map-wise, it is completely shifted.
Teams too. I mean, remember
absolutely
3D Max on this. I think.
Well, I mean 3D Max. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but everyone's out on 3D Max. But during the Asian Championships, they're the gatekeepers.
Yeah, but it's basically
that was a whack narrative.
I feel it's completely shifted the way of the Brazilians right now. Unfortunately for SAW.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing. I mean, we got about 40 seconds before we got a break here, Yanko. So I'll get a
not for me, Richard.
Yeah, not for you. You just didn't break already, are you?
I said enough for me.
Oh, enough for me. Yeah. Just a final thought. I mean, I just think Legacy are going to run away with this one now. I just don't see how SAW can reset.
I think what you saw on Nuke was the recent experience that Legacy was able to accrue, and just lifting that trophy over in China seems to have unlocked a little bit of something in them. But now there's constant belief in the win. They never give up. They just stay in it. And that was the tough part, was not losing on Nuke. It does feel like here they have an advantage going on.
Agreed. All right. Well, thanks a lot, gentlemen. This is it. We're going to find out who's in the final after this break. Are SAW going to be able to mentally reset, or are Legacy going to make it to their second final in a row? We'll find out soon.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, Jackie Powers here, back live from the building here at PGL Bucharest. This time around joined by the legend himself, Nerds from Team Liquid, Ashley Battier, of course, from GamerLegion, Mutierz from Saw, LNZ from Heroic. Is there a round or a play that sticks out to you?
I didn't have anything in my head, but when you said that, I remember Imma against Heroic in the major semi-final at Paris on Mirage, just coming up and I think he killed Jungle and then he killed the second guy Jungle who knew somehow he knew both were there, and I think he killed Ticket and then he killed the short guy, and I think he might have even got the ace saving the last guy. I remember thinking, oh my god, we're going to win, we're going to make the major final, we might win a major or something, and seeing like that from a player that I'd worked with for 2-3 years or something at this point, and just suddenly everything clicked for him and he was so confident and it worked out and he showed his class, and I'm glad he did that, and then he's kind of kicked on his career big time.
What's up, chat?
Major, and he's really settled in. I think again he's like, he had a drop off and he's kind of shown himself again, so that was like, that set his career up, so that sort of play.
Salam alaikum.
I remember very fondly because that's one of the biggest upsets ever, maybe the biggest upset ever, and that was a huge moment in it.
Yeah, legendary moment, man. It was beautiful.
Yeah,
it was, mate, hell of a time.
It'll probably be like in the Stockholm major when it was the last game of when we played in NIP. We played against Copenhagen Flames, and we were like losing. We were getting comebacked on. And then I had some like 3k on Ancient, which made us like come back. And I remember the casters were getting pretty like hyped about it. And then we won the game and we made like the quarterfinals in the major. And I think without that round, it probably wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
We were choking that game so hard. So I think that would be probably that one.
That's the highlight.
I mean,
admin
the
chat
highlight against FaZe on Nuke. That's, I mean, what I felt on that moment. It's something that only happens one time in your life.
لینک نمیشه اینجا بذاری همینطوری.
The best round of my life, and of course that is going to stick with me.
حذفش می‌کنی لینک بزنی.
It was I will say the biggest one, okay? So for me I have two.
Okay.
I will build up, okay? So I think the ace that I did in the grand final against Mouse, we ended up in 1v3, I won, but for me it's not that special, it doesn't matter. For me it was one of the biggest teams there, and then it was against Heroic 2023 IM Cologne. For me it was, I think they were leading by 12-10 or whatever it is. I did Mirage, I did 1v3. The next I think it was also personal between the teams. And the next round, I was pulling like a spray transfer and I was standing up and I was saying, I was telling Cadian, sit down. And for me it was a really nice memory.
That's an awesome one, dude. That's a hell of a memory. It embodies you as a player as well. Flashy, talented.
تلگرام بفرست به این آیدی چیز همینطوری.
آیدی تلگرام چیه فری؟ اون سریه که اومد پی وی من گفت من با فرهاد کار دارم. من همونی که به پی میدادی دادم.
همونه دی آره.
It's going to be one of those days
همونه
for
اوکی.
Saw where either they run away with two best-of-3 wins and a shot at a grand finals,
همونه کلا هم یه دونه
a
است.
horrifying thought of what
اون
could
فردی
have
دیگه.
been.
No, I was thinking about the RMR horrors and everything, and then I was contrasting that in my head to how good this was, you know, before they choked that Nuke game. And I'm going to call a spade there
چت به نظرتون کی میزنه؟
reminds you how those crazy situations happened in the past, right?
لگسی میزنه یا
سوم؟ properly, you start to make nervous movements in a team like Legacy.
من داشتم بازی رو نگاه میکردم این موتریس تک زیاد میزد. من موندم این گیم لیدر چیه؟
آره آیجیله.
They have you on the
آجی رانده آخر اصلا کلا گیواب بودن نمیفهمیدن. یکی میرفت سیکرت یا از تو ونت یا از تو اوتساید اصلا نمیفهمیدن یکی پایینه.
هر راند آخر یادم داشتم نگاه میکردم یارو رفت تو سیکرت صدا پا داد بعد سیتی هم با صدا پا اومد این فکر میکرد اون شنیده اون فکر میکرد این شنیده.
like Saw are
کلا
doing
سا
well this week,
شوک
and then the
سنگینی
ability to
زدش.
make sure that you
الان
don't fall
انشنس
in high pressure moments. That is what Legacy just brought to the table. That is what a guy like
12 شدن
Lux has been
جدن.
bringing to the table all week
خب
long.
چت
He is the clutch factor for this Legacy roster.
درودی دیگر.
And so we go map 3, a map that Saw never wanted to see, and
مپ
we're so close to avoiding.
سوم دیسایدر لگسی در برابر سا. به نظر میرسه که سا نایف رو گرفته و سیتی رو انتخاب کرده. نظرت میخوام لگسی. انشنس. دابل اسموک با یک مولی کنترل بام سایت در اختیار بازیکن سا قرار گرفته. نگل سیفور رو پلنت میکنه و حالا 5 به 5 باید آماده شن بازیکن لگسی برای ریتیک. اسموک اول مولی سعی داره سرعت رو کم بکنه. اگه روی بام سایت سدزین فرست بلاد رو از آن خودش میکنه. دوما موفق تر هنوز ترید انجام نشده. سدزین فرکای پیاپی استوری باز هم سدزین کواد کیل. چه شلاقی داره میزنه سدزین برای تیمش. یکیچ به سود لگسی. هلو ممزی.
To win the rounds. Legacy are extremely comfortable in retake situations. We saw some of that strength back on Inferno. It's going to be the same case here on Ancient. And I think when you're nervous, that's when you give up retakes, right? You have an advantage when the bomb's down 5v5 for a second.
میوتریس رو چجوری پرید بیرون؟ یا خدا.
You just want to just be comfortable for a second and let it go to time, but that's not going to happen if the other team has a plan.
بازم تکتیکال تایموت اول بسم اللهی. راند دوم تکتیکال تایموت اول خودشو گرفت سا.
Feels like 5th or 6th pistol round with a 4K in
that's
them.
different about this one is totally unnecessary.
Maybe
5 players alive as they ran into that site. It was just because Cave got smoked.
Yeah.
And that's the important thing to remember about Ancient. And the important thing to remember fundamentally about CS, if a site is easy to take, it's easy to retake. And if you don't control the good retake positions, then that's what's going to happen. And even though you might mentally think, oh, we're 55-45 in this spot with a bomb down, the time ticking on our side.
USB رنج بالاتر راحت‌تر میزنه. گلاک کلوز رنج راحت‌تر میزنه.
If the CTs have the utility.
Playing within that false sense of confidence could be a way where Legacy end up robbing rounds away. We'll see.
Don't forget the bomb.
We'll see if we have it in them. Yeah, doubling back is Aragorn here. They take a
C4 تو تیسمان جام بود چت. فورس کردن. گانا همه برای حمله C4 جام بوده.
But it's a lot of pressure out of Legacy down from the B bomb site, smoked off doors on the approach. So even though Saw kind of have to take their time with it, look at this move from Agile. Gets out into the open A site, just kind of flusters Legacy ever so slightly.
It's almost silly from Mutierz if they're not going to also pressure.
چه اتفاقی داریم؟
هالووین گریم ریپر حمله کرد بهم.
They exchange the fire. And A main hit
به ما هم حمله کرده جورایی.
دیدین تایم نشد میوت کنم یارو. دندقم داشتم یادم یادم دیدم اومد تو دوربین.
Oh, he's farming.
تو بازی ببین چه هالوینیه. وای من. آجی سدزین هر چی میزنه لند میشه. هر چی شات زد لند شد.
He does a great job of letting the first two players move through. The fact they're sprinting gives him all the audio he needs to just wrap that round up quick.
Yeah, he's been a monster.
8-0 start.
8-0. Going to be a lot of tension that Saw will only be able to release when they win a rounds at this point. So, not starting off fast mentally here after that last map.
I think that's why the desk just had so little confidence in Saw. Feels like Legacy have taken the game away from them.
Yeah, I mean, Counter-Strike is about the tactics and the aim, the positioning, all these things, but in the end, at this level,
توما چقدر روندا داره تلخ میشه برای سا و تو زیر فشار سنگین کارشو تموم میکنن. استوری پرواز کرد. خدای من استوری سوپر هیرو لندینگ زد اصلا کلن. آپرکات
استوری آپلود شد.
And you hear it referenced, you know, teams want to win tournaments for the confidence to win bigger
علنا با این
tournaments.
آپرکات آپلود شد.
And we'll go over stories where it's like, you know, Donk at Kato or something like that, but they're special because they rarely happen that quickly, you know. Most of the time you build up for years to win a massive prestigious event. And again, a lot of teams looking at the field here, they see this as a big opportunity.
هوش اگریسیو سرعتی به A هیچ کم روی نیست. کنترل A در اختیار سا قرار میگیره. تا اینجاش که کال خوبی بوده. ببینیم میتونن ازش استفاده بکنن یا نه. این بار بالاخره سدزین میستاد و نتونست شاتو لعنت بکنه. نیسیم زیر فشار سنگین. آیتم های پیاپی دوما از راه رسیده. لاکس هم اونجا هست برای کمک. نتونستن فرگی رو برگردونن. دوما تو اسموک شانس خودش رو امتحان میکنه. همینطور لاکس نه چه خاصی به همراه نداره. سوی رو بام سایت.
So that's why you just want to have one donut to listen for that, even if you're not going to play on A. But also, like Saw, it looks kind of crazy how they're fighting donut. But if they don't get that extra kill, there's a really good chance the retake could take place.
Mutierz یزید المؤمنین.
Even though that bomb could have been dropped.
واقعا well played Mutierz.
Collect a couple of exit punishment kills.
نیسیم کاری از پیش نمیبره. امتیاز یکم در اختیار سا.
There only remains Lux. Aragorn, are you really going to chase this down on this HP? No. Oh, he's just worried about the bomb.
من یه پرندم W آرزو دارم کنارم باشی.
Knowing that it's not just going to be a total field day on the CT side. And also it feels like a nice chance for Saw to kind of tap back into that belief, that self-belief that we can do this, we can win rounds. You just had a perfect call that cost you very little.
I see the strat book, you know, we see the depth of Saw, we see the quality rounds, we see the mid rounds, even in pressure, but only pressure within maps, but just that one close.
It'd be way too easy to kick Saw right now while they're down after not closing.
آیتم های پیاپی میوتریس موفق توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ نیستیم.
This game is still
ترید میکنه 4-4.
They will find an early frag. They'll lose Aragorn in the process, but they currently have Legacy split 2 players per site. And Saw content to slow it down. Nissim peels back from A, goes over towards the red room. Could wind up being an important part of the map. For wherever Saw decide to end this. Bomb just stuck in the cutout of middle right now as that donut smoke fades. Hoping that maybe Legacy will overstep. But clearly it's a V-stack with a solo move and Sadzin on A.
And if you do sit in middle, like there is a little bit of insecurity that will brew on the CT side that we need to get some information back, because look at the map at the moment. If this became a full A hit, they'd be in no position to win, especially if Sadzin, you know, went down with this op in this spot. So usually you see like a late mid retake, but instead they're just relying on this lean. The bomb hasn't shown its intentions yet.
زمان باقی است. لتو
Wow, that's a real big commitment, but just to draw.
مولی رو فرستاد چاپ داد از این، ولی خب فایتو گرفت.
It's going to be a B-side hit when it's not.
سدزین برای بعدی هم اثبات کرده. آمار هر دو بازیکن رو حالا دارن. بازیکن لگسی عجیب میره برای پلنت C4.
Not able to punish his fallback. It felt like he was going to get pinched. Now Dumao out through mid into Donut.
دوما نتونست کاری از پیش ببره. لتو خوبی میزنه نیسیم.
They'll try to fight for it. They'll put
the bomb down. امتیاز چهارم در دستان لگسی.
But 2 survivors and a 4-1 lead. Not half bad considering how far Legacy were from actually holding this A site with numbers.
Yeah, that was good. 3 kills from Mutierz. Points in the round. I mean, it's their IGL who's literally putting up clutches non-stop.
دابل کیل سدزین. دابل کیل امتیاز پنجم. خیلی سریع نصیب لگسی شد. That was a failure boat.
They're zipping up the body bag right now. Keeping the ideas flowing too.
وزیر کجا داری جوین میده؟ توی سری من یا توی
Mine saw trying some fast stuff.
پیسی خود داره میرو.
I think we've seen the best stuff.
دیروب داره سری. How is that even possible?
As long as they keep the variety up, that'll be okay.
بارو دارم نمیسیز. چطوری خوش اومدی؟
Such a quick lead here.
چت لگین همه چون من اینجا بیت ریت هم ثابت درستم است. جایی که باشه
خیلی لگه خیلی لگه
واقعی
من اصلا استریمت نیستم. I like to spread misinformation.
Had one AK coming into the round. Lux though, element of surprise.
You are a missing information.
Busy and the coverage here from
خیلی بیادبی اصلا بهم برخورد.
Missed shot and a chance for Mutierz despite
چرا بهت برخورد در نخورد؟
bullets though in that AK right now. So how the hell is he going to get those?
شوهرم میوتریسو بگی بغلش کن لاکسو بغلش کن نمیصرف آخ لاکس الان قندش میفته آجی وای آخ چه صدزین خط رو نگه داشته بود باز هم امتیاز در اختیار لگسی Don't do tell me what to do I'm under the water Killing on my computer on your computer دو بار دراپ خورده پشت هم من نخوردم روی استریم داتای خورده یه اسکال قلب به همون نرسه آی دورت بگردم با
I mean they're themselves 24 hours a day and like they didn't slow down when they were losing on Nuke they kept to their same personality and play style even on Inferno you gotta give them credit it's kind of impressive that they can do that
I'm glad you bring that up even in the face of like the 12-3 you still had Doomount fighting down Banana
okay
You still have them going for that mid-charge. Legacy have never let off the pedal.
Crosshair placement. Super accurate.
Every single round in that first half of Inferno.
They shoot so hard. It's a pleasure to have all these new sort of Brazilian names come up together.
چه آن پوینت دارن بازی میکنن خدای من.
At the same time as we're watching the stars of Brazil. Inspired by Maladoy, you took an international injection.
بعدتون بشم چت قربون قلعه قشنگتون.
Hitting their groove. On the brink of back-to-back grand finals, running to Budapest.
بالاخره لاتو رو متوقف بکن. 3-4 50 ثانیه زمان.
Confidence that they will be wielding. If they pull off this save of a semi-final.
صدزین ادامه کار نتونست شات بعدیو لنز بکنه آرگور موفق حالا فرصت هست برای سا تا امتیاز دوم رو از آن خودش بکنه لاکس داره از راه میرسه موفق تو شکار نفر اول تک به تک از فلش خودش استفاده میکنه آمار دقیق از پوزیشن استوری نداره
He's got the kit and he's got the smoke. He could smoke off this angle, or does he save the smoke for the bomb itself?
بره سمت بامب زر خطرناک میشه از اسموک خودش هم استفاده کرد چک نمیکنه وای من نزدیک بود ویفو بده استوری که این اتفاق نیفتاد امتیاز دوم رو میگیرن بازیکنان ساب کلاش تک به تک توسط اس توی
Good fight here for Saw keeping this alive and also committing to their style of playing pretty quick. A lot of raw duels won here to put this together, but it's all about stories.
چه جامپی زد برای لاکس اوی آی 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 چطوری در رفت صدزین چطوری زنده است
Yeah, this player blind.
Expensive guns shooting blanks. Whoa. He crosses.
And it is a huge gap. I mean, there is no one guarding this.
او هیچ اصلا حواسش به رد نیست.
Moving around from CT spawn now just in case.
نیسیم.
So weird of a position with the bomb still back on elbow.
از راه رسیده از مولی خودش استفاده میکنه استوری ویژن خوبی نداشت لوکس چقدر به موقع از راه رسید خدای من عقب رو بگیره جلو رو بگیره ای وای ای وای به محمد حیدری این هم از
throughout this run that they've pieced together in Bucharest is kind of play catch up to this degree. It's a lot of, 6-0 starts versus Aurora, 5-0 start versus Aurora. The one game that got competitive in that series, they at least kept it competitive earlier on, more competitive than this.
دوباره استیبل شد. حالا ببینیم چی میشه.
And all the series they've won have taken 3 maps, but this is
بریم همراهی میکنه امشب این نت ما رو تا آخر بازی یا نه. راند دهم 7-2
was on nobody's radars just 7 days ago.
تبه عوض شد خیلی طول میکشه. چند تا راند رو میس میدیم. تزین لند میکنه چندین بازیکن در مقابلش آیتم های پیاپی یه آپرکات دیگه نیستیم. دابل کیل برای این بازیکن. اگیل تنها باقی مونده پشت باکس بام سایت.
Of everything Saw had hoped to move through Donut into the site. Now you're banking on a Desert Eagle.
آمارش رو هم دارن. خود لتا کار رو تموم میکنه و امتیاز 8م رو برای این تیم برمغان میاره.
Now they're running through this like a bull in the China shop right now, and it's kind of wild because they're on CT side. It's Saw who are asking for high pace, fast tempo rounds, lots of quick trades, but they actually can't keep up with Legacy at the moment.
راند 11 بازی. کریزی فقط یکی زده.
Mutierz going to try to follow through with tempo. Waits a second and emerges to a smoked off mid setup, but that'll be challenged by Lux. Feels like Saw shown their hand and wanting to get close to the red room.
چه فایتی بود. در نت میوتریز موفق شد. فایتو بگیره با تک 9 جلو ایکی.
Really let that left click go.
You let that thing fly.
سنسید دو بازیکن در مقابلش اول لند میکنه تو ادامه کار موفق نیست. نیاز به ساپورت داره. ساپورت از راه رسیده. لتو کارساز میکنه. استوری موفق تو ترید ادوانتیج سعی داره در اختیارشون قرار بگیره. یک کوبی و امتیاز 9 در اختیار لگسی برعکس آبادان. خوب برگشتن به بازی. Vamos caralho. Vamos caralho. الان یادم اومد.
They're going to lose sleep over this loss. And a lot of money in VRS points as well.
No denying it's still been a successful week for Saw, but when you were this close to a grand finals over a team that you have already won against, you get that extra layer of confidence going into the grand finals.
Instead, این راندم بگیره مراتب تو تی سایدد راحت‌تر خواهد بود.
Nightmare fuel. Otto's going to just lean back here, allow for them to get ever closer to the B site. No challenge actually inside of the cave because things have gone so well on site. And maybe Saw's affinity for middle is what's got Legacy so concerned about it with that red room smoke again.
So crazy though. I just had 4 players in mid. Now they come back to B and everyone from Saw is readying up their attack.
Met by another smoke though at a minute.
They've got all of cave.
ساعت بازی بسیار پایین. 45 ثانیه زمان. اگیل هم داره بر میگرده. 40 ثانیه. لتو خط نگه داشته. فلش جالبی پرتاب نشد. لتو توی اسم شانس خوش رو امتحان میکنه. نتیجه به همراه نداره. یک نید عالی. میوتریز موفق است تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ. اونم داخل اسموک. و حالا بازیکن لگسی با آماده شدن برای ریتیک. لاکس چه دمیجی متحمل شد. 5-4. اگیل خط درستی رو نگه داشته بود. 5-3. همه چیز مهیاست تو ادامه کار. سدسیل
Had to call out that fake defuse. I'm not even sure.
نت منهدم شد. ای خدا نت منهدم شده. ای وای ای وای.
I just get this sort of like second hand sort of like.
برگشتیم رفرش.
I'd feel so bad, you know, after what they've gone through, but that's the game.
Think about it. If you can't shake it off, imagine how they feel.
Yeah. Yeah, under the gun, under the pressure.
You know, not to kind of write off Saw's resilience, but it is just such a story that we've always seen. You know, when a team comes that close only to ultimately lose it.
وزیر امشب ولکنه
Desk is so capable of calling that their confidence will be smashed. They squeeze out that third round, finally piecing something together. They had chances throughout that T side as well, but Legacy just kept the pressure on. When you've got Satson playing like an absolute rock star at the moment, 21
Legacy T
frags,
side, Saw
5
City
deaths.
side.
There's nobody in the Saw squad that have stepped up to that
چندین بازیکن
task.
اومدن نزدیکی هیون، خطا باز میشه دوما موفق هست به گرفتن فرست بلاد تو ادامه کارگیل. شاتو خورد و حالا استوری جواب میده، 4-4 میکنه روند کار رو. باز هم استوری تریپل کیل.
But there's no guarantee of the pistol when Lux is alive to try to clutch him and
دو به دو میکنه روند کار رو. نفر بعدی رو هم اثبات کرده. سعی داره میوتریس رو شکار بکنه. موفق هم هست. 2-1 آراگور. بوم مثلا تو بیه.
I know he's so good in these moments when he's working alone, man. He's just perfect for the job. Oh, but he actually does get caught.
جستر وزیر از لفظ اومد. لاکس مرد. نیستیم تک به تک با آراگور.
Nissim thinking about timing this deep peek. Aragorn tiptoeing up through short. Has to figure out where the hell he's got off to. Bomb is planted for ramp, so it would have been crazy for him to be inside of the cave.
Oh, it's the wrong gamble. Oh, no, he's going all the way around. Oh, my gosh.
With no kit in this moment, I mean, he doesn't have this. It's 15 seconds on the bomb already. He misses his timing. It had to have been in cave. He cannot win this round. And he just has to walk away with his
چیت نداری. این چه حرکت عجیبی بود که زد آراگورن.
Double digits, a 10-3 lead, and economic advantage because of a Lux and Nissim 2v3.
Oh, he could have absolutely got flanked there too. Didn't check behind him for any of that.
کجا داشت ولش می‌کردی تا تو تیسپان میرفت.
Sun's coming down on Saw right now.
واقعا ولش می‌کردی میرفت تیسپان. البته رفت دیگه. رفت. حتی ما داریم تیسپان چک کنه. 10-3 بعد بله فورس هم کردند. فورس هم کردن. یه دونه هیرو M4 دارن کلن. جلوی برزیلی اصلا AK ندارن. 5 تا گلیل.
Lux in anticipation that Saw are going to make some kind of opening move.
They're getting really tied up in middle, but like, you know, retake on A is fine. It's just that they don't have the guns really. Possible they can get a pick off here though. Smoke comes up.
سپارو شنیده باشه آراگورن در انتظار فرصت برای حمله آراگورن. دابل کیل. ادامه رونده بازی به سمت بام سایت استوری. سعی داشت شات دیگه رو لنز بکنه. موفق نشد. صدزینی که از فرکو رو برمیگردونه. انگل جواب خوبی داد. ادامه کور که دمیجی زد به استوری. نتونست کارش رو تموم بکنه. دوما دابل کیل. 2-2 میکنه رونده بازی رو استوری. در کنار هم تیمی سرعت بازی رو کم میکنن. نیستیم کماکان خط نگه داشت. اقدام نکرد برای پلنت سی4 اسموک به زودی فیت خواهد شد. دوما میاد برای چک استوری. چه شاتی رو لند میکنه خدای من. سرش فرار بکنه که نیستیم کارش رو تمام کرد. 30 ثانیه زمان. نیستیم در کریزی تک به تک. خط درستی رو نگه داشته نیستیم. اجازه ادامه کار رو نمیده و امتیاز 11 رو میگیره برای تیم لگسی. Vamos caralho!
They did everything really well there. I think they just obviously were hoping it was going to end B in this spot. They still could have been able to pick that up, but they took so much damage. They had numbers, but those players were very flimsy and only one M4.
آراگورن کماکان بای هستن بازیکن انسا موفق هست توی گرفتن اوپنینگ فرنگ اسموک از راه رسید یکی مهمی رو گرفت اوه کریزی 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 واقعا دیگه درو زد به دریا 3-2 هنوز بازیکن انسا در نزدیک ماسای حضور دارن باز هم استوری موفق 2-2 میکنه روند کار رو اسموک میتونه کار رو سخت بکنه برای بازیکن لگسی دوبا همه رو کشت خودی و غیر خودی رو کشت امتیاز 12 در اختیار این تیم مپ اول رو به اون خوبی بازی کرد مپ دوم رو تو امتیاز 12 چوک زد باخت و حالا داره بازی رو از دست میده
This would have absolutely turned heads.
It's just a reckoning for Saw, and it shows that Legacy are here
12-3 لگسی مچ پوینت رو در اختیار داره یک امتیاز دیگه میخواد تا صعود کنه به گرند فاینال
Saw turned heads today, but that crushing defeat back on Nuke left their confidence shattered like ceramic.
از دیک بود اوپنینگ فرگ رو بگیرین اتفاق نیافتاد میوتریس برمیگرده به بام سایدزین موفق تو گرفتن اوپنینگ فرگ 4-5 کریزی اگریسیو از جلو خط نگه داشته آیتم های پیاپی مولی نگرفت کریزی رو خدای من چکش کرد لتو که چکش کرد هم جالب بود کریزی فرگ زد اما در نهایت ترید شد دوما کماکان داخل دونا 4-3 ادوانتیج در اختیار برزیلیا قرار داره پرتغالیا زیر فشار سنگین یواش یواش خطو باز میکنه دوما سورپرایز میکنه میوتریس آی جی ال تیم سارو اگیل خطو رد کرده دیسریسپکت اسموکش رو رسونده پشت بام ساید آیتم های پیاپی اگیل بیش از یک فرگ نصیبش نشده استوری تک به 35 ثانیه زمان سنزین میره برای پرانتسی فور استوری چه میخوای بکنه توی این موقعیت تک به 3 کار سختون پیش رو داره رفت اولش کار میکنه حالا تک به 2 لتو کارش رو تموم میکنه امتیاز 13 در اختیار برزیلیا قرار میگیره و موفق میشن صعود کنن به گرند فاینالی که فردا ساعت 2:30 ظهر در برابر آرورا استارت خواهد خورد این از جی جی
Going to be Legacy second final back to back at Asking just looking outstanding on Ancient but you have to wonder
بازی
mentally there for that one
you can clearly see the momentum we saw on Nuke in the comeback and how they were able to kind of carried over in map number 3 and yeah just from the get-go not ever letting their foot off the neck making it looking super convincing as well
هیچ وقت تسلیم
نشد
این هم از امروز این هم از دو تا بازی سمی فاینال فردا ساعت 2:30 ظهر گرند فاینال رو خواهیم داشت سلامت بشه علی طارمی خیلی مخلصیم چت بعد نگاه قشنگتون مرسی که استریم ما رو انتخاب کردید کنار با حضور داشتید چتاتون عشق و محبت بی نهایت مواظب خودتون باشید فردا ساعت 2:30 ظهر میبینمتون برای گرند فاینال فکر میکنم بست آف 5 هم از آرورا در برابر برزیلیا که میشن لگسی مواظب خودتون باشید شنبه خوبی هم داشته باشید بای بای